689. The Mirage City, the capital of the Great Quan dynasty, was a rare beauty after the heavy snow. The Mirage City had many magnificent buildings. Taoist temples and monasteries were scattered all over the place. Therefore, the beautiful scenery was not during the snowfall, but when the snow melted, one had to climb up high to admire the snow. Overlooking the city, it was like a colorful glazed fairyland with flowing clouds and brilliant colors, sparkling and flawless. Jiang Shangzhen and Madame Huan Sha entered this fairyland when the snow melted. However, the beauty of the world seemed to be unable to withstand a long look. Jiang Shangzhen lost his interest as soon as he entered the city. Madame Huan Sha, on the other hand, was worried and did not have much interest in the scenery. Jiang Shangzhen made an entry certificate with the name of Zhou Fei. This was a good name with great fortune. Jiang Shangzhen wished he could change the name of Zhou Fei on the jade tablet. Unfortunately, as the sect master, there was still old Sun, who was like a supreme sect master, who could not tolerate sect master Zhang's childish behavior. The old man really did not understand the principle of an old horse being reluctant to leave and not provoking people. Madame Huan Sha was attached to Junyang, so she did not have to go through so much trouble. She was originally a descendant of the Yao family in the border army. Her father, Yao Zhen, was the old general who retired and became an official in the capital. He became the Minister of War of the Great Quan dynasty. However, it was said that he had been ill for the past 2 years and rarely participated in the morning court and night duty. The young emperor specially invited several immortals to pray for blessings at the mansion of the Lord of Zhongyue and the palace of Buried River Baiyu. The reason why the old minister received such special treatment was not only that Yao Zhen was the backbone of the Great Quan army, but also because his granddaughter Yao Jinji was now the empress of the Great Quan dynasty. After entering the city, Jiang Shangzhen, who was wearing a scholar's robe and carrying a book box, poked the ground with the bamboo walking stick in his hand. Like a bumpkin who had just entered the capital, he smiled and said, "Junyang, do you want to go directly to the palace to visit the empress or go back to the Yao mansion to greet your father and daughter? If it's the latter, please be careful of the street wanderers." Madame Huan Sha was Junyang, but Junyang was not Madame Huan Sha. She had severed her own tail, which Sun Yuan had exclaimed was extraordinary, but in fact, it was on Yao Jinji's body. It had long since merged with the soul of the Great Spring Empress to protect Yao Jinji, a junior who was blessed with providence. Apart from that, Madame Huan Sha was also trying to show her determination to the Dafu Academy. She had cut off the most fundamental part of her great Tao and fell from being an immortal to being a jade. If the world was in chaos in the future, she would stay out of it and not help either side. The woman wore a hedgerow to cover her face and asked softly, "How many days can Sect Master Jiang stay in the capital?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "Reminisce about the old days, drink wine, go to that temple and appreciate the 40 farts of Mount Nyo on the wall. Let's stroll around the Taoist temple and find an opportunity to meet Madame Chao Zhou, who was banished from 100 Flowers Blessed Land. At the same time, let's see what old Sun is busy with. He seems to have a lot of things to do. Is 10 days enough for Junyang?" The woman curtsied and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jiang." The two then parted ways. It seemed that Junyang was going to visit the Yao family first. Old Minister Yao was actually in good health, but the Yao family had been too prosperous in recent years. In addition, many disciples from the border army had joined each other in the officialdom and spread their branches. The younger generation had made great achievements in both civil and military affairs in the Daquan Temple. In addition, Yao Zhen's youngest daughter had married Li Xiling. Li Xiling's father, who was Yao Zhen's in-law, used to be the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Although the old man had taken the initiative to avoid suspicion and had resigned many years ago, he was still the cultured sect master who had many disciples in the court and was also the teacher who succeeded the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Therefore, when Yao Zhen entered the capital to take charge of the Ministry of War, the two ministries of officials and soldiers were very close to each other. Even if Yao Zhen wanted to change this taboo situation, he was powerless. The old minister's grandson, Yao Xianji, was now the youngest scout commandant in the history of the Daquan border army. Because of the previous evaluations of the Ministry of Personnel and the martial selection of the Ministry of War, Yao Xianji was full of praise for Yao Xianji. In addition, Yao Xianji's outstanding military service made His Majesty very fond of this brother-in-law of his. Therefore, even if Yao Zhen wanted to slow down his beloved grandson's career in the officialdom, he could not do it. However, his granddaughter Yao Lingji, who was Junyang's only daughter, had been practicing martial arts since she was young and was very talented. She was an exception. After entering the capital, she often went out to travel the Jianghu for 2 to 3 years. She was not very concerned about her marriage. The rich and powerful children in the capital were all very afraid of this ruthless old lady who had a strong backing. When they saw her, they would take the initiative to take a detour. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the graceful figure that was slowly disappearing into the distance and smiled. This is very much like a man sending his wife home to visit her relatives. After that, Jiang Shangzhen asked for directions, and with great difficulty he finally found a small martial arts dojo that was not very famous. It was opened more than 10 years ago. The dojo master Lu Zong was a second or third-rate martial arts master in the capital of Daquan, which was full of martial arts dojos. Every time there was a gathering of his peers to discuss whether a martial arts master from outside the capital could open a dojo and how to arrange for the 3 dojo masters to test their strength, Lu Zong could only respectfully accompany the last one. After that, every time there was a Wen Quan fist competition, Lu Zong would take the lead because Lu Zong would definitely lose. It was considered as giving face to the foreigner first. Over time, there was a saying in the capital's martial arts world that Grandmaster Lu will definitely lose to every Wen Quan fist competition. If it were not for this reputation that made Lu Zong a little famous, Jiang Shangzhen probably would not have been able to find the dojo's location by asking for directions. There were 2 men guarding the dojo. One of them was a strong young man and the other was a skinny young man. They were sweeping the snow in front of the door. When the man saw Jiang Shangzhen, he ignored him. In the end, the young man still had some consideration for the dojo's business. He looked at the man in front of him who was dressed as a traveling scholar and asked curiously, "Mister, are you coming to our dojo to learn martial arts?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "I have no relatives or friends in the capital. Fortunately, I am an old acquaintance of your dojo master Lu Zong, so I came here to ask for a cup of hot tea." The young man smiled. He was an honest person and was about to lead the scholar into the dojo. A small dojo had its advantages. There were not too many messy Jianghu grudges. The martial artists who came to the capital to make a living did not want to use their own dojo as a warm-up. After all, winning was not something to brag about. Moreover, with the old dojo master's good temper, there would be no enemies coming to visit. The strong man who was not wearing a cotton-padded jacket on a snowy day suddenly saw 2 women passing by the street in front of the dojo. He let out a light shout and his muscles bulged. He gathered qi in his dantian and squatted slightly. He constantly rotated his body. For a moment, there were countless snowflakes in front of the dojo. The 2 women were ashamed and angry. They cursed in a low voice and quickly ran away. The scholar jumped and dodged the broom. However, the path was slippery. After landing, he did not stand firm and fell to the ground. The man laughed incessantly and was too lazy to apologize. Instead, he laughed at the scholar's unstable lower body and weak legs. This was not good. Could it be that his wife was kidnapped by a wild man? He was angry and could not beat that guy, so he came to learn martial arts and suffer hardships. The young man was somewhat anxious. He heard that scholars were the most concerned about their reputation. Moreover, they were guests of the dojo master. They could not casually humiliate them. What if he was a scholar or an old man who came here to participate in the spring imperial examination? If this matter was brought to the yamen, the dojo would not be able to bear the consequences. Fortunately, the scholar was like a soft persimmon that was used to being bullied. He smiled and said, "I am not learning martial arts. I cannot endure hardships." This commotion attracted the attention of the 2 women, who repeatedly glanced back. They covered their mouths and laughed. Where did this bookworm come from? What kind of martial arts did he learn? He was already so good-looking. How could the women be willing to steal other men? Jiang Shangzhen was led by the young man to the backyard of the dojo. The person who sharpened the knife, Lu Zong, was practicing his stance and slowly punching. The old man was born to lose in the matter of appearance. Not only was his hair sparse and ugly appearance, but he also gave people a vulgar feeling. No matter how good his martial arts were, he did not have the demeanor of a master. However, in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Lu Zong had fought alongside the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhongqiu, and the banished deity Chen Pingan. These 3 were purely martial artists. They went from enemies to friends and fought side by side. Lu Zong also fought against Yu Jin-yi, who had already mastered the techniques of immortals. He could not win. He really could not win. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Brother Lu, do you still remember your fellow countryman Zhou Fei?" The old man immediately stopped his stance and let the young disciple leave. He sat on the steps and said, "These years I have asked around. There does not seem to be any Zhou Fei or Qin Pingon in Tongye continent. However, I have heard of sword immortal Lu Feng. Of course, I have only learned about the happenings on the mountain through some rumors on the streets and borrowed the mountain and mountain gazettes from a few immortal inns." Jiang Shangzhen looked around and said, "Since you are already at the bottleneck of the golden body realm, why are you still huddling here? The heroic spirit of those who sharpened their weapons in the lotus blossom blessed land has been worn away by the vast immortal aura of the world." Lu Zong sneered and said, "Otherwise? In your hometown, those immortals on the mountain can easily move mountains and overturn seas, especially those sword immortals. I am just a martial artist in the golden body realm. If I meet any one of them, I will die. How can I bear it? It is not worth it to exchange your life for some false reputation." Jiang Shangzhen took off his book box and sat down. The Great Quan dynasty has always valued martial arts. They have been fighting with southern Qi and northern Jin at the border. If you rely on the Lu family of Great Quan and join the army to sharpen your martial arts, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? As long as you successfully enter the far travel state, even the Emperor of Great Quan will have to treat you with respect. When you leave the border, you will become a consecrated behind-the-scenes servant like Li Li. Li Li died of illness back then. The capital of Great Quan is lacking in masters. Lu Zong shook his head and said, "As a person, you can't be a pitiful person who has no choice but to die. According to what you said when I was in the lotus blossom blessed land, I could have found any emperor to rely on. Now my life is a little hard, but it is very comfortable. Anyway, I have never neglected the matter of practicing martial arts. It should be Lu Zong's far travel state. It will take some time, but it will come eventually." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "No wonder Qin Pingon respected you." Lu Zong smiled and asked, "That little sword immortal is from another continent, right? Otherwise, at such a young age he must be quite famous in Tongyi continent. How is he doing now?" Jiang Shangzhen thought for a while and said, "It is hard to say. As for this person who was sharpening the knife, of course he did not speak the truth. Could even be said that he was talking nonsense. Otherwise, Jiang Shangzhen would not have seen the name Lu Zong in the complicated spy report of the Jade Gray sect. In fact, after Lu Zong left the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he had been in the limelight many times. He had fought with the Qi refinement warriors many times. Now, not only was he an anonymous consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, he was also one of the people personally selected by the late Emperor of Great Quan, Lu Zhen. In order to ensure that the new emperor could ascend the throne smoothly, he did not hesitate to put the eldest prince, Lu Tsong, who held military power in the north, under house arrest in the capital to recuperate. Lu Zong was the guardian of the vassal state's residence. He could be said to be the confidant of the current emperor. Jiang Shangzhen could understand the self-protection skills of an experienced pugilist. After all, Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace did not have a good reputation in the pugilistic world of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Previously, when they were chatting, it was because Jiang Shangzhen was really bored and deliberately teased Lu Zong. For example, Qin Pingon once had a conflict with the third prince, Lu Mao, at Junyang's inn in Hure town. Not only did he kill the son of the Duke of Xin, Gao Shizhen, he also personally killed the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Wei Li. He was the archenemy of the two princes of Great Quan in the past. Qin Pingon also had a very good relationship with the Yao family. It could even be said that the Duke of Xin's residence had lost its hereditary title. Lu Tsong was under house arrest. The third prince, Lu Mao, and the Academy's gentleman Wang Qi were exposed. The fact that the current emperor was able to succeed in the end had a lot to do with Qin Pingon. With Lu Zong's status, naturally he was not clear about these secrets of the palace. Lu Zong was talking nonsense over there and Jiang Shangzhen just listened. Lu Zong only lost because he did not know that Zhou Fei in front of him was actually the leader of the entire Tonggishao mountain. Even if he did once hear that the Jade Gui sect's Jiang Shangzhen was one of the Sword Celestial Lu Feng's good friends, Lu Zong would never have thought that a master of the Yunku Blessed Land, a peak celestial of the upper five realms, would be willing to waste 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land to be the spring tide palace master. Was it fun for a celestial who could travel easily and enjoy the clouds and dew to roll in the mud? Lu Zong had ascended from the blessed land to the vast world in his early years. He was no stranger to the scenery of the vast world. The cultivators here, like Eugenie, were all emotionless. Lu Zong had seen many earthly immortals, but none of them were as sincere as Eugenie. Lu Zong sighed. This world is indeed strange. I remember when I first arrived here, I saw with my own eyes that the water god borrowed the boat, the town god's night trial, and the fox demon attacked people. How could I imagine it in my hometown? No wonder I was treated as a frog at the bottom of the well by those banished celestials. Xianxia smiled and said, "These celestial beings are just that after seeing too many of them. On the contrary, it's more interesting to see the person who was born to tear down the beam." Lu Zong did not want to beat around the bush with this person and asked directly, "Zhou Fei, why are you looking for me this time? Are you looking for help or are you looking for old scores? If I remember correctly, in the blessed land, you were wandering among the flowers and I was guarding a shabby shop. There was no enmity between us. If you care about our friendship and are really here to talk about the old days, I'll treat you to a drink." Jiang Shangzhen said, "Forget about the drink. I only drink good wine. How much money can your martial arts club make? Don't worry, I'm really not here for you. This time I traveled to the Mirage City with my friends and happened to hear about the famous Lu Zong. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect it to really be you. It seems that my luck is good now. Tonight I'll go visit Chao Zhou's wife and see if I can see her face. Elder brother Lu, do you want to go on a night trip with me? With elder brother Lu's honor as a foil, I have more hope of winning the favor of Chao Zhou's wife." Lu Zong twirled his beard and smiled. Younger brother Zhou is still as elegant as ever. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Look at my scholar's attire. You can tell that I came prepared." Lu Zong smiled and asked, "Are you really just a passerby?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "So I'll have to trouble elder brother Lu to put away the boning knife in your sleeve. This kind of hospitality really scared me." Finally they approached the central divine continent. Lu Qiqing was strangely silent all the way. After resting at the Dragon Rock, Lu Qiqing looked like he was half dead. Chai Bofu admired Lu Qiqing so much that he wanted to prostrate himself in front of him. If Guqin, that brat, was a person who was blessed in every aspect, then Lu Qiqing and he were genuine kindred spirits. Back at the Dragon Rock, Chai Bofu was busy picking up treasures on the mountain, showing his true nature as a mountain cultivator. Unexpectedly, a large group of cultivators came in a hurry. There were both immortal masters and mountain cultivators. They were divided into several big and small mountains. They hovered in the wind and rushed to the Dragon Rock, which had suddenly lost its restriction. Chai Bofu was not afraid of trouble. Lu Qiqing opened the restriction but did not close the door, allowing outsiders to be attracted by the strange phenomenon. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. Even if Lu Qiqing's pure jade realm cultivation base was not mentioned, just the name of White Emperor City was enough for the three of them to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, that person was at the Lushui pit. Something really happened, he would not leave them to die. After all, there was Gu Kan, his new direct disciple. Then on the Dragon Rock, an old fisherman with a bamboo hat and a green raincoat suddenly appeared next to Chai Bofu. He had a green bamboo on his shoulder and two light golden carps were hanging from his cheeks. It was the fishing immortal of the Lushui pit mentioned by Lu Qiqing. There were several lone riders of the South Sea in the Lushui pit, but there was only one fishing immortal whose whereabouts were always uncertain. Chai Bofu was just about to stand up and show respect to this senior on the path of cultivation. However, the old fisherman glanced at him and Chai Bofu immediately stopped moving. The old fisherman waved his hand to those chi trainers who heard the news, indicating that this Dragon Rock was not something they could covet. A fishing immortal of the pure jade realm who was close to water was in his own Dragon Rock, surrounded by the sea, which was a great deterrent. If the resting dragon stone did not have this old fisherman overseeing it, it would only be occupied by a few tired flood dragons who had just returned from the rain. This group of immortal masters who were used to the sea breeze could use all kinds of spells and divine abilities to ruthlessly plunder the resting dragon stone. In history, the Lushui pit did not care much about the theft of this resting dragon stone. However, it was a different story when the fishing immortal appeared here to drive people away. It was still fine for the immortals of the sea and the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes. However, most of the large sects on the islands and mountains had seen or even experienced the power of the lone riders of the South Sea with their own eyes. Therefore, after the immortal masters weighed the pros and cons, they all bowed and bade farewell to the old fisherman. The rest of the wild cultivators glanced at the rare dragon saliva that flowed into the sea and were somewhat reluctant to part with it. The fishing immortal pointed at a person, and the dragon's saliva in the sea quickly gathered and surged, enveloping a wild cultivator who was closest to the dragon rock. He was killed on the spot and his corpse melted. Lu Qiqing's thoughts were not on the fishing immortal. The immortal masters left tactfully, and the wild cultivators ran away anxiously. In the end, only 2 women were left and they were still hovering in the distance. One of them looked delicate and weak. She was not the kind of stunning beauty that made people fall in love with her at first sight, but she was very good-looking. Beside her was a little fox charm with different eyes. She was in the golden core realm. Compared to his brother Longbow, he was still a level stronger. Guken did not say a word. For some reason, the old fisherman was even more silent, and his expression was uncertain. Lu Qiqing could not help but ask, "These 2 ladies, if you trust us, just go ahead and climb the mountain to get the treasure." Then Lu Qiqing smiled at the beautiful fox charm. The latter blinked and then hid behind the young woman. The young woman was not polite at all. She brought the little fox charm who looked like a maidservant and landed on the dragon rock. She let the fox charm wait in place and climbed the mountain alone. Lu Qiqing went to the little fox charm and said with a smile, "May I ask your name and where you live?" "I am Lu Qiqing, a scholar from the Baishan clan of the Baopian continent. My hometown is very close to Lakeview Academy." The young woman took a few steps back and said timidly, "I am Wei Taizhen from the North Continent." This scholar in a pink Taoist robe was too strange. Lu Qiqing was surprised and his eyes were full of pity. He said softly, "Sister Wei, you are really amazing. You came from so far away. You must return with a full load on this dragon rock trip. The quality of the dragon pearls on this mountain is very high. They are most suitable to be the finishing touch of the dragon fairy robe and water lake skirt. If Sister Wei wears it, it will be a match made in heaven. If you make a bracelet with the pearl of the palm, won't Sister Wei be misunderstood as a fairy from heaven?" Wei Taizhen was not embarrassed or angry. She only said, "Mr. Lu, if you continue like this, my master will be angry." Lu Qiqing pointed to the ground. They were still 7 or 8 steps away. He said with a smile, "I am only polite to Sister Wei. That lady will not be angry." Wei Taizhen said, "I have already been sent to be a maidservant by my master. Please don't talk nonsense. Besides, it is not up to you to decide whether my master will be angry or not." Lu Qiqing raised his sleeve and covered his mouth with a smile. "Sister Wei is really cute." Wei Taizhen said, "If you continue like this, I will not be polite to you." Lu Qiqing put down his sleeve and said with a smile, "Sister Wei and Brother Lu, there is no need to be polite." Chai Bofu squatted next to the fishing immortal, feeling bored. He felt that Lu Qiqing's personality was really hard to change. Previously, on the way to the north of the Baopian continent, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, no matter if she was a female cultivator on the mountain or a woman in the marketplace, he would go up and tease her. The key was that Lu Qiqing, this pervert, did not do anything. What was he after? On the peak of Dragon Rock, Guken finally smiled and said, "Long time no see." Li Lu nodded and said, "Not bad." Guken nodded and could not help but smile. Because Guken remembered some things from his childhood. Back then, in addition to being a follower of Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang, he actually liked to wander around by himself. When he encountered old and strong scoundrels, he could only run away and talk a little. However, in the shabby house in the westernmost part of the town, there was a peer called Li Huai who was one of the few pitiful people that Guken could bully back then. Li Huai could not win against him in scolding and fighting. Moreover, Li Huai was a good person and did not like to complain to his family, so Guken would go there to play from time to time. In the end, on a snowy day when there was no one around, when he was stuffing snowballs into Li Huai's collar, he was bumped into by Li Huai's sister. As a result, Guken was lifted by the thin and weak Li Lu with one leg and his head on the ground like a broom. After sweeping the snow in front of her house clean, she casually threw Guken on the ground. Guken was dizzy and got up. After running far away, he cursed Li Lu, saying that he would go back and ask Qin Pingon to bully her. Little girl, when the time came he would let Qin Pingon ride on her and beat her to death. Let's see who would dare to marry her in the future, Gukan asked. I heard that you went to the North Continent? Li Lu nodded. She looked at Lu Qiqing, who was at the foot of Dragonstone Mountain. Gukan said telepathically, he is the junior brother of the White Emperor City's city lord. Be careful. Although Lu Qiqing has a nasty mouth, he won't really do anything. Li Lu glanced at Gukan. You have changed a lot. Gukan smiled. It's okay. After that, Gukan was also shocked. She subconsciously rode the wind and flew several feet higher. Because when Li Lu stomped her foot, the entire dragon stone instantly shattered. It did not slowly sink into the sea. Instead, the entire mountain was directly shattered. In an instant, the vast world lost the dragon stone that belonged to Lushui Pit. Wei Taizhen swayed and quickly rode the wind to hover in the air. The fishing immortal who was guarding this place for Lushui Pit did not say anything. Chai Bofu was almost scared out of his wits. Lu Qiqing turned his head and looked at the young woman in a daze. Li Lu asked, do you want to die? Lu Qiqing felt wronged. My senior brother is not far away. Li Lu asked, oh? Then I will help you call Jing Juzhong? The White Emperor City Lord's real name was Jing Juzhong, and his courtesy name was Xian. However, in the vast world, how many people dared to call this big shot of the demonic path by his name? Lu Qiqing immediately shook his head. No, I have something to do. I have to go. Lu Qiqing shouted, Brother Longbow, we should hurry. Chai Bofu swallowed his saliva and stood up trembling. He carefully rode the wind and went far away. Gukan and Li Lu cupped their fists and bid farewell. In the end, they were from the same hometown. Gukan was not too afraid of Li Lu. Even if she crushed the dragon stone, Gukan's state of mind still did not ripple. Therefore, only the old fisherman was left on the old site of the dragon stone. When Lu Qiqing and the other two left, the old fisherman knelt down and said in a trembling voice, the old official of Lushui Pit pays his respects. Li Lu frowned and interrupted the old fisherman. Take all the southern sea lone riders and go to the northern continent to assist Xin Lin of the southern Xunshui Hall. She will be the new Duke of Spirit Origin, but her realm is not enough. The old fisherman still did not dare to get up. He said loudly, I accept the decree. Li Lu reached out and grabbed the shattered dragon rest stone that had sunk into the sea. She gathered it into a pearl and put it into her sleeve. After the old fisherman's figure disappeared, Wei Taizhen came to Li Lu's side and asked softly, Master. Li Lu said, let's go to Lushui Pit first. Jing Juzhong is already there. However, after Li Lu rode the wind to Lushui Pit, she was still not in a hurry. She suddenly smiled and said, go back early. My brother should have reached the northern continent. Wei Taizhen nodded. Therefore, Li Lu grabbed Hu Mei's shoulder and instantly placed herself in Lushui Pit. Lushui Pit was like a palace city. There were many jade palaces and countless halls. The White Emperor City Lord stood at the top of the stairs outside the main hall. Beside him stood a plump woman in a palace dress. When she saw Li Lu, she asked softly, City Lord, this person? Is it really? The man smiled and said, you shouldn't have refined this Lushui Pit as your natal item. Li Lu climbed up step by step. The woman in the palace dress suddenly blushed and bent her knees slightly. When Li Lu reached the middle of the stairs, the woman's knees were almost touching the ground. When Li Lu reached the top of the stairs, the woman was already crawling on the ground. The man was not surprised at all. With just a Lushui Pit, it was difficult for an Ascendant Realm cultivator to bear the weight of all the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles. Otherwise, this young woman in front of him with her current realm would be able to withstand it. Li Lu stepped on the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon and said to the man, we meet again. The White Emperor City Lord smiled and said, do you really plan to spend the rest of your life in this life? Li Lu looked into the distance, still stepping on the head of the Ascendant Realm. She nodded and said, there must be an end to it. The sky was clear and the sun was hanging high in the sky. A little boy in green and a young man in black rode the wind for 1,000 miles from the desolation ground to a high place and looked down at the earth. It was the boundary of a small vassal state of the Great Yuan dynasty. The drought here was severe and there had been no rain for several months. The tree bark was eaten up and the refugees were scattered in other states. However, the people were far away from their homes, and how far could they travel? Therefore most of them starved to death on the way. The young man in black was puzzled and said, "You came back to find me just to let me see this scene?" The little boy in green with a bamboo box on his back and a bamboo cane was a little unhappy and said, "Just tell me if you can help me with this. I don't have any magic weapon that can carry water, so I can't move too much water of desolation ground. If I move the water of desolation ground without permission, the water dragon sect will definitely stop me. Li Yuan, you are my only friend here. If you feel embarrassed, I will go back and move the water of desolation ground, and you can pretend that you didn't see it." The young man said helplessly, "Is this something you need to care about now? My good brother, the matter of traveling the river is more important than the sky. I beg you to pay more attention to it." The little boy in green bit his lips and said, "If I didn't see the pitiful appearance of those people, I wouldn't care. But since I saw it, I feel uncomfortable. If my master was here, he would definitely do something." It was Qin Lingjun who traveled from east to west along the desolation ground, and Li Yuan, one of the desolation ground's water masters, who hit it off at first sight. The two of them were already at Darling Island, chopping chicken heads and burning yellow paper. They could be considered as sworn brothers. Previously on the journey, Qin Lingjun wanted to investigate the geography of the mountains and rivers on both sides of the desolation ground, so he stayed away from the desolation ground. He didn't expect that the further away he was from the desolation ground, the more miserable it was. The sun was scorching hot and the rice along the way had withered. In the mountains and fields there was almost no green. The rivers and wells were all dried up. The local officials almost put down all their government affairs, or led people to dig wells, or kowtow to pray for rain. Then Qin Lingjun met a group of refugees on the road. Under a withered tree they hid from the scorching sun. Among them, there was a skinny little girl in the arms of her lifeless mother. She was dying and her lips were dry and cracked, but there was no trace of blood. She could only babble and whimper. Qin Lingjun, who was known for being heartless in Luopa Mountain, couldn't bear to see the little girl like this. After saving the little girl and the others, Qin Lingjun returned to the Dragon Palace and called Li Yuan to come here. Li Yuan said seriously, "Aren't you curious why the emperor, ministers and immortal masters of this country still can't summon clouds and rain? Why can't they borrow water from the desolation ground? Let me tell you, the drought here is caused by the weather. It's not the work of demons or cultivators. Therefore, according to the rules, the people of this country should face this tribulation. The emperor of this small country shouldn't have angered the emperor of the Diyun dynasty for something a few years ago. The gods of the mountains and rivers in this country suffered before the people. The mountain gods were slightly better, but the water immortals had their Tao damaged. Other than a few river gods and water gods, many Hebo and Granny he were in a worse state. There was no water in their territory and their golden bodies were boiled day and night. Now no outsider dared to help them. Otherwise, a few earth immortals from the cloud palace of the Zhou Xian Bureau would be able to summon rain with their water spells. That emperor was related to a direct disciple of Shao Jingji from the south sect of the Water Dragon sect, but he couldn't be summoned either. Desolation ground traversed the east and west of the North Continent. There used to be 3 great desolation temples. The lower temple near the Spring Dew Garden was destroyed long ago. The upper temple was controlled by the Xianxia of the Zhou Xian Bureau. As for the middle temple, it was refined by the Water Dragon sect into the ancestral hall. In fact, the real owner was the water god of incense, Li Yuan. Qin Lingjun held the mountain traveling staff in his hand tightly and said in a low voice, "I don't care about this. If I can't walk the river, my master will scold me at most. However, if I go against my conscience and don't save him, I won't have the face to go home even if I succeed in walking the river." Qin Lingjun began to mumble as if to boost his courage. "If my master knows about this, I won't be able to stay even if I have the face to. I know my master's temper better than anyone else. Anyway, if I really offend the Great Yuan dynasty and the Xianxia of the Zhou Xian Bureau because of this, I'll just return to Luopa Mountain and be scolded by my master. It's nothing." Li Yuan was puzzled. Qin Pingon planned so carefully for you to walk the river. In the end, you gave up halfway and returned to your hometown with your tail between your legs. Will he really only scold you when the time comes? Qin Lingjun chuckled. He might even praise me a little. Li Yuan's expression turned solemn as he said, "Brother, don't blame me for dampening your enthusiasm. I'll tell you about some things of the past. Think carefully before you make a decision." The primordial true dragon has countless bloody precedents for summoning the rain. If you're not careful, you'll be detained on the dragon beheading platform. If it's light, your tendons will be pulled and your skin skinned. If it's heavy, your dragon claws will be chopped off and your primordial spirit will be imprisoned for hundreds or thousands of years. Then you'll be demoted to a minor god in the mortal world. The drought in this country isn't a man-made disaster but a calamity. You don't have the identity of a local god. If you forcefully interfere, you'll be tainted with karma. Even if the Zhou Xian Bureau turns a blind eye to you, it'll greatly affect your ability to walk the river in the future. The heavenly tribulation will only be more severe. Think about it. Before you transform into a dragon, you dared to change the heavens as a little water creature belonging to the flood dragon. If you walk the river and transform into a dragon, won't you be even more fearless? If the heavens don't punish you, who will they punish? Qin Lingjun said weakly, "Don't persuade me. I'm scared to death now. You're not a loyal brother. You know I won't change my mind, but you still scare me like this." Li Yuan sighed. All right. Brothers who only share blessings aren't true brothers. We have to see if we dare to share difficulties together. Scope. The future Marquis of Longting, will bring you to meet the future Duke Ji Ling Yuan. As long as she's willing to agree, even if the Yangs of the Chongxian Bureau bear a grudge, it won't be a big problem. As for the Water Dragon sect, Sun Jia and Xiao Jingji, I can still deal with them. Qin Lingjun was overjoyed and then asked curiously, "The future Duke Ji Xia Ling Yuan? Who is it? Should I prepare a gift for our first meeting?" If he could really do this, even if he had to hand over a Dragon King basket, he would endure it. Li Yuan laughed. "It's Sister Xinlin in the Nanxun Shui Hall. You praised her so much." Of course, Li Yuan was talking nonsense. Qin Lingjun kept saying that Sister Xinlin was so beautiful. It was absolutely true. Qin Lingjun couldn't believe it. He looked at the ground under his feet. "Don't lie to me." This back and forth. Qin Lingjun was silent for a moment and continued, "Many people may die." Li Yuan stopped smiling and said, "Since we have made a decision, then let's be of one mind. I will lend you a jade token that can store the water of an ordinary river god. You can go directly to Zhou Xian to carry the water. I will go directly to the Southern Sun Water Hall to find Xinlin and ask her for a decree of Lord Ling Yuan. She will be promoted to Lord Ling Yuan of the Great Blasphemy, which is a sure thing. Because the Academy and the Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin have already received the news and understood tacitly. Only I, the Marquis of Longting, am still a little variable. Now I can only put on airs in the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect." Li Yuan gave a 1 meter of sweet rain to Qin Lingjun. He flew away and returned to the cave of the Dragon Palace. Qin Lingjun held the jade token and went to a secluded place by the Jixieling River. He secretly jumped into the water and began to use his natal water technique to secretly store the water into the jade token. Li Yuan first went to the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect and told him that he was going to move the water personally. The Water Dragon sect and the Chongxian Bureau could just tell him directly. Sun Jia smiled and nodded. Li Yuan's eyes widened. "Damn it, you really said it directly? Aren't you afraid that old immortal Yang will come and chop me to death?" Sun Jia smiled. "No matter how strong the Yunshao Palace of the Chongxian Bureau is, they wouldn't dare to do this." Li Yuan rubbed his chin. "That's right. Fire Dragon Immortal and I are good brothers. A small Chongxian Bureau is nothing. If they dare to chop me, I'll go to the Earth Peak and hug Fire Dragon Immortal's leg and cry." Li Yuan then hurried to the Southern Xuanshui Hall to visit the water god Xinlin, who was going to be his superior. He was a little shy because he had a request. He didn't expect Xinlin to give him a decree with the seal of Duke Ling Yuan. She handed it to Li Yuan and asked if he needed her help to move the water. Li Yuan held the scroll in his hand and said in shock, "Xinlin, you're about to be promoted to Duke Ling Yuan. Aren't you afraid that you'll have a bad relationship with the Dayuan dynasty and the Chongxian Bureau?" His brother Qin Lingjun had a big heart. When he heard that the water god and his master were old friends, and Li Yuan had indeed given him some hints that he shouldn't have, such as winking and saying that he knew that the Southern Xuanshui Hall's mistress appearance and bearing were extremely good. Since ancient times, the water immortals loved scholars the most. Furthermore, his master was a young and promising handsome guy. Li Yuan stretched out 2 thumbs and touched it gently. Therefore Qin Lingjun believed it at that time. He hugged Li Yuan's shoulder and said, I know. Let's go see how my master's little wife looks like." When they arrived at the southern Xianxia hall, Qin Lingjun really didn't treat himself as an outsider. Moreover, he didn't know that Xinlin was destined to be the great disrespect Duke Ling Yuan. Therefore he didn't treat the water god as an outsider. Logically speaking, the virtuous Xinlin wouldn't have a bad impression of Qin Lingjun, a water snake from another continent. However, it definitely wouldn't be good either. If Qin Lingjun wasn't a little boy in green, the southern Xianxia hall probably wouldn't have opened its doors to Qin Lingjun in the future. At that time, Li Yuan felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, he was in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. His brother, Qin Lingjun, didn't need to care about whether Xinlin, a woman, liked him or not. At this moment, Xinlin smiled and asked, "Isn't the Great Yuan dynasty and the Zhou Xian bureau worried that they would fall out with me?" Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. "Women don't lose out to men. I'm convinced by your words." When Li Yuan left the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, Qin Lingjun had already revealed his true form. He carried the jade token and started to create clouds and rain. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were covered in dark clouds without any warning. Then there was a sudden rain. Many local Qi refinement warriors who rushed over upon seeing this phenomenon bowed to the green snake in the clouds one after another to express their gratitude. Li Yuan realized that Qin Lingjun seemed to be very unfamiliar with creating clouds and rain. Therefore he helped to tidy up the sea of clouds and rain. 2 hours later, Li Yuan sat on a piece of cloud. Qin Lingjun returned to his human form and came to Li Yuan's side. He leaned back and was exhausted, but he still thanked Li Yuan. There was a long silence. Li Yuan looked at the mountains and rivers of the human world that were moistened by the torrential rain. He clapped his hands and smiled. The grass in the drought river turns yellow. The birds die from the heat. The fish roe turns into locusts. Smoke rises from the water temple. The little dragon wriggles out, carrying the green sky and washing away the red. Qin Lingjun had already sat up and looked into the distance. He was in a daze. He had always been such a person. He liked to speak harshly and did things without thinking too much. Therefore he was naturally happy that he had succeeded in creating the rain. He did not have any regrets. However, in the future he would be obstructed by the Great Yuan dynasty or increase the Great Tao tribulation at the Spring Dew Garden. As a result, he could not cross the river. This made Qin Lingjun worried. He did not know how to face Zhu Lian. How could he boast about himself to Pei Qian, Nuanshu and Mili? Just like what Zhu Lian said, he was just short of marking out the places to eat and shit. If he still could not cross the river, he, Qin Lingjun, could drown himself. Therefore Qin Lingjun only hoped for one thing. It would be great if his master, who was the kindest person in the world, had returned home before he returned to Luapa Mountain. With his master on Luapa Mountain, he would feel more at ease. If he did something wrong, he would at most be scolded. If he did something right, he would at least have a smile on his face. Moreover, Qin Lingjun was still thinking about his master's wealth. With his master's temper, he would definitely have a few snake gallstones. Qin Lingjun did not need the snake gallstones. However, that stupid girl Nuanshu, the black snake on Chiduan Mountain, and the python on Yellow Lake Mountain still needed them. His master was inhumane when he was stingy. However, he was even more inhumane when he was generous. Qin Lingjun jumped up. He had to continue on his journey. Li Yuan said, "Take Xinlin's decree and my jade token with you. If the Great Yuan dynasty is blind enough to block your way, take them out. It won't be too late to return them the next time you cross the river." Qin Lingjun hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had no choice. Qin Lingjun was already afraid that a sage-like old Taoist from the Zhou Xian agency would suddenly appear and slap him to death. Qin Lingjun decided to find a way to boost his courage. Otherwise, his legs would be a little weak and he would not be able to walk. After thinking for a long time, he asked Li Yuan, "You don't know that my master is one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world? I've learned some superficial knowledge from him. I'll show you, lest you think I'm bragging." Li Yuan raised his hand. "Don't. Take it as a brother begging you. I don't want to hurt my eyes." Unexpectedly, Qin Lingjun had already started to shake. He stood on one leg and twisted his arms backward. He leaned forward and asked, "What do you think of my great rock spreading wings?" Li Yuan said angrily, "You're blind." Qin Lingjun laughed loudly. He carried the bamboo box, held the mountain traveling staff and floated away. Li Yuan sat cross-legged. Without turning his head, he sneered. Little heavenly lord of the Zhou Xian agency came so quickly? Why are you finding trouble with my brother? If you dare to make a move on Qin Lingjun, don't blame me for flooding the Zhou Xian agency. A young scholar in black holding a folding fan walked up to the clouds. A small yellow silk bag was tied to his waist. The colorful clouds overflowed and were very eye-catching. This person sat beside Li Yuan. He closed the folding fan and gently tapped the palm of his hand. He smiled and said, Li Shuijing, you think too much. Yang Mumao and that Qin Haoran are rare friends in the world. It's a pity that we haven't met since we parted in the Ghost Valley. I really miss brother Qin Haoran. Li Yuan was confused. Qin Haoran, brother Qin Haoran? That Qin Pingon? The scholar said, Qin Haoran and I are brothers of the same generation. Li Shuijing and Qin Lingjun are sworn brothers. Isn't my seniority over Li Shuijing for nothing? Li Yuan laughed. As long as little heavenly lord is happy. The scholar said, the rain dragon swings its tail in the dark clouds, carrying the blue sky and embracing the blue sky. Li Yuan said angrily, what, a poetry competition? The scholar laughed. Rather than a poetry competition with Li Shuijing, it's better to watch Qin Lingjun fight. Fighting with that Qin Haoran was the most interesting. Li Yuan suddenly took pleasure in his misfortune. Little heavenly lord, you're still at the bottom of the younger 10. The scholar nodded. Being at the bottom is good. There's hope. The North Continent came from the Qianglin sect. Not only did it select the younger 10, it also selected the younger 10 from the neighboring Aquarius continent. However, the cultivators of the North Continent were not interested in the latter. Because Qi Jinglong became the new sect master of the Taihui sword sect, he was naturally not in the new 10. Otherwise it would be too disrespectful of a sword sect. The Qianglin sect was worried that the nearby mountains would be flattened by the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. Most of the old faces were Lin Su, who was still in first place. The wild cultivator Huang Shi and the martial artist Xionyang, this pair of old enemies who almost fought to the death on Shuli Mountain, were still on the list. Yang Jinshan, who was already at the bottleneck of the far travel realm, Chongxian Bureau's little heavenly lord Yang Ningxing, and Water Scripture Mountain's fairy Lu Sui. As for the other two, they were expected by the crowd. The only exception was the girl. Everyone guessed that she was the Lion Peak's direct disciple who had appeared out of nowhere, Li Lu. As for Zhou Xian, who was heavily injured by He Xiaoyang, it was not difficult for him to be on the list. However, the Qianglin sect did not dare to include him. After all, Zhou Xian had become the laughingstock of the entire North Continent. As for the Aquarius continent, apart from the younger 10, there were also 10 substitutes. There were so many that the cultivators of the North Continent would probably feel sleepy just looking at them. Ma Kushuan, the great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, one of the golden children of the Divine Grandeur sect, the bastard son of the Jiang clan of Yunlin, Jiang Yun, a young man of the Zhuing dynasty who had been sleepwalking in the mountains. He had received the teachings of a deity and obtained a sword immortal relic. The scholar chuckled. There's actually no good brother. The Qianglin sect's bulletin really disappoints me. Li Yuan was a little confused. How did Qin Pingon provoke this young heavenly lord? With Qin Pingon's silly good temper, could it be that he had already suffered a great loss? The scholar said, I'm going to watch the show. I won't accompany Li Shuijing in the sun. I'm going to see Sword Immortal Wei. Li Yuan said, what's the Chongxian Bureau's intention? The scholar laughed. I'm Yang Mumao. How would I know what the Chongxian Bureau's intentions are? Li Yuan said angrily, aren't you despicable? How did a young heavenly lord become like this? The scholar laughed and flew away with the wind. There were actually only 2 people of the younger generation that could enter the eyes of the North Continent. The 10th realm martial artist of Dali Song Zhangqiang and the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple Wei Jin were indeed young. They were both around 50 years old. To the cultivators on the mountain with their current realms, they could be said to be so young that it made one's hair stand on end. One of them was like the retired emperor of the Song clan, while the other was already a true sword immortal. It was indeed inappropriate to throw them into the list of the 10 young people. The Qianglin sect was not afraid of a pure Jade realm sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent. However, Wei Jin had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had been stationed there for many years. He must be familiar with the sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Qi Jinglong, the patriarch of the discipline Huang Tong, and Shi Kai of the floating duckweed sword lake. This kind of relationship was not something that could be won by exchanging cups on the table. Moreover, in the eyes of the North Continent cultivators, there were only two types of sword immortals in the world. The heroes who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the good-for-nothings who had not. Even the great sword immortal Bai Shang, who was the #1 person in the north, would be secretly mocked by the North Continent cultivators. Therefore, even the Qianglin sect, which had no relations with the Wind Snow Temple, was still willing to show some respect to Wei Jin. As for how Wei Jin returned this respect, it was even more so in the North Continent. Xianxia, the sword immortal who crossed continents. A woman quietly came ashore in the northern part of the Tongye continent. In the Tongye sect, she found a foreign sword immortal who was cultivating by the water. Left and right. Currently, all the immortal sects in the North Continent, including the Jade Gui sect, the Fuyao sect and the Taiping Mountain, were building on a large scale. The Tongye sect was no exception. After meeting left and right, she introduced herself as Changming, who came from the prison, and would cultivate in the Luopa Mountain in the future. Left and right listened to her description of little junior brother. He just nodded and said, "Very good." Changming wanted to say something but stopped. Left and right stood by the water. "When this matter is settled, I'll go and fetch little junior brother." Changming looked bitter. As expected, the hidden official had expected it. He could only whisper, "Master told me that if you have such thoughts, I hope you." Left and right waved his hand and said, "Who's the senior brother and who's the junior brother? You don't have any rules." Changming was speechless. Left and right remembered something. While he still had some free time, he said, "I'm going to the buried river. I won't send you off." Left and right flew away on his sword. Changming could do nothing about it. He left the Tongye sect and went to the Aquarius continent. In the night, in the Mirage city of the Great Spring Dynasty, Jiang Shangzhen was chatting happily with the lady of Chaozhou. She was admiring the moonlight while Jiang Shangzhen was admiring the beauty. The lady of Chaozhou, who was born as a peony, was really a national beauty. Tonight's trip was not in vain. There seemed to be thunder in the sky. Jiang Shangzhen looked over and saw the sword celestial passing by. He laughed and got up. He excused himself from the lady of Chaozhou and flew away, ignoring the great city defense array of the Mirage City. The lady of Chaozhou did not come back to her senses for a long time. Didn't this elegant scholar say that he was a scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examination? Just because he was embarrassed he could only shamelessly stay in the Taoist temple? After a while, Jiang Shangzhen, who was slashed to the ground, shook off the dust resentfully and secretly returned to the Mirage City. He returned to the Taoist temple and apologized to the lady of Chaozhou. The lady of Chaozhou's eyes were filled with resentment. She held her chest and asked, "Who are you?" The man raised his cup and laughed softly. "I didn't ask you if I was a guest from the heavens, but you asked me for my name. Wouldn't that make me, a mortal, even more vulgar?" The lady of Chaozhou sighed and waved her sleeves. "Go away. You don't say anything serious. I don't dare to drink with you." Jiang Shangzhen stood up and left. He left the mountain traveling staff at the banquet. The lady of Chaozhou did not remind him. A sword light fell in front of the aquamarine palace by the buried river. He said to the female ghost gatekeeper, "Inform your lady of water god." Before the lady of the buried river finished speaking, the lady of the buried river, who was eating a bowl of eel noodles, had already noticed the sudden visit of a sword immortal. She was worried that her gatekeeper, who was a ghost, would be accidentally killed by the sword immortal because he was an eyesore. She had no choice but to come to the gate in an instant. Her cheeks were bulging and she stepped through the gate of the mansion while cursing. Sword immortals were so great. How could they disturb her supper in the middle of the night? When she saw the ordinary-looking man, she burped and then asked loudly, "What are you doing?" The lady of the buried river smiled and said, "My name is Swazwa. I am Qin Pingan's senior fellow apprentice." The lady of the buried river was stunned at first, and then her eyes lit up. She slapped herself in the face. It was not a dream. Motherf *Ker, the disciples of Old Master Wensheng are each more handsome than the last. On the bank of the great blasphemy in the middle of the aquamarine continent, Cui Dongshan was reading a book. Lu Qingfeng was eating a slightly cold and hard zongzi at the side, chewing and swallowing slowly. Cui Dongshan closed the book and handed the freshly printed book to Lu Qingfeng. I'll lend it to you to take a look. Lu Qingfeng took the book and flipped through the book while eating the zongzi. At first he flipped through the pages of the book very quickly, but he still ate the zongzi very slowly. Lu Qingfeng seemed to have seen something interesting and laughed. He turned the book a little slower. It was a story about the mountains and rivers of a pair of good friends. Their ages were not too different. They were 7 or 8 years apart. They were both born in poor alleys. The younger one finally went to a place called Qingzhou Lake and took the lead to embark on the path of cultivation. In an alley, the older youth was still a martial artist who had just learned martial arts when he left his hometown. One was called Gu Chan and the other was called Qin Pingon. At a young age, Gu Chan went to Qingzhou Lake, which was full of wild cultivators. He kidnapped many young women and served as the opening lady of his own mansion. He wanted to give them to Qin Pingon, who he regarded as his elder brother. The latter was the leader of the 10 friends of Qingzhou Lake. The story was generally divided into 2 lines that went hand in hand. Gu Chan was the devil incarnate in Book Lake, while Qin Pingon was alone and left his hometown to travel. In the end, the 2 of them met again. The young man, who was already a martial arts grandmaster, saved Gu Chan, who had killed innocent people. In the end, he gave some secular gold and silver and pretended to hold a few rituals in an attempt to stop people from talking. After that, the young martial artist immediately left quietly. Gu Chan even changed his name and disappeared without a trace. In the end, an immortal sect joined forces with a garrison of iron cavalry to clean up the mess. They held the grand ritual of Zhou and the land and water Dao field for those who had died in vain. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "What do you think after reading it?" Lu Qingfeng asked back, "What happened to the 2 groups of people who wrote and engraved this book?" Cui Dongshan said, "They were either dead or injured." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "They had a good sense of propriety. If they were to kill all of them, they would be too ruthless. They would treat the spectators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain as fools." Since that young martial artist who was well-read had some conscience and liked to fish for fame, he naturally wouldn't act so tyrannically. If I were the one who planned this behind the scenes, I would have let Gu Chan commit murder. Then Qin Pingon would appear to stop the former. However, he accidentally gave himself away and was recognized by those who were lucky enough to survive. In this way it would be reasonable. It's not reasonable, it's in line with the plot. In the Mountain and Water Palace Bulletin, which Immortal Mountain was the first to recommend this book, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's a small sect on the mountain that specializes in this bowl of rice. They have already run away. Of course, it's also possible that they were killed to silence them. They did it secretly and can't find out for the time being. To be honest, I'm too lazy to investigate." Lu Qingfeng sighed and said, "Speaking of which, the first page of this book is only a few thousand words. It's really simple and moving. The hardships of many people are written at the tip of the pen. The immortal masters and scholars on the mountain should really read it carefully." All kinds of local customs were described. The young man went up the mountain to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He carried a basket down the mountain and haggled with the rich man in the market at the door. He was scolded by the latter and retreated down the stairs. When the young man took the string of copper coins, his palms were full of calluses. During the bitter winter, the young man went up the mountain to pick herbs to earn money. The frostbite on his hands cracked. When he picked the herbs, he was careful to avoid staining them with blood. When he sold them to the medicine shop at the foot of the mountain, the price was low. The description of these things was often just a few words, but it made people feel pity for the young man when they read the opening words. There were also some strange words that were enough to make men understand. For example, the small town custom described in the book, slow harvest. It said that when the wheat in the countryside was ripe, the orphan and widow could pick up the remaining wheat after the villagers who harvested the wheat. Even if it was not their own wheat field, the farmers would not drive them away, and the young villagers who harvested the wheat would not look back. It was very ancient. The beauty of the book was in a sentence. The young man helped the widow. When he looked up and saw the figure of the woman squatting on the ground, he blushed and quickly lowered his head. Then he turned his head and looked at the plump wheat beside him. Raising his head, lowering his head and turning his head, he brought to life the simple, ignorant and complicated thoughts of a hard-working youth with just one sentence. The story after the beginning would probably be liked by the down-and-out scholars. the people of the Jianghu or the cultivators on the mountain. Because other than Gu Chan's unscrupulous killing in Qingzhou Lake, it also wrote about the young man's fortuitous encounters after that. A series of big and small fortuitous encounters were intertwined, but it did not seem abrupt. He picked up an old fist manual deep in the mountains. When he went out to travel, he met an otherworldly expert by chance. After he mastered his fist technique, he mistakenly entered an immortal's mansion and learned a superior technique. He killed people with his fists and claimed righteousness everywhere. Even when he traveled across mountains and rivers, when he met demons and ghosts, he punched decisively and to his heart's content. He had the spirit of a high-spirited young hero. He hit it off with many mountain gods and water immortals at first sight. Among them there was the chance meeting with those close female friends in the Jianghu, the wishful love between the two of them, and in order to help a beautiful female ghost clear her name, he caused a ruckus in the city god pavilion and so on. It was also written in an extremely unique and moving way. What a young man who had a tender heart for the fairer sex. The key was that the young wanderer was diligent and eager to learn from his travels. There was a lot of writing. After that, it was the main show at Qingzhou Lake. Danger surrounded him. Before one wave subsided, another wave rose. Finally, he succeeded in saving Gu Chan, who had offended the public, from the hands of the wild cultivators. During this period, the young martial artist was full of wisdom. With the help of the immortal's magic, he gained a blessing in disguise. He obtained a blade-nourishing gourd by chance, and 2 fairies secretly helped to take care of him. He even did not hesitate to fall out with his sect. It was enough to make the onlookers who were flipping through the books exclaim in satisfaction. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he was still holding a small half-dumpling in his hand and ate it. Qingzhou Lake, Book Slip Lake. It was too numerous to write down. Gu Chan, the repentant Chan homonym Gu Kan Chin Pingdian. Of course it was homonym Chin Pingan. At the end of the book it was written, the young wanderer looked back at Qingzhou Lake and felt that he had a clear conscience. However, he could not help but feel uneasy. He tugged at the collar of his green robe that looked like a scholar's robe and was speechless for a long time. With mixed feelings, he could only drink a mouthful of wine and leave in a daze. What a wonderful leaving in a daze. As for whether the young wanderer returned home or continued to travel in Jianghu, it was not written in the book. Lu Qingfeng gently patted the closed book and suddenly asked, if Qin Pingan had a chance to read this book, what would he do? Cui Dongshan thought for a moment and said, if he read good words and poems, he might have to copy the transcript. After reading it, he would probably only think that Qin Pingdian was too ridiculous. He was not smart and cautious at all. He was not like him at all. He wished that he could edit the script for the machete man. Lu Qingfeng asked again, what if he could see the author with his own eyes? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, I knew the answer before, but now I'm not sure. Lu Qingfeng rarely asked the question to the end. In the past he could kill with one punch. Now that he has seen the real events in the world, he might not. Or in the past he might not, but now he can kill with one punch? Cui Dongshan leaned back and said with a cheeky smile, God knows. Lu Qingfeng returned the book to Cui Dongshan and said with a smile, read the book, eat your fill, and do what a scholar should do. That's what a scholar should do. After laughing, Cui Dongshan began to roll around beside Lu Qingfeng. 690. The god of the buried river led the great sword immortal that he had admired for a long time into the door. They went around a screen wall that was connected to the buried river, passed through a corridor and arrived at the main hall. An old chef had just returned from the kitchen. He held a small plate that contained the Lu family's chaotian pepper. It had been boiled in heavy oil and was bright red with a spicy smell. The old chef stuttered, Mother, do you still want the chaotian pepper? Previously, the water goddess felt that tonight's fried eel noodles were not strong enough, so she asked the old chef to cook a plate of chaotian pepper. She did not expect that the sword immortal would arrive at the Green Turing Palace without waiting. She glanced at the small plate in the old chef's hand and the bowl of fried eel noodles on the table. Finally, she turned to look at the sword immortal beside her. She was embarrassed. It was rare for her to have supper, but she bumped into him. If she had known, she would have changed to a smaller bowl. The left and right said, Water goddess, just continue eating supper. I'm not in a hurry to return to the Tong Yi sect. After eating, I'll talk about business. Look, what is an approachable sword immortal? What is a gentle, respectful, and thrifty scholar? The direct disciple of the sage of literature in front of her was one. She only felt that the scholars from the school of the sage of literature were all so considerate. She asked tentatively, "Do you want a bowl for Mr. Zhou?" The left and right sat down at the side and looked at the big bowl on the table. "No need." "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhou to wait for me for a moment. My stomach is the biggest." After saying those polite words, she did not stand on ceremony anymore. She took the plate from the old chef and poured it into the noodles. She held her chopsticks and stirred it. Then she began to eat supper. She habitually put one leg on the chair and suddenly remembered that Mr. Zhou was beside her. She quickly sat upright. Every 3 chopsticks she would pick up the wine pot on the table and take a sip of the Green Turing Palace's home-brewed wine. The wine was strong and matched with Chaotian pepper. Every time she drank, the short water goddess would close her eyes and shiver. She would wipe the sweat on her face and continue eating the bowl of eel noodles. The Green Turing Palace did not have those messy and complicated formalities. It could not be said that the rules were strict. For example, old chef did not leave after arriving at the main hall. He had a good reason to wait for the water goddess to finish her meal before taking away the dishes. A few Green Turing Palace female officials and maidservants who had once been drowned in the river carefully stood on both sides of the door. After all, a sword immortal was not commonly seen. It was good for them to take in some of the immortal aura of a sword immortal. None of them dared to make a ruckus. They just stared with their eyes wide open, sizing up the man who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. So he was that Mr. Zhou who had visited the Tong Yi sect twice. In the words of his own water goddess, it was to kill Du Mao of the Ascendant Realm with one sword. In the heavens and the earth there is only me, Mr. Zhou. In front of Mr. Zhou, there is no one in our Tong Yi continent who can fight. Even old Sun of the Jade Tablet sect is no good, let alone the new sect leader Jiang Xianxia. After the buried river god finished his noodles, he stared at the gate and said, "Haven't you seen enough?" They drifted away with a crash. She chose to sit on the opposite side, but she chose a chair closer to the door and sat down. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. Usually there are no immortals who visit my Green Turing Palace. They always complain that I, the water goddess, have no face. This time I'll let them open their eyes." He opened his eyes and said, "It's fine." The reason why he rode his sword south to the buried river and visited the Green Turing Palace tonight was because there were some things that he wanted to personally hand over to the water goddess, who was said by his junior brother to be a buried river. Back then, outside the wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon said it himself. At that time, the 2 gentlemen who were sitting in the middle were drinking wine and drinking with the story of their last disciple. The buried river god's Green Turing Palace had many twists and turns. If it wasn't for the help of the gentleman Zhong Kuei from the Fu Academy, the Green Turing Palace might not have been promoted and would have been recorded by the Academy. However, the buried river god insisted on a classic of the Sage of Literature as the treasure of the Green Turing Palace in the future. This was indeed against the rules. The Sage of Literature had been removed from the Confucian school, and the accompanying statue had been removed from the Confucian temple. All his works were banned and destroyed. The Hill Master of the Fu Academy was from the secondary sage residence, so the Green Turing Palace was still promoted to the Green Turing Palace. Other than being grateful to Zhong Kuei for speaking up for justice, the buried river god's impression of the Hill Master of the Fu Academy changed a lot. She seemed to be very nervous for the first time and the left and right didn't speak. The atmosphere in the hall was a little cold. The buried river god racked her brains to think of an opening speech. It was unknown whether she was shy or excited. Her eyes were shining but her teeth were chattering. She straightened her back and held the armrest of the chair tightly. In this way her feet were off the ground. "Mr. Zhou, everyone says that your swordsmanship and sword aura are the best in the world. Even the land immortals don't dare to get close to you within 100 miles. Just the sword aura alone is already a small world. It's just that Mr. Zhou is compassionate. In order to not hurt any living creatures, Mr. Zhou went to the sea to visit the immortals and left the human world." The left and right shook her head and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Back then, as long as I restrained myself, the sword aura wouldn't hurt others." She sighed and said, "Mr. Zhou is really strong." The left and right said, "You can call me left and right. I don't dare to be called Mr." She shook her head and said, "No, no, I won't call you Mr. Zhou. It's tacky to call you sword deity Zhou. There are actually many sword deities in the world, but there aren't many true scholars in my heart. As for calling you by your name, I'm not drunk. I don't dare." The left and right couldn't be bothered to care about this. He stood up, took out a book from his sleeve and walked towards the buried river god. She immediately jumped up and rubbed her hands on her clothes. Then she respectfully received the yellowed book. The book was made of the most ordinary material. In the past, it was engraved from a small country in the central divine continent. Other than the first edition, there was nothing else that could be praised about it. Because the bookseller's financial resources were mediocre, the bookstore's scale wasn't large. The paper, font, and engraving were all inferior. At that time, the sales of the books weren't good, so the teacher bought nearly 100 books out of his own pocket. Furthermore, he had a few disciples go to different bookstores to buy them. He was afraid that the bookstore wouldn't be able to sell a single book and felt that they weren't qualified to occupy a place in the bookstore. He would throw them into the warehouse and never see the light of day again. Back then, the group of people split up to buy books and were busy for several days. Every time they bought a book, left and went to the next bookstore after paying, so the return trip was extremely fast. Only Xiaoqi had to wait until nightfall before returning to the school. She didn't buy many books. When the teacher asked, Xiaoqi would answer and the teacher would laugh endlessly. It turned out that Xiaoqi would only buy one book every time she went to the bookstore. Furthermore, she would chat with the bookstore manager for half a day about the contents of the book. Most of the bookstore managers would mistakenly think that it was a book that had been collecting dust for a long time. Could it really be a pearl covered in dust? Was it actually a great work of a sage? It was actually able to make such a talented and intelligent scholar admire it so much. Therefore, after the event, he had to half believe it and half doubt it. He would then buy a few more books from the booksellers he was familiar with. Then, on the same day, Xiaoqi would remind his eldest senior brother at that time and go to the bookstore he had visited a few days later to buy another book. Left and right said, "Little junior brother promised by you palace that he would send a book of my teachers. It's just that little junior brother is busy now. I'm here tonight to deliver the book." She took the book with both hands and nodded gently. "I knew that Mr. Chen would definitely keep his word. I just didn't expect Mr. Zhou to help deliver the book." Left and right smiled and said, "Not only that, little junior brother told our teacher many things about the water god and Bayou Palace. After our teacher heard it, he was really happy, so he drank a lot of wine." She was extremely excited and said with a trembling voice, "Even the sage of literature knows about me?" Left and right nodded and said, "My teacher said that the water god is really a hero and has good taste. He even said that his knowledge is still inferior to that of the great Saint Master." In the past, the sage of literature's words were beautiful, but his writing was strict. His reasoning was thorough and the context was clear. Even those who were roughly literate could easily understand the meaning of the words. Therefore, the old man, who was only an old scholar, was known as the harmony of the three sects, great success of all scholars. The water god no longer knew what to say. She was a little dizzy, as if she had drunk 10,000 kilograms of wine in the world. Left and right said, "However, my teacher also reminded you that this book should be kept by the water god. Don't worship it. There's no need." She said, "Since it's the teachings of the sage of literature, I'll do it." Left and right took out several bamboo slips, stacked them together and handed them to her one by one. There were 6 words written on the first bamboo slip. Left and right explained, "This is the word, God. It was written by my teacher in 6 different fonts." When the sage of ritual created the word God, it had both form and sound. After that, as time passed, Zhuan Li Xing Chao Kai. The general meaning is that he hopes that the water god will not forget her duty and continue to protect the land. As for these bamboo slips, they were once owned by little junior brother. Buried river god took the first bamboo slip and felt that the words on the small bamboo slip weighed 1,000 kilograms. Left and right suddenly laughed. At that time Sir was drunk. It was little junior brother who insisted that Sir send a few more words to the Bayou Palace. "In fact, my teacher has not written for a long time." At that time little junior brother was at the side, urging Sir to write with more vigor. Otherwise, he would not be able to give it away and ruin Sir's great image in the water god's heart. Some things could be said, but some things could not be said. For example, at that time Left and Right felt that Qin Pingon was too unruly. As a disciple he did not have the etiquette that a disciple should have. However, just as left and right muttered, Qin Pingon called out to Sir, and Sir followed up with a slap. If one complained to one's fellow disciples and was beaten left and right, one would get used to it. Left and right handed over the second bamboo slip. This is Sir's high hopes for you. He hopes that your great Tao will be smooth in the future. The water accumulated into an abyss and the flood dragon was born. Good deeds became virtue and the gods were complacent, and the Sacred Heart was prepared. After handing over the third slip, left and right said, Sir said that the Bayou Palace and the Buried River God are worthy of these words. If one was determined to cultivate, one would be arrogant and rich. If one's morals were important, one would look down on the nobility. Left and right handed over the fourth bamboo slip. Before writing, Sir said that he was arrogant and shamelessly instructed the younger generation with a few words as an elder. He hoped that you would not mind. He also said that as the Buried River God, other than standing upright, you should also feel the joys and sorrows of the people in your jurisdiction. Now the gods all come from humans. Cheap gifts were righteous but noble courage and strength. The poor were robbers and the rich were thieves. Left and right handed over the last bamboo slip. Those who know themselves do not blame others. Those who know their fate do not blame the heavens. This sentence is what Sir said to you. In fact, it is what he said to all the scholars in the world. After receiving a book from the sage of literature and 5 bamboo slips, the water god of the Buried River God felt as if she was dreaming. She muttered, I can't afford it. Left and right said seriously, there is only one thing that I have to say more about. If you think that because you know Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon is Sir's last disciple, you are wrong. You have underestimated Sir's knowledge. The order theory of the sage of literature should not be understood in this way. It was first the water god of the Buried River and the Bayou Palace, and then the water god and little junior brothers meeting. It was your sincere recognition of the sage of literature's knowledge, and only then did Sir return the favor. She was in high spirits. Of course. After delivering the books and bamboo slips, left and right were about to return to the Tongyi sect. She looked at the night sky and urged him to stay. Mr. Zhou, don't you want to drink some wine? The Bayou Palace's wine is quite famous. Left and right shook his head. I don't like to drink. She felt a little regretful. It was a small flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Left and right said goodbye, crossed the threshold and flew away on the sword. She stood outside the door and looked up to see the sword immortal return to the north. She sighed with emotion. The tall Mr. Zhou is strong, strong, strong. Left and right left the waters of the Buried River, flying as fast as lightning. When they passed by the capital of the Great Spring, it was fortunate that Xianxia had learned his lesson. He thought of the time when he drank that year. Sir smiled drunkenly and asked little junior brother, if you want to see 1,000 years, count today. If you want to know billions, judge 1 or 2. Is it difficult? Little junior brother answered, to know the present from the past, to know the future from the near, to know 10,000 from 1, to know the great from the small, and to know the light from the dark. It is easy to know but difficult to do, but it is also not difficult. Sir laughed and asked left and right to bring another pot of wine. Remember to pay the bill. Senior brothers should settle accounts clearly. Just because it was little junior brother's wine shop, as the senior brother, he could not go against his conscience and credit. Qin Pingon was indeed much better than his senior brother in one aspect. He could let Sir drink without feeling lonely and could let Sir forget the worries of the past. Little junior brother was indeed the only one among the senior brothers who had a wife. No wonder Sir liked him the most. Regarding this, left and right was not the least bit unhappy. Left and right was very happy that Sir had accepted such a junior brother for himself in Little Qi. Regarding the excavation of the Aquarius continent, Cui Dongshan was actually a supervisor. The specific matters were handled by Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei. The real mastermind behind the scenes was Lu Qingfeng. One was Dali clan Gong's son, one was a general's son, and one was an old civil official of the vassal state Qinghuan country. Cui Dongshan never dealt with the cultivators on the mountain or the officials of the Great Desecration, and gave full authority to the 3 youths. Only when Lu Qingfeng felt that it was difficult, would Cui Dongshan make the decision. The latter had always been swift and decisive and almost never delayed matters. Along the way of the Great Desecration, they had to pass by dozens of vassal states' territories. The large and small temples of the mountain gods would all have to change their respective jurisdictions because of the great desecration, and even many of the sects on the mountain would have to move their mountain gate mansions and the entire ancestral hall. After Lin Shi returned from the Book Slip Lake, he was kept by Cui Dongshan's side to personally guide his cultivation. Earlier in Lin Shi's hometown, he used a blind Taoist Jia Cheng's ancestral mountain search map, and exchanged it with the city lord of White Emperor City for the 2 volumes of the Cloud Gem book. The first volume formed the Jindan, the second volume refined the Yuanying, and the second volume pointed to the Jade Pudding. Lin Shi was now in the Dragon Gate realm. Not only did he break through the realm quickly, but he also had enough tenacity. This was the real cultivation embryo. Lin Shi's original expectation was to strive to form the Jindan within 100 years. Now it seemed that it would be much earlier. The cave-dwelling realm and the Jindan realm were the 2 natural motes of a qi cultivator. Before entering the Jindan realm, the so-called geniuses in the general sense could not stand up to scrutiny. There were countless ordinary people who were beaten back to their original state by the matter of whether or not they could form the Jindan. They would linger in the Dragon Gate realm for the rest of their lives. From then on, they would be dispirited and completely hopeless. The most taboo of Taoism was to have 3 or 6 years. However, for Cui Dongshan, common sense did not work. Lin Shi directly passed the 3 volumes of the Cloud Gem book to Cui Dongshan. After the latter finished reading them, he immediately filled the 3 volumes with annotations and returned them to Lin Shi. If Lin Shi did not understand the true meaning of the words, he could consult him face to face. Today, Lin Shi accompanied Cui Dongshan to inspect a dam. Dust covered the sun and the river channel was already formed. However, the water had not been brought here yet. The laborers on this side of the river could not see the people on the other side. From this, it could be seen that the water of great blasphemy would be vast in the future. Cui Dongshan patted the dust around him with his sleeves time and time again. Back then, when we were traveling to study, Thank You's wife was arrogant and looked down on everyone except you. Lin Shi nodded. Everyone could tell. Thank You's aloofness had always been more straightforward. On the contrary, he was easy to deal with. The person that Lin Shi could not see through was actually the crown prince of the fallen Lu family, Yu Lu. Just that when these words came out of Cui Dongshan's mouth, it sounded like he was scolding someone. Qin Pingan and Yu Lu were pure martial artists. Li Baoping and Li Huai were still young at that time. Before Thank You became a felon, he was recognized as the top immortal species in the Lu family dynasty, and was seen as the most promising genius to enter the upper 5 realms. And Lin Shi was the first person besides Thank You to step into the path of cultivation. Lin Shi was worried and asked in his heart, even the Great Wall of Sword Qi could not defend it. Can our Aquarius continent really defend it? Cui Dongshan laughed. So what if we can defend it? So what if we can't defend it? If we know that we can't defend it, will we not defend it? Are we going to let the saints of the Confucian Temple and Tuoyu Mountain meet and compare their strength on paper? Our vast world will announce the names of the upper 5 realms cultivators one by one, and Tuoyu Mountain will be a student of arithmetic. If we are better, the demonic beasts will retreat to the desolate world. If we are not as good as them, the demonic beasts will not be in a hurry to attack. We will offer one world with both hands and then retreat to the 5th world. Then we will be spectators and wait for the next round between Tuoyu Mountain and Beko Keikyung Building. At this point, Cui Dongshan laughed heartily and said, You don't say. This method is the least harmful. Lin Shi said, That's not what I meant. Cui Dongshan nodded. Of course I know you're not. You're worried about the survival of everyone at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shi said, What should we do? Please teach me. Cui Dongshan looked up at the highest point in the sky of the Aquarius continent and said softly, The cultivators at the foot of the mountain, together with the army of Dali, straighten their backs and go to their deaths first. The rest who are willing to live after the former are all dead, kneel and beg for mercy. As for the people at the foot of the mountain, they really can't do anything and can only resign themselves to fate. In an official residence in the capital of Qingyuan, Li Baozhen rarely had free time, and pulled himself away from a pile of reports of the vassal officials' residences and Dali's landscape spies to drink with 2 of his family members at the same table. Now Li Baozhen held several positions, other than being one of the leaders of the Green Wave Pavilion in Dali, and managing all the spies in the southeast of the continent. He also had the leisure and leisure time. These years his official career had been soaring, and he became the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites of Qingyuan. He had already left the capital twice, and was the chief examiner of the local provincial examination, becoming a master. Other than that, he was also the behind-the-scenes monarch of the Jianghu on several vassal mountains within Qingyuan, secretly controlling all the cultivators to climb the mountain, and the sects of Jianghu to accept the new. Li Baozhen threw a book to the middle-aged man opposite him and said with a smile, "Our fellow countryman, the young mountain master of Luopa Mountain, seems to have completely ruined his reputation in the Aquarius continent." The man was Zhu He, the guard of the Li residence on Fortune Street in the past, and the young woman was his daughter Zhu Lu. This pair of father and daughter, not only had they already left their lowly status, Zhu He also got a job in the Dali army, and served as a cultivator accompanying the Dali army for many years. His status was similar to that of Wei Xian, who was beside the great blasphemy supervisor Lu Xunmei. However, Zhu He's military achievements were far inferior to Wei Xian's. Now his rank as a scattered official was not high and he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Once he was transferred to a local official, he would mostly be the county magistrate of a vassal state, but compared to the ordinary vassal state officials, he would have an additional status of military achievements. In the Dali dynasty, other than the newly established position of the hunting inspector, which was the same rank as the Xianxia state, the officialdom also underwent a major restructuring, and the official ranks were still divided into official ranks and scattered official ranks, especially the latter civil and military scattered officials, each adding 6 ranks. Zhu Lu became a spy of the Green Wave Pavilion and worked under Li Baozhen. When Zhu He received the book, he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He glanced at his daughter and Zhu Lu seemed to be smiling. Obviously she already knew the reason. Li Baozhen poured 3 cups of wine and kept one for himself. He gently pushed the other 2 cups on the table to Zhu He and Zhu Lu, indicating that the father and daughter did not need to get up to thank him. He smiled and said, "Maybe it will be banned by Dali soon and maybe it will be published and spread out. If this book is not banned, I look forward to the appearance of an annotated version, in case many people don't understand the many wonderful things." Zhu He began to flip through the book. Gu Chan Qin Pingda? Are they alluding to Gu Can and Qin Pingon from Clay Bottle Alley? Li Baozhen just drank silently. Zhu Lu held the cup with both hands and took a sip of wine. Zhu He frowned. The man was a little speechless. Back then he and his daughter had escorted Li Baoping to travel far away. Although he had not spent much time with Qin Pingon, Zhu He believed that he could see through Qin Pingon's personality clearly. The contents of the book were not all false. However, if it was true, there were always some parts that made people feel that something was wrong. There were always a few sentences in the book that made Zhu He feel that it was the opposite of the truth. For example, the youthful feelings that were hidden deep in his heart that could not be exposed. There was also something about a poor young man who had long been determined to travel thousands of miles, read thousands of books, and admired those virtuous sages who were perfect in morals. He had accidentally obtained a peerless fist manual. Just because he was a young genius with outstanding potential, he did not need any tempering. He broke through the martial Tao as fast as lightning and broke through 3 realms in one day. It was so easy that it attracted the shock of several otherworldly experts and immortals on the mountain. As for before he traveled, he had been blessed with endless fortune and was blessed by the heavens. After traveling, he took the initiative to take on matters. Whenever he encountered injustice, he would punch out decisively. It seemed to depict a high-spirited, chivalrous, and righteous lover. Moreover, every time he paid the price, he would definitely be rewarded with greater fortune. However, in Zhu He's eyes, Qin Pingon was the exact opposite. He was simply an old and prudent person. He was far more lethargic than young and energetic. As for the so-called confidant Qin Pingon's stubborn temper, forget it. Zhu He shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhu He was not stupid. Although he was not a scholar, he could still see the hidden killing intent. The wandering hero in the book was a lecturer who rebuked others with righteousness and killed people at the slightest provocation. Although Qin Pingon did not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent upon closer inspection, other than 1 or 2 ghosts and monsters that caused mischief, the rest who died under Qin Pingon's fists were all existences that could be killed or not killed. They belonged to the middle of the two. Zhu He flipped through the book very quickly and could not help but ask, "Didn't you say that Qin Pingon was trapped in the calligraphy lake for many years and that his ending was extremely tragic?" He only returned home after many years? Zhu Lu sneered softly. He liked to ask for trouble. Now it was retribution. If it were her and she had a friend like Gu Qin, she would either secretly maintain their relationship or weigh the pros and cons. She would simply ignore it and let it fend for itself in the calligraphy lake. Why would she get involved? Did it have anything to do with Chen Pingon? He did not have the ability to become one of the 10 young people and 10 candidates evaluated by the North Continent. In the end, he was more famous than the 20 young geniuses. Chen Pingon's luck was really good. It was as good as always. Li Baozhen raised his wine cup and slowly turned it. He smiled and said, "Who among us who read books does not like to read about the beautiful encounters in the Jianghu and the opportunities on the mountain?" However, after the Taoist scholars read this book, they have a lot to say. The heroes of the Jianghu will scold this person for fishing for fame. He did not kill Gu Qin and even used this opportunity to raise his hopes. He spent a few hundred taels of silver and held a few rituals carelessly. The immortal masters on the mountain will see him as a wild cultivator. The wild cultivators will mock him for not being experienced enough. They will say that he has good fortune but is actually an embroidered pillow. If he was not a person in the book, he would have died more than 10 times. The scholars will envy him for being entangled in love. They will definitely scold him for being sanctimonious and worse than a beast. Zhu He said, "Moreover, the book deliberately described the contents of the fist manual and the magic in detail. Although they are all superficial fist theories and spells, I believe that many people in the Jianghu and wild cultivators in the Jianghu and the wild cultivators in the Jianghu would dream of it. This made the book widely spread in the wild. How can it be banned? There is no way to stop it. The Dali government really banned this book in public. Instead, it is unknowingly adding fuel to the fire." Li Baozhen drank the wine in his cup. In the future, the more Luopa Mountain expands, the higher Qin Pingon's cultivation level, the greater the criticism from the Aquarius continent. The more he does a great deed, the greater the criticism. Anyway, everything is too selfish. At most, he is pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to do good deeds. The person who compiled this book is the scholar I admire the most, other than Lu Qingfeng. I really want to meet him and sincerely ask for advice." Li Baozhen looked at the door and laughed. "Mr. Lu, what do you think? If there is a chance in the future, why don't you and I join hands and visit this person?" Lu Qingfeng stood at the door and laughed. "Hunting righteousness with injustice for scholars like you and me who have read sages' books, isn't it easy? Even if it is done, what sense of accomplishment will there be?" Li Baozhen raised his empty cup. "Mr. Lu is always better than me." Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. "This time I have something to discuss with you." Li Baozhen put down his cup and got up with a smile. "Then let's change places." Zhu He and Zhu Lu, father and daughter, both recognized this uninvited guest, so they got up earlier than Li Baozhen, cupped their fists and saluted, at the same time respectfully said, "Greetings to Supervisor Lu." In front of them was a civil official with a bad reputation in the past. According to their young master, this person was destined to become a governor of the Dali dynasty in the future. Except for being destined to have a short life, Lu Qingfeng did not have any weakness. He was an extremely dangerous person. Immortals on the mountain, vassal lords, in this person's eyes they were nothing. Lu Qingfeng smiled warmly and nodded gently to the two people. After discussing matters with Li Baozhen, Lu Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Yifu, let a cultivator who was also his personal retainer drive an immortal ferry, and hurried to the top of a mountain. The foot of the mountain was the official road. Lu Qingfeng let the cultivator use the mountain and river observation technique to look at the man and woman walking slowly on the road at the foot of the mountain. The young man on the road was limping, and the average-looking woman with a saber glanced at the top of the mountain, and then nodded slightly, pretending that nothing happened. Just a glance from the woman caused the nascent soul cultivator to be shocked. "What a strong killing intent." Lu Qingfeng said, "You can stop using the technique." The two people at the foot of the mountain were Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi, who had returned from a long journey. The couple had gone to the saber master's room in the inverted mountain to return to her mother's home. In fact, Lu Boqi did not have such thoughts, but Lu Qingshan said that he must meet her master. No matter what the result was, whether he was scolded or kicked out of the inverted mountain, it was still etiquette after all. However, he did not expect that when he reached Old Dragon City, the cross-continent ferries would not go out to sea. No matter how Lu Qingfeng asked for the reason, they only said that they did not know. In the end, Lu Boqi went out on his own and brought back a shocking news. The inverted mountain no longer allowed the ferries of the 8 continents to dock, because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had begun to impose martial law and no longer did any business with the vast world. Lu Boqi was not too worried about the Saber Master's room, but she could not help but feel a little regretful. She had originally planned to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone after leaving behind some incense. As for when she would return home, she would tell her husband when the time came. Lu Boqi hesitated and said, "Big brother is now supervising the excavation of the Great Blasphemy, shouldn't we go and take a look?" Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I don't have such a big brother." Lu Boqi said helplessly, "Big brother has his difficulties." Lu Qingshan said with a gloomy expression, "The Qingluan kingdom has Lu Qingfeng, the Dali dynasty has Lu Qingfeng, but I don't have such a big brother. He is not in the Lion's Garden and the Lu family's genealogy." Lu Boqi did not try to persuade him anymore. Back then, Lu Qingfeng had reminded her sister-in-law outside the family's ancestral hall that there were some things that did not need to be said to Lu Qingshan. The limping scholar's eyes turned red. Excavating the Great Blasphemy was such a difficult task. That fellow was not a cultivator and he liked to do things himself. The source of the first Great Blasphemy in the history of the Aquarius continent. The mud bottle alley maid called GQ stood alone by the water, her expression uncertain. This Great Blasphemy was called Qi Blasphemy. Not only that, the reason why she was able to walk on the river was because of the damned contract in her sleeves. When they first formed the contract, the mud bottle alley orphan with a weak life lamp naturally did not know about it. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually dare to break the contract by himself? Before dawn, in a minister's residence in the capital of Dali, a 100-year-old man who was dressed in his official robes suddenly changed his mind and said that he would not attend the morning assembly. The old man changed into casual clothes and an old servant held a lantern, and they went to the study room together. After lighting the lantern, the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel sat in front of his desk and smiled. "How many years has it been since I last sat down and read a book?" After all, the old man was old and his eyesight was not good, so he had to move his head closer to the book under the light. Suddenly, the old man murmured to himself, "Master Cui was not lying. Now I am a scholar of Dali. I will not be despised by foreigners just because I am a scholar of Dali, and I can speak Dali official language." The old man turned his head and looked at the dusky night outside the window. "I wonder if I, a scholar of Dali, will become the scholar that I hated the most in the old days?" The most ancient plants in the capital were the qingtong outside the house, the rattan flowers in the Han clan, and the peonies in the Baogua temple. Master Guan had been sighing about the holes on the qingtong tree in his house. One of his descendants suggested that since Master Guan cherished the qingtong tree so much, they could ask the gods in the mountain to cast some spells on it. However, Master Guan scolded him, saying that he was an unfilial descendant. Only Guan Yiran, his grandson, appreciated the qingtong tree with Master Guan. After some words, the old man felt a bit relieved. Looking at the night outside the window, the old man sighed. "I just hope it won't be like this. A scholar should have the spirit of a scholar and the strength of a scholar." What he said was true. What he said was true, but what he said was true. Master Guan suddenly put down the book and stood up. He said, "Get the carriage ready. We are going to the morning court now." The old servant outside the door reminded him, "Master, why don't you change your clothes first?" The old man laughed and said, "Don't put on my clothes. I am going to leave a mark in the history of Dali today." In the spring of the 6th year of Chunjia, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel was old and forgetful, so he wore a scholar's robe to attend the morning court. He was blocked outside the door and it was cold in the spring. He was alone outside the door like a quail. "Ah, interesting." The old servant added, "Master, why don't you hide some food in your sleeve? You asked for it. You don't have to starve. Old master, your body won't be able to withstand the cold and hunger." The old man laughed and said, "That's great." An old man in cyan robes was standing on the wall of the capital of Dali. Behind him was the capital of Dali, which was still lit up. In front of him were many people who were waiting to enter the capital. There were merchants, scholars, martial artists, and cultivators in the mountains. Tui Dong, the imperial tutor, looked back at the lights in the city. Since he became the imperial tutor, The lights in the capital had never stopped for a moment, no matter if it was day or night. There was always a light in the city. It was because of the lights in the rich people's houses, the everlasting lights in the temples, and the scholars in the alleys who were studying hard in the middle of the night. Cui Dong turned his head and looked out of the city. There were merchants rubbing their hands to warm themselves, people curled up in their carriages and dozing off. There were also scholars who had agreed to travel together in the capital of Dali. As the sky gradually brightened, they alighted from their hired carriages and pointed at the top of the city. There were also carriages and horses of the rich people. Some children were woken up by the noise and shouted that they could not hold it in anymore, causing the women and their families to be worried. Cui Dong stood alone on the top of the city wall. The Dali soldiers patrolled the top of the city wall, their iron armor clanking. They came behind the imperial tutor and went far away. Cui Dong hoped that everyone who entered the city, especially those young people, would have bright eyes before they entered the city. Ambition and desire. Wealth, riches, fame, beauties, good wine and opportunities. Everyone depends on their own ability. The capital of Dali has everything. Everyone please take it. Lu Xianyang once again quietly returned to his hometown from the South Sa continent. This time he stayed and did not leave. Because the Dragon Spring Sword sect was established by Ruan Ting in the ancestral hall of the spiritual beauty mountain, there were no portraits of their ancestors. Lu Xianyang only needed to burn incense. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not hold a grand opening ceremony. Everything was simple. They did not even greet half of the Wind Snow Temple. It was not like they were the crazy money-grubbing mountain. Ruan Ting only called Su Xiaoqiao and Xieling back to the mountain in the north. He invited Dong Gu and a few of the earliest direct disciples to have a simple meal together. Ruan Ting, Ruan Xiao, Dong Gu, Su Xiaoqiao, Xieling and Lu Xianyang. There were 6 of them. Lu Xianyang did not cultivate in the mountains, nor did he go to the new territory north of the capital of Dali. He only went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After Su Xiaoqiao left that place, it gradually became abandoned. And Lu Xianyang did not necessarily cultivate. The Dragon Spring Sword sect did not announce his identity as a direct disciple of the sect, so Lu Xianyang wandered around every day. Dong Gu came to the blacksmith shop today and waited for a long time before the idle Lu Xianyang returned. Lu Xianyang ran over and cupped his fist with a smile. Eldest senior brother, are you looking for me? Why don't you just send a message by flying sword? Dong Gu shook his head and smiled. It's not urgent. Lu Xianyang brought 2 small bamboo chairs over and sat under the eaves. Lu Xianyang said, Eldest senior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. We're family. Dong Gu said, Master has accepted 2 groups of direct disciples, so junior brother Lu's ranking is too low. I don't think it's appropriate. I want to ask junior brother Lu if you have any thoughts. Dong Gu saw that Lu Xianyang only smiled and said that he did not have any thoughts, so he had to continue. Junior brother Lu, please don't think that I'm testing you. It's not like that. I've always felt guilty about occupying the position of eldest senior brother. I'm not a sword cultivator. In fact, Dali mountains and rivers have been laughing at this all these years. It's Master's magnanimity that he doesn't mind. But if I don't mind, then I'll really be sitting on the ground that I'm not a human. How dare I, Dong Gu, be the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect when I'm just a mountain spirit? Their master Wan Qing was not the kind of person to beat around the bush. Previously at the dinner table he said that Lu Xianyang was a gold core sword cultivator and was the person with the highest realm among the current disciples. Wan Qing had told Dong Gu about the matter of eldest senior brother. If Lu Xianyang did not come, Dong Gu would have braced himself and continued to be the eldest senior brother. However, since Lu Xianyang had long been related to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, his cultivation base was high, and his aptitude was even better. Dong Gu truly felt that it would be better for the Dragon Spring Sword sect to have Lu Xianyang as the eldest senior brother. Lu Xianyang leaned forward, rubbed his face with both hands and said, Eldest senior brother has to choose a steady person to be the eldest senior brother, and then the junior brothers and sisters can cultivate in peace. Senior brother Dong, do you think I'm suitable to be the eldest senior brother? Dong Gu said, It's better than me. Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, You think it's useless? Dong Gu said helplessly, I understand. Dong Gu was silent for a long time and suddenly said, Junior brother Lu, I don't know why, but I'm a little afraid of you. Xianxia nodded. It's because I've been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and used my sword. Plus, my realm is not enough now, so I can't hide it well. Donggu immediately understood and said no more, got up and left. Xianxia held his chin with one hand and looked into the distance. He had only used a few sword moves and it was already like this. What about him? The fifth world. A city broke through the sky and fell from the sky. An old scholar was far away. Looking at this scene, he was both happy and sad. He was happy that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had left so many seeds of the way of the sword. He was sad because the city fell, and it reminded the old scholar of the Pearl Grotto heaven falling into the human world in the early years. It was probably the same scene. The scholar said, "My swordsmanship is indeed not as good as Qin Qingdo's." The old scholar laughed and scolded, "You're not a swordsman, you're just a scholar who doesn't even have the title of a scholar. If your swordsmanship is better than Qin Qingdo's, where will that sword immortal put his face?" The scholar asked, "Aren't you going to take a look over there? You're a scholar and yet you want to show off your scholar title to me. What's the point?" The old scholar scratched his head and said, "Forget it." But from the corner of his eyes he glanced at the scholar who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world, and the divine sword in his hand. The man said helplessly, "I've set a rule that I won't teach others my swordsmanship. Besides, these young swordsmen don't need me to do anything. As for the sword in my hand, I'll have to return it to the Deshien temple sooner or later. Your little calculations won't work." The old scholar stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the city in the distance. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the dragon-slaying cliff was refined into the foundation of the city by Sword Immortal Boss." The man asked, "The two sages of the Confucian temple seem to have something to say. What were you whispering to them about?" The old scholar was proud of himself and smiled while twirling his beard. He said, "Nothing much, nothing much. I was just giving advice to others. I'm full of knowledge." After all, it's not someone's precious swordsmanship that can be learned casually. The man said, "Since you're not going to the city, you can continue to open the door." The old scholar suddenly changed his mind and said, "Let's go to my last disciple's wine shop for a drink. I'll treat you to a drink. You can pay the bill." The man shook his head. In the city in the distance, someone flew up on a sword and randomly chose a direction. The sword light flew away instantly. He must be trying to understand the situation in this new world as soon as possible. While flying on the sword, that person had already broken through the 5 upper states from the nascent soul state. He asked, "Is that Ning Yao?" The celestial sword in his hand vibrated slightly. The scholar nodded and said, "It seems that she was forcefully suppressed to the nascent soul state by the Great Wall of Sword aura." The old scholar was grinning from ear to ear. He said, "My last disciple has good taste. Looking for a teacher is for this." The old scholar gave a thumbs up and then another thumbs up. "Looking for a wife is for this." After a while, the sword light in the distance seemed to have merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. It stabilized the unpolished jade state. Therefore, it turned the tip of the sword and flew towards the old scholar. The celestial sword in the scholar's hand roared like a dragon. It was like meeting an old friend. Ning Yao flew to the peak of the mountain and landed on the ground. She saw the old scholar. She didn't say anything. She just raised her arm and placed it in front of her eyes. The back of her hand was pressed against her forehead. She said to the old man in a choked voice, "I'm sorry." The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. He quickly ran to her side and patted her head a few times. He said, "Little Ning, what are you sorry for? It's nothing. It's Qin Pingan's fault. Blame him, blame him. Don't feel guilty. If you really want to blame someone, you can't blame Qin Pingan. Let's all blame Qin Qingdu." Ning Yao's expression had returned to normal. She put down her hand and bid farewell to the old scholar. She flew away on her sword and continued to explore the mountains and rivers of the 5th heaven. Soon, cultivators from the 3 heavens would enter this place. There would definitely be many Qi cultivators at the bottleneck of the nascent soul state. In the future of the Great Wall of Sword aura, besides fighting with swords, there would also be a lot of scheming. Ning Yao didn't ask about the situation in this world, or what rules there were. The scholar nodded. As expected of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword aura. For 10,000 years they didn't ask anyone. The old scholar slumped to the ground. "My last disciple, in the end, who can he ask for help from? My teacher? His senior brother? You might as well chop me to death. I'm so useless as a teacher. The scholar asked, "Where should I chop?" The old scholar immediately stood up and patted the dust off. He coughed. "Bai Yi, why can't you take a joke? You should change it in the future." The scholar transformed into a beam of sword light and went back to work on opening the doors. Just for the vast world, he had to open 3 doors with his sword in hand. He had to open 3 doors for the Southern Whirlpool Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Tongya Continent. In the landing city, Ning Yao had already broken through on her sword. She became the first cultivator of the pure jade realm in this new world. From now on, she would lead the hidden officials, Dong Bud, Luo Zhini, Suning, Chong Taiqing, Guizhujiu, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and the new addition Fan Dach. Therefore, there were only 9 people in the hidden officials branch. They were in charge of law enforcement and supervising all sword cultivators. Qi Shou, a nascent soul cultivator, was in charge of rebuilding the criminal officials branch. He was in charge of law enforcement and killing. The martial artists hiding in the Winter Palace would also belong to the criminal officials branch in the future. Currently, all sword cultivators in the Aurus Core and Nascent Soul realms would automatically belong to the criminal officials branch. If they wanted to leave, they would have to exchange for it with military merits. After that, they could leave the city and establish their own sect as they wished. However, once the city's flying sword sent a message, any sword cultivator who dared not return would be treated as an enemy and killed. Among them, there was a woman named Twixen. She wore a robe that resembled a fairy's robe and seemed to have not recovered from a serious illness. She was now in the nascent soul realm and was not a sword cultivator, but she was the second in command of the criminal officials. The ancestral hall began to be built in the city. There was only one portrait on the wall, Qin Qingdou. Other than that, there were many other measures, such as the relocation of the clothing, sword, and pill workshops. They were all carried out step by step and had long been followed by regulations. Therefore, everything seemed to be in order. Ning Yao was the first to leave the city. The other 8 sword cultivators of the hidden officials branch formed pairs and each chose a direction to travel out of the city on their flying swords. They needed to draw a geographical map. If they were obstructed midway, they would immediately send a message to Qi Shou and the sword cultivators of the criminal officials that Twixen was in charge of. Marquis Gao Yi was in charge of looking after a natal lamp. The number of people who knew about this could be counted on one hand. As for Twixen, who had fallen from the unpolished jade realm, she left the prison and snuck into the city, coming to this world together. She carried the jade token of the hidden official with her. According to the agreement, she did not immediately return it to the hidden officials branch. According to the young hidden official's words, there were only 2 situations that she could show this jade token to others. Ning Yao was in danger. Or Qin Shi, who had reincarnated, had his power seized by Qi Shou's branch of the criminal officials before he could mature. Twixen came to the wine shop alone. There was no shopkeeper now. The head shopkeeper had left for the vast heaven while the second shopkeeper remained on the city's wall. The city had just landed not long ago. The great battle was still fresh in their minds, so there was not much business. Twixen ordered a bowl of wine from the mute lake and drank alone. Before drinking, she raised the small wine bowl and toasted a young stranger. Everyone in the Rain Dragon sect was stunned. First, an inverted mountain essence palace was inexplicably knocked over and fell into the sea. The Qi refinement warriors could only return to the sect in a sorry state. Then a handsome young man with a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist rode the wind to the peak of one of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statues. He claimed that he came from the desolate world and was a true demon. He begged everyone to kill this beast. The young man smiled brightly and raised his hands, indicating that he had made up his mind to wait for death and not fight back. The female sect master of the Rain Dragon sect, who was also Yun Biao's senior sister, led all the cultivators of the ancestral hall to the peak of the mountain. She raised her head to look at the handsome young man. One of the Rain Dragon sect's elders spoke telepathically, saying that the Rain Dragon sect had a secret agreement with the Mountain Water Caves patriarch of the Fuyao continent and the senior who was attached to the border. An inverted mountain had already ascended and left. As long as the Rain Dragon sect's cultivators weren't blind, they could see it. And this demon came to the peak of the Rain Dragon sect's divine statue and begged for someone to kill it. Then, the Sword Qi city that had guarded the city for 10,000 years was actually breached. It was unimaginable, but it was a fact that had to be acknowledged. the youngest earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Ku and his two immortal Dao companions, stood behind the seniors of the ancestral hall. The handsome man who only said that he was a demon flicked his finger lightly and killed the nascent soul realm old woman of the Rain Dragon sect on the spot. After killing her, the man smiled and said, "You look like a crane with wrinkled skin. I'll take it that you have ulterior motives and want to scare me to death. Oh right, I forgot to tell you my name. I heard that your vast world values this the most." He twirled his hair around his temples with two fingers and patted the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist with the other. He smiled and said, "I'm called Zhou Yi. Because I only have two good things in my life, good wine and good women. Your Rain Dragon sect doesn't lack either, so I came here first. It's normal that you don't know this name because it's a new name specially created for your vast world. The previous one was called Xie Yun." When the Rain Dragon sect cultivators heard Xie Yun, their faces turned ashen. The throne great demon. Because the Rain Dragon sect had been established for a long time and was close to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they knew a lot about the wilderness. For example, the 14 thrones in the ancient well, apart from the master of moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wilderness, were Wenhai Zhou Wanderer Lu Cha Yao Jia Dragon Lord Lotus Nunnery Master by Ying Yangji Fei Fei and Huang Wan. In addition, there was a golden armored general who was said to have been imprisoned by the Dao ancestor with the Dao technique, a mountain-moving ape with a long staff on its shoulder, a three-headed, six-armed giant, and an ancient lightning spear. However, what the Rain Dragon sect didn't know was that the Lotus Nunnery Master had already died. Ascendant Realm Great Demon Chongguang was killed by Qinshi. As for the other upper 5 realms and Earth Immortal Great Demons, they had suffered heavy losses in order to break through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Huang Wan had been killed by a Liang and Yao Chongdao. Huang Wan's final contribution to the wildlands was that she had sacrificed more than half of her life to force a Liang to be imprisoned beneath Moonsupport Mountain. Therefore, Moon-bearing Mountain had already sent orders to the various military camps to not allow any upper 5 realms great demon to pursue Huang Wan, who had been reincarnated through the life lamp. A nascent soul Huang Wan who had been forcibly dismembered. It was no different from a child. As for whether the cultivators below the upper 5 realms would be ordered by the great demon to kill Huang Wan, that was up to them. When the time came, whether a group of nascent soul cultivators secretly surrounded Huang Wan or 3 to 5 nascent soul sword cultivators participated in the hunt, Moon-bearing Mountain wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Since it had lost its realm, it had also lost its throne. In the wilderness, the strong were respected. The premise was that Huang Wan didn't run to the gray-robed old man alive to complain. As for the previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi Xiaochua, he was now the newest throne member of the wilderness. As for the current hidden official, since the Great Wall of Sword Qi was gone, he could probably be called the previous hidden official. He was neither human nor ghost and could be considered to have stayed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the great demon Zhou Yi casually killed people, some young cultivators were filled with grief and indignation. They angrily shouted for the elders of the ancestral hall to open the mountain river formation. However, the Rain Dragon sect master and the members of the ancestral hall turned a deaf ear to them. The greater demon's dimples flickered as he killed the Rain Dragon sect cultivators one by one. Clouds of blood mist exploded everywhere. Although they were separated by a great distance, they were very fast. Thus, a string of firecrackers rang out like spring in a marketplace. He smiled and said, "There aren't many male cultivators in the Rain Dragon sect. I like it very much. Next, whoever kills a man can live. When the last man is dead, I will kill the sisters who didn't kill anyone. Of course, if you're good-looking and have a good life, I will take care of you. So for those who aren't good-looking, you have to seize this opportunity. If you lose it, it won't come again. If all the cultivators who ascend the mountain and become immortals cherish their lives, I feel like they really shouldn't be alive." A female cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall begged the great demon king not to kill indiscriminately. The Rain Dragon sect was willing to do so and so. Then Zhou Yi reached out and grabbed her. He pressed down on her head and twisted her wrist, causing her body to fly into the air. Then he chopped down with his palm like a blade, splitting her in two. Then he opened his mouth and directly ate her golden core and nascent soul. Finally, he threw the half of her corpse into the sea. In the Rain Dragon sect there was internal strife. Women killed men. Among them there were Dao companions who killed their Dao companions. There were also those who didn't. They helped their Dao companions stop their fellow sect members from killing each other. Then they were killed together. The members of the ancestral hall, including the Rain Dragon sect master, all killed a man. No more no less. Soon Fu Ku discovered that he was the only man left in the entire Rain Dragon sect. As for his two immortal Dao companions, their eyes were filled with determination as they stood by his side to protect him. Jiu Yi nodded and smiled. You have two Dao companions. If you kill one of them you can live. How about it? If one of them commits suicide, it won't be counted as your death. Before the two women could say anything, Fu Ku had already killed one of them. Then Jiu Yi nodded, very satisfied. He slapped the man to death and laughed. You really believe my words? You'll die of stupidity. One of the female cultivators stared blankly at Fu Ku's bloody flesh on the ground. Jiu Yi reached out and grabbed her in front of his eyes. With a casual swipe, he peeled off her beautiful face and threw the wailing, pitiful woman out. He didn't just peel off her skin. If a face didn't have the soul of a female cultivator attached to it, it would lose its charm. Then it would be meaningless for him to use it to touch up. He shook the skin in his hand and gently blew off the blood on it. He smiled and said, "So beautiful." The Rain Dragon sect master said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor Qianyun, why are you doing this? Isn't it good to keep us and lead the way for you? Whether you go to the South Swirl continent or the Tongyi continent, we'll be the first to go ashore and kill." Jiu Gui waved the fresh skin in his hand and interrupted the old woman's words. He laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pressed a finger against the corner of his eye and stopped laughing with great difficulty. Unfortunately, in our world of wastelands, the lives of ants are the most worthless. As for you, you're just a slightly bigger ant. If you met Yang Zhifei and the others, you might really be able to live. Unfortunately, your luck is not on my side. You just had to meet me. At this point, he turned to look at the inverted mountain and muttered with a smile. Besides, I've been dealing with the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a long time. If I meet you immortals again, This sovereign great demon was punched into the sea by a little girl with braids. It was like a mountain smashing into the water, creating a huge wave. Before the female cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect on the mountain had any misconceptions, the little girl went back and forth between the two mountains and killed all the earth immortals with a single punch. Meanwhile, the sovereign great demon who had returned from the sea to the Rain Dragon sect leisurely walked around and picked the skin of the female cultivators below the Golden Core realm. He skinned them one by one. As for whether they lived or died, there was no need to care. The gray-robed elder came to the Rain Dragon sect's mountain. Xiao Chua Qianyun, I'll let you off this time for destroying an entire sect without permission. But don't do it again. Even if there were some survivors, the Rain Dragon sect was already crippled. Xiao Chua crossed his arms and did not say a word. With great difficulty, the great demon Qianyun picked out a few relatively intact facial skins from the shattered corpses on the ground. At this moment he gathered all of them together and was carefully sewing his own face. He bowed to the gray-robed elder and said with a smile, "All right." Xiao Chua said, "You can't even exchange it with battle merits?" The gray-robed elder smiled and said, "Of course you can. As long as you have enough battle merits, you can kill them as you wish." Xiao Chua suddenly turned to Qianyun and said, "Well done." The great demon Qianyun smiled but did not say anything. He only sewed up his face and added flowers to the brocade. Day after day, year after year. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Finally, the first heavy snow arrived. The young man's face and figure gradually became clearer and more stable. At this moment he was standing on a cliff on the city wall. Under his bright red robe, a sword wound that had almost severed his entire body and spine was healing on its own. He had wanted to sneak away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill the demon race army at the broken part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had to find something to do. In the end, the gray-robed elder had arrived in an instant. In the end, he was ruthlessly struck by the other party's sword. If he had not used a secret technique that allowed him to return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if Qin Pingon was really at the unpolished Jade Realm, he would definitely have died. At this moment, Qin Pingon was facing the dragon god on the opposite side of the city wall. In the end, the young man did not say anything to the dragon god. He dragged his saber and left. The dragon god said in a hoarse voice, Qin Qing only found a piece of trash like you to stay here as a watchdog? Li Zhen flew over on his sword and said with a smile, what a pity. I really don't know. Are you guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi or the wilderness? That figure gradually disappeared into the distance. 691. In the city of murals near the portrait of the goddess, Pei Qian found the small shop that sold copies of the goddess's portrait. As the 8 sets of fortune had been lost, the business of the shop was just so. It was similar to the New Year's shop in Riding Dragon Alley. The shopkeeper was a young and pretty sister. She heard from her master that although she was not a cultivator of the linen sect, she was a rare immortal couple with Pang Lanxi. Pei Qian was a little worried. Pang Lanxi was a sword cultivator on the mountain who was good at retaining her youthful appearance. As for the woman at the foot of the mountain, she could only age year after year. Even with the help of elixirs, there would be a day when her hair turned white. What would she do then? Even if the two of them stayed together for a long time and Pang Yuanji did not mind, she would still be secretly sad. Pei Qian scratched her head. Why not remember the sister's face and ask old chef to make an identical one? However, Pei Qian was worried that she would do something unnecessary. Zai, how troublesome. If only her master was here. Bao Gai, Ling Ji, Tun Guan, Chong Yu and Goddess Zhan Qin, commonly known as the Immortal Staff, were the 5 goddesses. Before Master came to the city of murals the last time, they had already changed from painted murals to painted murals. After Master went to the Ghost Valley, the 3 goddesses hanging ink stone, treading rain and riding deer, chose their own masters. At that time Pei Qian and Zhou Mili were very indignant. What was wrong with the 3 goddesses? They were old and their eyesight was not good. However, for some reason, Pei Qian noticed that her master had a relieved expression and was smiling happily. Pei Qian came here to join in the fun. Unless she sold everything she had, she would definitely not be able to afford the painting of the goddess. As for Li Huai, he was even worse. He was a pauper from head to toe. He did not even have a single immortal coin on him. He only had some loose silver and followed the branch leader to eat and drink. It didn't matter. Pei Qian planned to do some small business here. Before she went down the mountain, she had already greeted the hemp sect's god of fortune, Wei Yusong. Senior Wei had promised her and Li Huai that if they were to become small bundles in Mural City, they wouldn't have to pay the hemp sect. After bidding farewell to that gentle and lovely elder sister, Pei Qian brought Li Huai to a place with many people. When they found an empty space, Pei Qian took down the bamboo chest and took out a piece of cotton cloth that she had prepared beforehand. She spread it on the ground and placed the 2 yellow paper talisman on the cotton cloth. After that, she threw a glance at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately understood. The opportunity to make up for his mistakes had come. The danger of Pei Qian making things difficult for him was gone. This was a good thing. Therefore, he immediately took out the celadone pen washer from the bamboo chest and placed it on the cotton cloth. After that, he went to take the other 3 items. At that time, the 2 of them split the loot equally. Other than the celadone pen washer, Li Huai also received a piece of small town paper imitating the sunset-style guqin, as well as a secretly engraved green glazed bowl with a dragon pattern. As for the other items, the fox worshipping the moon painting, the study box containing a pair of tricolored lions, and the immortal drunken inkstone, they all went to Pei Qian. She said that she would give them to others in the future and leave the inkstone to her master because her master was a scholar and liked to drink. As for the moon worshipping the moon painting, she would give it to Xiaomi. The study box would be given to elder sister Nuanshu. She is our Luopa Mountain's little housekeeper and bookkeeper. Elder sister Nuanshu happens to have a use for it. As for the large stack of talisman papers and the red string, Pei Qian asked for a large number of talisman papers. Li Huai obediently put away the red string that Pei Qian despised, and he actually despised even more. Why would a man want something like this? Unexpectedly, Pei Qian glared at Li Huai and said angrily, "Are you stupid? Do we look like people from rich and powerful families? Who would believe you if you took out so many treasures in one go? Are you going to stick a piece of paper that says this is definitely a fake in your head? 2 talisman papers and a celadone brush washer. That's enough." In the end, Pei Qian and Li Huai squatted behind the cotton cloth stall. This newly opened little package shop actually only sold 2 items: 2 ghost-painted talisman papers and a celadone brush washer. Most of the pedestrians on the street glanced at the talisman and brush washer before walking away. Li Huai asked softly, do you want me to shout a few times for you? What's the hurry? No one does business like you. Pei Qian squatted with his hands in his sleeves and sneered, originally I did need help. Doing this kind of business without a tent is actually similar to selling medicine in Jianghu. The connections are not as many as those in Jianghu, but there are still many. If we have a lot of people, we can spread out posts to attract people's attention first. When there are more people, we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that they suspect we are selling fake goods. Then we need someone to pick up the thread and make it clear that we are selling fake goods. I will explain it to you later. Pei Qian paused for a moment and said softly with a complicated expression, the most powerful kind is someone who can do all the work alone. That is the most capable person in Jianghu. No matter where he goes, he will not starve to death and can even make a lot of money. But this kind of person in Jianghu has a lot of rules and taboos. For example, a person who is cheated, who originally has 10 taels of silver in his pocket, will leave 1 or 2 taels of silver to the person who cheated him. In addition to the rules of the older generation, there is also a hidden wisdom. Once a person is given a way out, the person who is cheated will not hate him too much and can avoid a death feud. But this kind of person is very rare. I have only heard of it from others and have never seen it. Li Huai sighed. Pei Qian, you really know a lot about the business of Jianghu. On Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian was not like this. In Jianghu, Pei Qian seemed to be like a fish in water. He knew all the rules. Pei Qian was silent for a long time. It's nothing. When I was young, I liked to join in the fun. Also, don't misunderstand. When I followed Master in Jianghu, I didn't see these things nor did I do them. In the past, in that small Jianghu in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, it was impossible to survive by relying on those happy events. Later, when she followed Master, she began to not have to worry about food and clothing. She could think about the next meal or even the next day what delicious food to eat. Even if Master did not agree, in the end, in the pockets of Master and disciple, there was money, and it was all clean money. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, remember these 2 talisman, we insist on the price of 1 small snow coin. Just say that it is your sex ancestral treasure book, a first-class offensive magic weapon. After your master passed away, it was passed to you, the only child. Because you urgently need a sum of money, go to the Skeleton Beach and Helplessness Pass Market to try your luck. Otherwise, you will not buy it even if you are beaten to death. If anyone tries to bargain with us, just ignore them. You just have to shake your head. At most, you can say that you're not selling it, but you really can't sell it. As for that Celadone brush washer, I won't sell it alone. If you buy the talisman, it's not worth the cost of a single grain of snow. Li Huai glanced at the 2 talisman and was speechless. These 2 broken talisman asking for 1 small snow coin? Even an idiot won't buy it, right? And this brush washer, we really spent 10 snow coins to buy it. Pei Qian had been sizing up the surrounding tourists. He sneered, you are worse than an idiot. This brush washer is an item on the mountain that Shuhan Lane asked for 10 snow coins. Even if we were cheated, 4 or 5 snow coins would be enough to buy it. I purposely said that it is not worth 1 snow coin, but why? It is just to show that we are spendthrifts. With this brush washer, other people can pick it up. Most importantly, it can help the 2 talisman. Unless they are real experts, they will be less and less sure of the quality of the talisman. By that time, some people will deliberately dislike it and return. By that time, we still won't sell it. By the 3rd time, I will start to persuade you, but you will hesitate and mumble something like sorry for your master. Li Huai said gloomily, why is it that my master has passed away? Why can't you pretend to be my fellow countrymen? Pei Qian angrily picked up the mountain walking stick, scaring Li Huai so much that he rolled and crawled away. When Li Huai carefully moved back to squat on the ground, Pei Qian was furious. Silly boy, I really have a master. Do you, Li Huai, have one? Then there is this Yayan from the North Continent. You still say that you are not a Lingqing, so you can pretend to be a local who left his hometown when he was young. A person at such a young age can take the Skeleton Beach ferry back to his hometown from the Aquarius continent. Isn't it normal that he has one or two treasures on him? At most, the sale of a few snow coins is not enough to make the immortals on the mountain kill for money. Even if there is, we are not afraid. After all, this is the territory of the hemp sect. If it is those people from the Jianghu, if I can't beat them, we can just run. After an hour, Li Huai's legs were sore from squatting. He could only sit on the ground. Pei Qian was still squatting on the ground with his hands in his sleeves, motionless. Many tourists gave up after asking about the price. Those who were good-tempered left without saying anything, while those who were bad-tempered were cursing and swearing. Li Huai felt that today's deal with Pei Qian was hanging by a thread. He felt even more guilty. If he did not buy anything at the ferry, Pei Qian would not have to work so hard. Pei Qian said, "Let's wait for another hour. If it doesn't work, we will hurry. Master said that there is no good bag shop in the world. It is normal that you can't sell it." Another hour passed. Li Huai could only silently pray in his heart. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, three pure immortals, bodhisattvas, saints are about to appear. An old cultivator in a white laurel robe glanced at the bag shop. After a few steps, he stopped and came to the cotton cloth. He squatted down and reached out to grab a piece of yellow paper talisman. Pei Qian quickly bent down and reached out to block the talisman. He shook his head and said, "You can't touch it. You can only look. Senior, you immortals on the mountain have very strange spells. You can't have the heart to harm others, but you can't have the heart to guard against others. Senior, please forgive me." The old man smiled and nodded. He casually picked up the celadone brush washer with both hands. This time Pei Qian did not stop him. He repeated the story about Li Huai. The old man listened to Pei Qian's words absent-mindedly. He shook the brush washer in his hand and then gently threw it onto the cotton cloth. He pointed at the two yellow paper talismans and asked with a smile, "How much for these two?" The old man was followed by a young man and a young woman. They both carried swords on their backs. The most unusual thing was that there was a snow-white pearl hanging from the golden sword tassel. Pei Qian said, "A small summer is money. You can't even spend money without a snow-white pearl. This is the immortal money that my friend's life depends on. It really can't be less. Buy the talisman and give the brush washer for free. Just treat it as making a friend." Li Huai's face was tense. He saw that when Pei Qian said this, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Was she pretending not to be from the Jianghu and pretending to speak in the language of the Jianghu? The old cultivator asked, "Are you selling 50 snow-white pearls for money?" Pei Qian asked back, "Senior, you don't do business like this. If I split the brush washer in half and sold you half, would you buy it?" The old cultivator was dumbfounded. The old man said, "A small summer is money? Okay, I'll buy it." Pei Qian suddenly said, "I'm not selling it." The old cultivator looked up and asked with a smile, "Why is that? Are you trying to raise the price or are you really not selling it?" Pei Qian said, "I'm really not selling it." The old cultivator smiled. "Am I being too forthright in making you feel like you're making a loss by selling the talisman?" Pei Qian nodded. The old cultivator stood up and walked away. Li Huai moved to Pei Qian's side. "Pei Qian, leader Pei, what's going on?" Pei Qian raised his chin and pointed at the celadone brush washer. He actually came for the brush washer. Moreover, he's a foreigner. No matter how well he speaks the North Continent's language, there are still a few mispronunciations. A real North Continent cultivator would definitely not be like this. This kind of foreigner who travels across continents would definitely have a lot of money in his pocket. Of course, we're an exception. He's not trying to make fun of us. He really wants to buy the brush washer. Li Huai asked curiously, "No matter what he's here for, as long as we sell a small summer, won't we be able to earn back all the money that was scammed in the Void Hatred Lane?" Pei Qian kept the bag and returned the brush washer to Li Huai. He said confidently, "What's the hurry? Pack up and leave immediately. We'll walk slowly to the Mural City. They'll definitely come looking for us. I'll think of a better price on the way. If we can't sell it, there's no need to be afraid. I'm sure that the celadone brush washer is worth a small summer. It'll be ours sooner or later." Li Huai wrapped the brush washer and placed it in his bamboo box. He said sadly, "Pei Qian, you're so smart. You won't sell me off one day when you're short of money, right?" Pei Qian said indifferently, "Doing business is doing business. Making friends is making friends. They're two different things. Other than being my friend, You're also someone that my master has taken care of for so long. Outside of Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian would dare to sell anyone but you." Li Huai laughed. Pei Qian glanced at Li Huai. "What's there to be happy about?" Pei Qian and Li Huai walked towards the entrance of the Mural City. Pei Qian reminded Li Huai, "Some unorthodox money is actually earned by gambling with one's life. However, no matter how lucky a person is, how many times can he win against the heavens? Of course, if you really can't survive, you can't care about anything else. However, we're not considered unorthodox and we don't want to earn that kind of money." Li Huai was cheated out of a wooden token by Shuhan Lane with his own ability. Pei Qian will use my own ability to earn back a small sum of money." Li Huai scratched his head. The branch leader's account book had reappeared in the martial world. Li Huai started to change the topic. "Have you decided on the price?" "Yes, 1 grain of money." Li Huai was dumbstruck. "Aren't we being too ruthless when doing business like this?" Pei Qian said, "We're no longer the previous Mural City where we can ask for sky-high prices. As for the old man's temperament, you only need to look at the 2 juniors beside him to know. Previously, when I was bargaining with the old man, the man and woman only felt that it was interesting. Their gazes were very upright. Therefore the old man can't be that bad. If he's really a scheming and sinister person, then I, Pei Qian, can only blame myself for not having good eyesight. I can only blame the 2 of us for not coming to the Mural City to be a Mural City's bag shop. We shouldn't have come to the North Continent to roam the martial world." Li Huai smiled and said, "I won't complain about this." Pei Qian nodded and said, "That's why I brought you along to roam the martial world." Li Huai gave a fist salute and walked sideways. "Thank you for your appreciation, branch leader." Pei Qian said, "Get lost." Li Huai smiled and said that he had received the order. He walked side by side with Pei Qian. Pei Qian said, "The martial world is deep. If there's really danger and I ask you to leave alone, remember not to hesitate." Li Huai was silent. Pei Qian had said that she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Li Huai felt that it was not too bad. Back then, when they were traveling to study, Yulu was even younger than Pei Qian was now. It seemed that she had reached the 6th level early on. Not long after she came to the academy, she fought for him and rose to the 7th level. After that, she studied in the academy for many years. Occasionally, she would follow the teachers to travel far away. She did not have the chance to interact with the people of the martial world. Hence, Li Huai did not have much of a concept of the 6th level and the 7th level. In addition, Pei Qian said that she had never really fought with anyone when she was a martial artist of the 6th level. Hence, she did not have many opportunities to spar with people of the same level. Hence, for safety's sake, she made a discount. In the martial world, when she fought with people, she would count herself as a martial artist of the 5th level. Li Huai said gloomily, "That won't happen. Jing Dafeng always said that I'm a lucky person. If I don't step on dog poop, I won't even go out. Hence, when we roam the martial world this time, our luck won't be too bad." Li Huai suddenly smiled brightly. He shook the bamboo box on his back and said, "Look, there's a celadone brush washer in my box. Isn't that the proof?" Pei Qian asked, "Are you happy every time you step on dog poop when you go out?" Li Huai was speechless. Li Huai gritted his teeth and said softly, "Pei Qian, let's discuss something. That celadone brush washer, can we not sell it? I want to give it to my sister. She's an anonymous outer disciple of the old immortal master at Lion Peak. Actually, she's just a servant. My mother and sister are both embarrassed. My family is poor and my sister definitely did not give a proper gift to her master. My sister is actually quite good to me and my mother has always been partial to me. My sister has never been angry." Li Huai was already mentally prepared to be beaten up by Pei Qian. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said, all right. Of course you can. That celadone brush washer was originally yours. Even if you sell it for 1 grain of rice, I won't make a single copper coin. If you're willing, why should I stop you?" Li Huai was caught off guard. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, "Get lost." Li Huai smiled and said, "All right." Li Huai was silent for a moment. Why? Pei Qian recalled a small matter when he was young in the Burial River Jade Turing Manor. Some matters and some items were simply not a matter of money. Pei Qian did not say anything to Li Huai. As expected, Pei Qian and Li Huai waited for a moment at the entrance of Mural City before the old man arrived. Pei Qian cupped his fists and bowed. Senior, I'm sorry. That brush washer is really not for sale. The old cultivator looked at the young lady with clear eyes. Although he found it strange, the old man still nodded and said with a smile in his heart, Young lady, you and I know very well whether the talisman is valuable or not. However, that Celadone brush washer is indeed worth 2 or 3 grains of rice. The beauty does not lie in the body of the brush, but in the words on the bottom. It's very valuable. In the future, when you and your friends become that bag shop, don't sell it cheaply. Of course, you have to be careful of other people's evil intentions. It's best if you sell it in Mural City, Dragon Palace, Grotto Heaven, Spring Dew Garden, or other large mountains. After deducting the cost of the Celadone's ferry, you will still make a profit. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked with a smile, Senior, may I ask your name and sect? If there's a chance in the future, we would like to pay you a visit. The old cultivator waved his hand with a smile and joked, It's a chance encounter in the pugilistic world. Don't ask for my name. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Moreover, young lady, didn't you already guess that I'm from another continent? So your polite words aren't too sincere. Pei Qian looked at the old man and suddenly cupped his fists. He condensed his voice and said to the old man, I'm Pei Qian, a martial artist. I bid farewell to Senior here. The old man was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. All right. Li Huai looked at the unfamiliar Pei Qian. He was somewhat envious and fascinated. The old cultivator brought his 2 disciples and climbed up the ancestral mountain of the draped hemp sect. They took a short break at the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain. The old cultivator smiled. If you want to ask, ask. The young lady asked, Master, is that young lady a pure martial artist? What realm is she in? The old cultivator thought for a moment and smiled while stroking his beard. He looked at the swaying river not far away from the foot of the mountain and only said 2 words, It's strange. It's all her fault. Wei Yusong came to the Hanging Sword Pavilion in person and cupped his fists with a smile. Welcome, Ancestral Master Nalan. The sect master is in Qinglu Town and Yen Su is in the immortal ruins of the goddess painting, teaching the direct disciple Pang Lanqi swordsmanship. They can't come. As for the others, as long as they hear that Ancestral Master Nalan is here, they will immediately turn around and leave even if they are at the foot of the mountain. The old man smiled. It doesn't matter as long as you don't talk to me about money. Wei Yusong said, Oh, then I'm leaving. The old man waved his hand and said, Don't be like that. Sit down and chat for a while. You can enjoy the scenery here and forget about money. Wei Yusong sat down with a smile. The other 2 young men and women bowed to this god of wealth, and Wei Yusong returned their greetings one by one. The old man asked, I saw a little girl with a walking stick and a bamboo box. Her name is Pei Qian. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's probably true. Do you know her? Wei Yusong smiled and said, Her name is indeed Pei Qian. She is the adopted daughter of our sect master Zhu. The old man smiled and said, No wonder. In the territory of the Skeleton Beach, there was a big river that flowed from south to north. It was very rare in the vast world. Pei Qian was going to the ancestral temple by the swaying river to visit the river god Shui, because his master said that the river god was kind to him. Although he didn't appreciate it at that time, the river god and the fire god temple in a certain city were worthy of being called the gods of mountains and rivers. As long as he passed by, he should burn incense and pay respect. It didn't matter whether the incense was made on the mountain or not. Pei Qian certainly wouldn't tell him his name. He just went to the temple to burn incense silently. Strictly speaking, the swaying river temple had always been an obscene temple because it had never been officially conferred by any imperial court, nor was it appointed by the Confucian Academy. It was about 600 miles away from the river god temple. With Li Huai by his side, he had to walk. After going to the river god temple to burn incense, he went north along the swaying river and arrived at the decorated archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. Pei Qian only needed to look at it from afar. As for the Gate of Helplessness Bazaar, he could bring Li Huai to walk around. Li Huai started to think about the painting of the goddess in the city of murals. Looking at them, they were really good. Every one of them was better than his sister. She was so much prettier as expected of the goddess in the paintings. It was just that he didn't have the money. Otherwise he would definitely buy a set and split it into 2. He would give one to the old man in the medicine shop and the other to Jing Dafeng, who had once carried him around on his back. It would be good to let the two bachelors enjoy themselves. The surface of the swaying river was very wide, giving people the feeling that they were looking at a lake. There was no bridge and the water was very dense. There were two roads on Pei Qian's side. The small road was adjacent to the river and it was very quiet. On the main road, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Pei Qian and Li Huai both held mountain walking sticks in their hands and walked on the small road. According to their master, they would soon come across a tea shop by the river. 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with money, and 3 bowls of gloomy tea could be bought with 3 bowls of gloomy tea. The shopkeeper was a lazy man and the young waiter had a bad temper. The shopkeeper and the waiter weren't bad people, but when they were outside they still had to be careful. Pei Qian raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw that the sea of clouds had 7 colors. This was probably the so-called auspicious sign. Below the sea of clouds should be the swaying river temple. Pei Qian asked casually, Li Huai, can you see the clouds over there? Li Huai looked in the direction that Pei Qian was pointing at, nodded and said, I can see it. It's a huge patch of colorful auspicious clouds. I am a proper scholar of the academy. Of course, I know that this is the manifestation of a god's merit. Pei Qian looked at Li Huai. Li Huai asked, what? Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, you are a qi refinement warrior now? Li Huai snorted. I want to learn from that blockhead Lin. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Those who can go through the wind and rain are really immortals. He was referring to that Lin Shi. Thank you. Pei Qian thought for a moment, but in the end he didn't take a closer look at Li Huai. The more his master was not around, the more he, as the first disciple, had to abide by the rules. It was just like copying a book. Li Huai said, Pei Qian, when are you going to teach me the crazy demon swordsmanship that you used in the academy back then? Pei Qian's face darkened. I don't know any crazy demon swordsmanship. Li Huai mumbled, if you don't want to teach, so be it. You are so petty. Lu Guan Malian and I have been eyeing this set of swordsmanship for many years. It has disappointed the soldiers. Pei Qian turned a deaf ear. He wondered how Qin Lingjun was doing. Actually, after Qin Lingjun arrived at the skeleton beach and got off the ferry, he didn't dare to wander around. Other than the mural city at the foot of the mountain, he kept a respectful distance from the swaying river temple and the ghost valley. He didn't have anyone to rely on in the North Continent. Therefore he went straight to the hemp sect's Muyi Mountain. Of course, when Qin Lingjun went down the mountain he realized that he had someone to rely on. It was sect master Zhu Quan. That Auntie Zhu looked ordinary, but she was very passionate. As for the current Qin Lingjun, he was already like a thief. He carefully bypassed the Chongxian Agency's Yunshao Palace and continued to head west. When he reached the westernmost side of Great Blasphemy, Qin Lingjun then started to walk on the river. Finally, he followed Great Blasphemy back to the estuary near the Spring Dew Garden. There were actually 2 estuaries. The number of monsters here was far better than the swaying river that Pei Qian was in. Indeed, master never lied. There was a tea stall by the river that sold the gloomy tea and there were many customers. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should be generous. Before she left, old chef wanted to give her a small sum of money and a few hundred pieces of snow money. He said that it was God's money to save money. Every disciple of Luopa Mountain would have this sum of money when they went out. It could attract fortune, but Pei Qian didn't dare to ask for more. She only took 5 pieces of snow money. It was different from the God's money that fell into her pocket in the past. Every piece of snow money had a name, and they were all recorded in her little ancestral hall. Since these 5 pieces of snow money didn't settle down in her place and didn't have names, it didn't count as running away from home. She wouldn't be too sad to spend it. Therefore Pei Qian said to Li Huai, I'll treat you to a bowl of gloomy tea. Li Huai said, forget it, it's too expensive. Pei Qian said, then you can watch me drink 3 bowls in a row. Li Huai had to accompany Pei Qian to take a seat. Pei Qian gave a piece of snow money, and the young waiter brought 3 bowls of the most famous gloomy tea in the swaying river. After all, it was the tea that the linen sect often used to entertain guests, so it wasn't expensive at all. Li Huai took one of the bowls of tea and felt that he was drinking gold and silver with every sip. He felt heartache and enjoyed it at the same time, so he drank slowly. Pei Qian finished a bowl of gloomy tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and only drank the second bowl slowly. Pei Qian turned to look at the swaying river, lost in thought. She had just arrived in the North Continent, but she missed Luopa Mountain very much. After drinking the gloomy tea, they continued on their way. After walking for dozens of miles in one breath, Pei Qian asked, "Li Huai, don't you feel tired walking?" Li Huai brushed the reeds with his mountain walking stick and laughed. "Are you kidding? Among the group of people who went to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, I was the youngest, the one who could endure the most hardships, and the one who didn't complain about being tired the least." Pei Qian thought about it and let him be. Both of them were used to the mountains and rivers since they were young, so it was natural for them to eat and sleep in the open by the swaying river. Finally, they arrived at the river god temple that was full of incense. Pei Qian and Li Huai spent money to buy 3 ordinary incense sticks and burn them outside the main hall. They saw the golden armored statue holding a sword in each hand and stepping on a red snake. The golden armored statue of the river god was extremely tall. It was actually 3 feet taller than the statue of the water goddess of the Tiefu River in their hometown, and 1.5 inches taller. Pei Qian's memory had always been very good. After she had seen all the people and scenery, if she didn't think about it, she would forget it completely. If she remembered it, she would remember it clearly. The river god temple was crowded with people and there were many pilgrims. Pei Qian and Li Huai were very inconspicuous in the crowd. After Pei Qian and Li Huai stepped out of the main hall's threshold, they continued to walk back. The river god temple occupied a vast area, and there were many halls and pavilions. There were many places to visit. Pei Qian frowned on the way and let Li Huai quickly follow. Then Pei Qian used the mountain walking stick to open the way and stood between a vigorous young man and an old man. The latter was holding a little girl's hand, and the old man was telling the child all kinds of strange stories about the river god temple. The young man's arm was hit by a bamboo mountain walking stick. He didn't feel any pain, but it ruined the good thing. Seeing that the skinny girl was always standing between the old man and himself, he smiled and actually walked in front of the old man. Pei Qian took a step forward and lightly bumped the young man's shoulder. The young man's body was unstable, and after a few steps he grimaced. He saw that the slightly tanned girl stopped and looked at him. The young man grinned. A kindred spirit? He walked forward slowly, and the girl with the green bamboo in her hand and a backpack on her back seemed to be walking side by side with him. Pei Qian said softly, "Previously you already got that bag of silver from a rich man, but this old man, looking at his travel-worn appearance and the wear on his boots, you know that the little money on him is most likely the only money left after the grandfather and grandson burned incense and made a wish to return home. You can even do this." The young man smiled and said, "What do you care? Can you handle it? Since we are of the same trade, then you should know that since I can open the kitchen here, I definitely have a backer. Do you believe that once you leave the river god temple, you won't be able to walk more than 10 miles? Do you know why the fish in the swaying river is so big? It eats people until it's full." Pei Qian continued to say, "Looking at the way you touch things, since you can steal things in front of people, you don't lack money at all. In this river god temple, even if you don't accumulate virtue and do good deeds, it's fine if you steal the gold and silver jewelry of the rich man, but you can't be too wicked and steal money that is very likely to harm people's lives, right?" The young man said, "Are you determined to ruin my good deed? Ruin your good deed? Stealing chickens and stealing dogs, don't you know in your heart that you can't distinguish between good and bad?" Then Pei Qian said, "There's a god 3 feet above your head. Be careful that water god Shui really gets angry." The young man snorted, "Let's wait and see. I'll wait for you outside the door. I want to see how long you can hide here." Pei Qian nodded and said, "Let's try." Li Huai followed behind Pei Qian in confusion. Seeing the vigorous young man turn around and leave with a sneer, Pei Qian reminded him, "After entering the temple to burn incense, try not to go back." The young man spat and left quickly. Li Huai asked, "A thief?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "He's not old, he's a veteran." Li Huai said worriedly, "It seems that guy wants to block our door. What do we do? Is there a small door or side door in this river god temple?" Pei Qian shook his head and said, "It's fine, the other party won't dare to cause trouble in front of the temple, he will only choose a secluded place by the swaying river. When the time comes, we won't take the small path by the river, we will take the main road." At the back of the hall, there was a black couplet with golden words. The contents of the couplet were engraved on a bamboo slip by his master. Pei Qian had seen the bamboo slip before. Don't kowtow with sincerity, you will be protected by virtue. If you burn incense for evil, you will only make the water god angry. Pei Qian put his palms together and chanted in his heart. Li Huai stood at the side and only felt that the contents of the couplet were interesting. No wonder Pei Qian had advised the young thief to be careful of the water god's anger. After the two of them left the river god temple, nothing happened along the way. They rushed to the ferry before night fell. Because according to the rules, the boatmen did not cross the river at night, saying that they were afraid of disturbing the rest of the river god. This custom had been passed down from generation to generation, the younger generation just had to follow it. Sick people seeking medical treatment, scholars rushing to take the exam, suicide by jumping into the river. For these three types of people the boatmen did not accept any money. The first type was that they could not accept it, it would hurt virtue. The second type was to accumulate incense. The last type was that they did not dare to accept it. Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. Here. Pei Qian caught a glimpse of a group of people in the distance. It looked like they were waiting for him. Among them the young man was pointing at him. 7 or 8 strong young men walked over with large strides. One of them was tall and clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Looked quite scary. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "Stand behind me." Li Huai said, "Can't you settle it with an apology and money?" Pei Qian said, "It can't be settled. In the Jianghu you need face. Face is more valuable than money. It is not just an empty reputation, it can be exchanged for money many times. Besides, it shouldn't be settled like this. It is not something that can be settled with money." Li Huai said, "Then what can I do?" Pei Qian said, "If I can't beat them, you can say that you are a scholar of the Surging Gold Academy. They will definitely not believe it, but when they beat you up they will probably hold back a little, afraid that they will beat you to death." Li Huai said, "Then you should be careful. If you can't bear the pain I will take over." In the end, this storm was caused by Pei Qian's meddling in other people's business. However, Li Huai did not have such thoughts and would not blame Pei Qian. A group of people surrounded Pei Qian and Li Huai. The young man fanned the flames and said, "It is this little girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not only did she ruin my big deal in the river god temple, she should have gotten at least 20 taels of silver. After I told her our gang number and asked her to be sensible, she even threatened to kill us all. She said that she knew some real martial arts and was not afraid of our trifling skills at all." The leading man slapped the clever young man who was a money tree and said to the girl with a smile, "Little girl, are your martial arts really so powerful?" The skeleton beach and the swaying river had always been visited by many immortals, and there were many strange people. But the two people in front of them carrying bamboo boxes could be ignored. Pei Qian shook her head and said, "Not at all." She then added, "But if you want to ask for a punch I will accept it." The crowd burst into laughter. This skinny little girl's brain did not seem to be working well. The man quickly stepped forward, his boots kicked up the mud, and the dust flew up, smashing towards the girl's face. The little girl did not look good, so it was no wonder that the master did not have protective feelings for the fairer sex. Pei Qian did not move at all and took the punch. The man put one hand behind his back and nodded. "I am not someone who does not follow the rules of the Jianghu. Today I will teach you a little lesson. In the future, don't meddle in other people's business." The man waved his hand and called for people to leave. Those people who had just started to cheer after being tormented by their big brother were a little confused. Especially the young man who did not see the slightly tanned girl fall to the ground. He was even more disappointed. He did not know what his big brother was planning to do today. After dozens of steps, the young man mustered up his courage and asked, "Big brother?" The man was sweating profusely. His left hand covered his right wrist, his whole body trembled and his face was full of pain. He said in a trembling voice, "I met a hard nail. My hand is broken. You evil spirit, wait for me." The young man complained incessantly in his heart. Everyone was dazzled. The girl carrying the bamboo box had already blocked the way. She used her walking stick to support herself and said to the man with his hands behind his back in a deep voice, "Every family has its rules. Snakes have their ways, rats have their ways. You guys have your own ways. I don't know about the customs of the skeleton beach, but there is no stealing in the temple. It has always been like this in my hometown. Otherwise, you will end up being someone else's for the rest of your life. First, it was your subordinate who stole money from the river god's temple that could have cost lives. Then it was your punch. If it were an ordinary woman, not only would that punch be enough to seriously injure her, it would also ruin her face. That punch of yours is even more against the rules. Even if martial artists in the Jianghu exchange punches, or an elder sparring with a junior, the first punch should never be so ruthless. Yes, your punches are not good, but your heart is ruthless. Pei Qian nodded to himself. All right, I have already figured out the reason. I can punch without worry. A tanned and stocky old boatman was standing not far away. He smiled and said, "Little girl, take it easy when you punch. Be careful not to kill people. There are no laws at the Skeleton Beach, but after all, it is near the river god temple. It is not good to kill people under the eyes of river god Shui." Pei Qian turned to look at the old man and frowned. Favoring the weak? Unreasonable? The old boatman waved his hand and said, "I am not stopping you from punching. I am just reminding you to take it easy." Pei Qian asked, "That sounds right. But why don't you take care of them first? Why are you taking care of me now?" The old boatman grinned and said, "Yo, you sound quite resentful. Why? Do you want to ask me, an old boatman, for your punches? I'm just a boatman. What can I do? Little girl, I am old. I can't take half a punch from you." Pei Qian said to the man with the broken wrist, "Get lost. If I find out that you have not changed your bad habits, I will return a punch to you." The group of people ran away with all their might. Because the two sides behind them, the old boatman and the young girl, looked like a fight between immortals. The old boatman was about to leave. Pei Qian said to himself, "Master is not wrong. Absolutely not. It is you, Shui Yuanxing, who made my master wrong." Pei Qian took down the book box and threw the mountain walking stick to Li Huai. He shouted angrily, "River god Shui Yuanxing, stop." When she was young, she wandered the streets and alleys almost every day. Only when she was too hungry to walk would she find a place to lie down. Therefore she had seen many small things with her own eyes. Cheating people of life-saving money, selling fake medicine to kill people who could have survived, abducting children from the streets of the capital and letting them live a luxurious life for a few months, luring them to gamble. Even if their parents found them and brought them home, the children would run away from home and return to their old profession. Even if they could not find the master who led them, they would still make a living by themselves. They would trick women into brothels and secretly sell them to other places. Or the women felt that there was no turning back. They would work together to cheat the small families of their lifetime savings as betrothal gifts. After getting the money, they would sneak away. If they were stopped, they would commit suicide. Or they would work together from the inside to the outside. But in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, there was really no god of mountains and rivers. It was difficult for the government to control them. But in this swaying river, what could river god Shui Yuanxing not see? What could he not control? The old boatman was slightly shocked. He did not expect to be seen through by a pure martial artist at such a young age. The old man stopped and turned to look at the girl. He said with a smile, "Little girl, your fist technique is definitely not bad. You should be from a celestial family or a rich family. But in this Jianghu, especially the rules of karma, you don't understand. The affairs of the world are complicated. It is not black and white." Pei Qian was silent. He just slowly rolled up his sleeves. Li Huai suddenly said, "River god Shui Yuanxing, she may not understand everything, but she definitely knows more than you think. I implore river god to speak properly." Li Huai smiled brightly. "Anyway, river god Shui Yuanxing is a river god who does not like to meddle in other people's business. He must be very free." Shui Yuanxing was not angry at all. However, he did not want to talk about complicated things with the two children. Therefore he smiled and said, "You have to pay the price for meddling in other people's business. Those people will be much more restrained in the future. Little girl, you are right and you have a fist. Of course you deserve it. Then if you think that I, the god of the swaying river, am unfair, fine, I will stand still and take a punch from you. After that, I will see if the little girl has the heart to continue to reason with me. If there is, I will tell you in detail. I will take you across this swaying river for free. When the time comes, we can talk about a lot. Take your time." Pei Qian's expression was cold. His pair of eyes were as silent as the abyss. He stared at the god of the swaying river. "Shui Yuanxing, you think I have seen too much, so I will let it go, right? Li Huai said softly to Pei Qian. Pei Qian, don't go to the extreme. Qin Pingon is not like that. Pei Qian was furious for no reason. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. Even the nearby swaying river was affected. The river surged and slammed against the shore. The ferry in the distant river was undulating. Shui Yuanxing had to use his supernatural power to suppress the nearby river. The ghosts and demons in the swaying river seemed to be suppressed and instantly dived into the water. She gritted her teeth and said, "So there is only one master in the world. He is my master." Pei Qian bent down slightly and stepped on the ground. He started with the deity drumming style. The fist was opened. The mountains and rivers changed color. Several martial temples in the upper reaches of the swaying river trembled almost at the same time. Shui Yuanxing was stunned. Was he going to break through the realm? Was he going to obtain the martial arts fate of the world with the title of the strongest? Pei Qian said to the old boat indifferently, "This fist of mine is the same fist. If the truth is only in the fist, please take it." Li Huai felt that something was wrong with Pei Qian. He wanted to stop Pei Qian from punching, but he could only lift his foot and could not take a step forward. Li Huai shouted with all his strength, "Pei Qian, if you punch like this, even if we can't be friends, I will definitely tell Qin Pingon." Pei Qian murmured and choked, "My master may never come home again." The girl who was in a daze was still surging with fist intent. The seven-colored sea of clouds in the swaying river started to gather and disperse. Shui Yuanxing smiled bitterly. Alright, he was talking nonsense. Why did he feel that the golden body was going to shatter when the girl punched? It didn't make sense at all unless the girl broke through the realm and had martial arts fate. Then in the blink of an eye, she broke through another realm. She broke through two realms in one go and entered the far travel realm in such a muddle-headed manner. Shui Yuanxing felt that his river god must have water in his brain. However, such a phenomenon had never happened in the history of the skeleton beach and the swaying river. Li Huai said sadly, "Whether Qin Pingon comes home or not, Pei Qian will be like this. Qin Pingon shouldn't have taken you in as his first disciple." The person he misjudged the most in his life was Pei Qian, not Shui Yuanxing. Pei Qian suddenly turned around and scolded, "Bullsh*t." Li Huai, who was sweating profusely, stretched his hand behind his buttocks. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hold it in for a while. Smell it and see if it smells good. Qin Pingon always says that it smells good." Pei Qian suddenly thought of something. In the past, on the way to travel in the valley, she clenched her fist and asked Zhou Lian and Shi Rou if they wanted to know what she was hiding in her hand. Zhou Lian told her to get lost. Shi Rou rolled her eyes. Then her master hit her with a chestnut. Before that, she asked questions and her master answered. "Master, isn't this called a gentleman not taking what others like? I'm still far from being a real gentleman." "How far? Is it that far from the lion's garden to here?" "Probably farther than the lotus flower blessed land to the lion's garden." "So far?" "Yes." "Master, no matter how far it is, we can still walk, right?" "Yes. The premise is that we don't go the wrong way." At this moment, Pei Qian suddenly loosened his fist without warning and withdrew his fist intent. He silently carried the bookcase and walked to Li Huai's side to take the mountain traveling staff that his master had personally given him. Shui Yuanxing was relieved. In fact, there were also a few people on Moi Mountain who were relieved. Pei Qian apologized to God Shui Yuanxing and walked to the ferry. Li Huai somewhat understood Pei Qian's mood. With a heavy heart, he felt very uncomfortable following Pei Qian, let alone comforting her. Pei Qian's strange behavior today had something to do with God Shui Yuanxing, who was pretending to be the old boat, but it was not a big deal. What really made Pei Qian breathless was her past, and her master had not returned for a long time. According to Pei Qian, it was even possible that he would never return. Thinking of this, Li Huai was even more sick and listless than Pei Qian. Pei Qian said, "Li Huai, I didn't mean it." Li Huai forced a smile and blurted out, I don't hold grudges." Pei Qian glanced at Li Huai. The old boat followed the two and said with a smile, "I'll send you across the river. As usual, you have to pay." Pei Qian nodded, "I know, 8 silver coins." It was not until this moment that Li Huai really admired God Shui Yuanxing. His heart was as broad as the swaying river and he did not hold grudges. Shui Yuanxing began to row the boat across the river. Li Huai sat in the middle of the boat and Pei Qian sat at the end with his back to them. Li Huai said with a smile, God Shui Yuanxing, please tell us the rules of the gods of mountains and rivers. If you can say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then we'll pretend we didn't hear it. Shui Yuanxing nodded and roughly explained the lives of the clever young man and the group of strong young men. He explained why they were in their current situation and what would happen in the future. He even told them about the rich man who had his money stolen and the grandfather and grandson who had almost been robbed. He also told them about the rules of the gods of the mountains and rivers. It was not a taboo. Besides, the swaying river and sky did not care about the earth and the gods did not care. Shui Yuanxing really did not care about those *T golden rules and jade rules. Pei Qian did not turn his head and said, I wronged God Shui Yuanxing. Shui Yuanxing held the bamboo pole in his hand and shook his head. Wronged God? I don't think that's necessarily the case. There are many things such as the big and small suffering in the marketplace. Unless it's too much, I'll take care of it. As for the rest, I'm too lazy to care. It's not that I'm afraid of karma, entanglement and diminishing merit. Little girl, you're right. It's because I've seen too much that I'm tired of this swaying river god. Moreover, it's not the first time I've done bad things out of good intentions. Pei Qian said sullenly, Master said that you can't blame a good person. So it is my fault. What's the point of practicing boxing? What's the point of practicing boxing? Li Huai scratched his head. Because of the 8 taels of silver and the little girl's crazy words, Shui Yuanxing suddenly remembered a person. Little girl, your master, could it be that he traveled here years ago and was a young man who wore a bamboo hat and hung a wine pot? Pei Qian turned her head. Her eyes were red but she was smiling and nodding hard, yes. Shui Yuanxing laughed and said, then your master is much more reasonable and amiable than you. He's more like a scholar. He really wasn't a bad person. It was just that his brain was a little off. He didn't even want such a huge fortune from the goddess painting for free. Back then, the deer-riding goddess had been angered quite badly on his fairy. They were indeed master and disciple. But Shui Yuanxing did not dare to say such words that could easily be punched. Li Huai was a little scared. He did not expect Pei Qian to suddenly raise her eyebrows and a pair of bright eyes. Of course. My master is the most reasonable scholar. He is also a swordsman. See, her master did not misjudge river god Shui Yuanxing. It was all her fault. When Pei Qian turned around, Li Huai glanced at the object in her hand and felt a little helpless. He was worried that she was going into a dead end, but it turned out that she had already taken out a set of tools and was using a pair of scissors to weigh the silver. She used small scissors to cut out 8 taels of silver. She was afraid that she would waste money if she cut too much. Although the small wooden box on her knee was small, it had all kinds of things. In addition to the small scissors, there was more than one small bamboo scissors and small weighing weights of different sizes. One of them was engraved by her, never lose money, and the other was engraved, only earn money. Shui Yuanxing also felt that it was interesting. The little girl was really different from the previous scene when she punched. He could not help but laugh. Forget it. Since you are all scholars, I will not take the money. Pei Qian cut out 8 taels of silver and pointed at Li Huai saying, I am not a scholar but he is. Then give Shui he god 4 taels of silver. Then Pei Qian said to Li Huai, I helped you pay so you should be grateful. What happened today? Li Huai wanted to say that he did not have money, but he could still afford the 8 taels of silver. He did not expect Pei Qian to stare at Li Huai and directly break the 8 taels of silver in half. Li Huai immediately nodded. Today is a sunny day and the swaying river is without waves. Then Li Huai suddenly felt that something was wrong. I am a scholar and I am the one who does not need to pay to cross the river. But he did not dare to argue with Pei Qian. Li Huai was afraid of Pei Qian more than he was afraid of Li Baoping when he was a child. After all, Li Baoping never held grudges and did not keep accounts. Every time he beat him up he would forget it. Shui Yuanxing smiled and shook his head. This scholar's brain was normal but he was not very bright. After crossing the river and paying, Li Huai and old Zhou Xian thanked him. Pei Qian did not say anything but just bowed and said goodbye. Shui Yuanxing waved his hand and rowed the boat back to the other side. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He did not know whether to say that he had turned over the almanac or not. Li Huai only felt that nothing had happened and his body was light. Pei Qian suddenly asked, What did you say before? Was it fragrant? Li Huai's knees went soft. He only felt that the world was big and no one could save him. Pei Qian suddenly turned his head. Li Huai followed Pei Qian's line of sight, blinked his eyes and with a face of disbelief asked, "Sister?" Li Lu smiled and nodded gently. Li Huai ran over and pinched Li Lu's cheeks with both of his hands. He tugged gently and said, "Sister, are you a fake? Where did you pop out from?" Li Lu was full of smiles. The fox demon named Wei Taizhen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and only felt that he had suffered a heavenly tribulation. This was the little brother that Master talked about from time to time? Good looks, good temper, good grades, good talent, kind heart. In any case, Li Huai was good at everything. Pei Qian came to Li Huai's side and smiled happily. "Sister Li Lu." Li Huai quickly withdrew his hand. Li Lu nodded and smiled at Pei Qian. "With you by his side I'm more at ease." Li Huai quickly pulled his sister to the side, lowered his voice and said helplessly, "Sister, why are you here?" Two young ladies dared to leave Lion Peak and come to a place as far away as the Skeleton Beach? It's not that I want to criticize you, but your friend is. Let me tell you, there are many ruffians and scoundrels in the Skeleton Beach. It's okay, I just met the god of the swaying river. If there's anything, just mention my name. Forget it, river god Shui still doesn't know my name. It's better if you mention Pei Qian's name. Pei Qian almost punched him just now. Good fellow, as expected of the famous god of the swaying river, as steady as Mount Tai with a smile on his face, not the least bit afraid. If it were me facing Pei Qian, I would have been lying on the ground. Li Lu said gently, "I won't accompany you on your tour, I still have something to deal with." Li Huai laughed angrily, "I also don't want you to accompany me. What's wrong with having a sister by your side, looking for brother-in-law everywhere?" Li Lu suddenly asked, "Do you have a red string in the book box?" Li Huai was stunned. "What? Sister has a sweetheart, why is she lacking in dowry? Is there something wrong with your future brother-in-law's brain? Thinking that you can't have sex, you came to seek money? Mother will be so angry that she'll tear your arm off with her fingers. Sister, this matter really can't be taken lightly. That brother-in-law, whether he's rich or poor, it doesn't matter. But if there's a problem with his character, I won't agree. Even if Mother agrees, I won't agree." Li Lu was helpless. Li Huai laughed. "Sister, what are you thinking? I'm just teasing you." In the end, Li Lu accompanied her brother Li Huai for a few miles before returning the way they came. However, she didn't take the immortal's cha brush washer, only the red string. Then she gave her brother something which was casually thrown into the bamboo box by Li Huai. Li Lu asked, "Why didn't you wear the clothes and shoes that old Yang gave you?" Li Huai rolled his eyes. "The old man worked hard to save money to buy these things. I wandered around aimlessly for a few days, wouldn't I look bad if I wore them? I'm sorry to the old man's wife. Maybe when I went out to buy things, the old man's hands would tremble with heartache when he took out the money. When I think of this scene I want to laugh. So forget it, I'll wear them on the way back when I'm almost home." Li Lu laughed. "You'd better wear them." Li Huai impatiently said, "Let's talk about it later." Li Lu also stopped persuading her brother. In the end, Li Lu kept the Jindan stage fox demon Wei Taizhen. Her hometown was actually not far from here in the Ghost Valley's Mirror Treasure Mountain. As a result, poor Li Huai almost collapsed. That Miss Wei, who was said to be the direct disciple of the Lion Peak's ancestral hall, blinked and stared at him. Look, I know I'm not handsome, okay? What's so great about being an immortal record master on the mountain? In any case, he's my sister's immortal friend. Can't you give him some face?" Pei Qian didn't care. No matter what the other party's background was, since she was a genuine immortal on the mountain, they should look after each other. Otherwise, a sixth realm martial artist like him wouldn't be enough. If there really was an accident, Wei Taizhen could take Li Huai and run away. After that, the three people walked in silence. Li Huai didn't want to talk. Wei Taizhen didn't dare to talk. Pei Qian didn't want to talk, but holding the walking stick he suddenly asked, "Li Huai, my master will definitely come back, right?" Li Huai grunted, "Of course, Qin Pingon treats you very well, we all see it." Pei Qian was in high spirits, saying, "Your sister also treats you very well." Li Huai nodded. Pei Qian lightly waved the walking stick in his hand, humming a folk song. "Stinky tofu is fragrant. Stinky tofu is delicious but can't afford it. There are demons and monsters on the mountain, there are water ghosts in the lakes and rivers. When you turn around in fright, you've been away from home for many years. Eat stinky tofu. Which family's little girl has the fragrance of orchids on her body? Why is her face covered in tears? Don't you think she's pitiful? Can't eat stinky tofu, she's really pitiful. Pei Qian suddenly realized and became furious. He didn't think that Li Huai had already tiptoed away from Pei Qian. When Pei Qian came back to his senses, he had already run far away, pissing his pants in terror, running at full speed ahead. Pei Qian looked around, then caught up with Li Huai in a few steps. With a kick, Li Huai fell to the ground. Li Huai got up and continued running without turning his head. Wei Taizhen wiped the sweat from his forehead. The people in Master's hometown were really scary. (692). Before Pei Qian left Mural City to ask Zhou Xian. In the ruins of the immortal mansion in the painting scroll, Patriarch Yan Su let his only direct disciple Pang Lanqi continue to practice her sword. It was fine if she wanted to rest for a while. Yan Su opened the mountain restriction and returned to the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain. Then he rode the wind to the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain to pay his respects to Patriarch Nalan from the Middle Earth's Linen sect. Although Patriarch Nalan looked approachable, he was extremely strict as the Patriarch of the Linen sect. He had once personally taken the lives of 2 Upper 5 Realms cultivators. The Patriarch of the Linen sect was extremely old and had an extremely high seniority. He was the junior brother of the sect master of the Linen sect. The Patriarch of the Linen sect did not send a flying sword message in advance, nor did he go directly to the ancestral hall at the peak of the mountain. Yan Su was naturally worried. The lush green Muyi Mountain was surrounded by white clouds all year round. It was like a celestial in a green robe with a white jade belt around his waist. When Yan Su arrived at the Hanging Sword Pavilion, Patriarch Nalan was drinking with Wei Yusong. The old man was drunk and laughed endlessly. He casually reached out his hand and crushed the white clouds outside the pavilion. Yan Su heaved a sigh of relief. Patriarch Nalan was easier to talk to after drinking wine. Wei Yusong had made a contribution. The young man and woman with swords on their backs took the initiative to bow to Yan Su. Yan Su's eyelids trembled slightly and his heart tightened. The man's name was Sui Yun and the woman's name was Exin. The pair of Taoist companions were both in the nascent soul realm. Although they had yet to enter the upper 5 realms, they were destined to be the future masters of the impermanence division of the upper sect's ancestral hall. The world was unpredictable. Aside from some unorthodox methods, all of them came from the Linen sect. Patriarch Nalan did not bring his direct disciples to travel across continents. Instead, he brought these 2 troublesome people to the lower sect. This in itself was a kind of reminder. After Yan Su sat down, Wei Yusong said bluntly, "Patriarch Nalan is here to denounce us. He feels that we have too much involvement with the Song clan." The woman named Exin took out a book from her sleeve and handed it to Yan Su. She smiled and said, "Patriarch Yan, please read this book first." Yan Su didn't know the inside story, but he could tell from the book's appearance that it wasn't an immortal's scroll. Wei Yusong looked worried, so Yan Su began to flip through the book. Ancestral Master Nalan continued to pull Wei Yusong, a junior from a lower sect, to drink wine together. When the old cultivator was in the city of Murals, he had almost bought an immortal's celadone brush washer. But the price didn't conform to the rules of etiquette. It was just an obscure poem that had never been recorded before. Immortal guests were received by the immortal's carriage, arriving at the side of the 3 stars. The old cultivator was delighted when he saw it. Because he knew the value of the item, he found it even more pleasing to the eye. It wasn't that the celadone brush washer was a great immortal artifact, nor was it an amazing magic weapon. It was only worth 2 or 3 small rain coins, but the old cultivator was willing to spend 1 small rain coin to buy it. This was because this poem wasn't widely circulated in the central divine continent, but the old cultivator happened to know about it. Not only did he know about it, he even saw the poet with his own eyes, heard it with his own ears, and wrote this poem. The immortals who were on good terms with ancestral Master Nalan in the central divine continent all knew that the old man was fond of poems. Other than the Celadone's poems and the traveling immortal's poems, he also liked a type of ghost poem that was similar to the Hanlon ghost's elegant style of conversation. Most of his poems were written in the style of a pavilion. Another type was written by the old ghosts of the previous dynasty. They liked to mention the ancient people in books and the past generations of poetry sect masters in their poems. As long as the old man saw or heard something, he would record it down. However, Ancestral Master Nalen felt that the most interesting part of this poem wasn't the poem's content, but the poem's name. It was extremely long and there were even more words than the content. In the last years of the Yuanbao, I was drunk during the day and slept at the Chunming Gate. In my dream, I rode the Qingtong Heavenly Lord and traveled the galaxy together. When I woke up from my drunken stupor, I wrote this poem. At that time, the old man was only a teenager. Once he followed his master down the mountain to travel. Then, in a secular dynasty that was swaying in the wind and rain, he met a down-and-out scholar named Bai Yi. His master invited him to drink, and the scholar used this poem as payment for the drink. At that time, when the teenager heard the extremely long name, he thought that it would be a long poem that could easily be hundreds of words. He didn't expect that, together with the words, riding the carriage to receive the celestial guests, I once came to the side of the constellations of the 3 stars, it only totaled to 28 words. Then the teenager couldn't help but ask, "That's all?" But the scholar had already left with a big laugh. Ancestral Master Nalen put down the wine pot and asked, "Finished reading?" Yensu's face was ashen. He said in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master Nalen, could it be that you also believe the contents of this book?" Ancestral Master Nalen sneered. Wei Yusong said, "Ancestral Master Nalen wants to confirm one thing. How did this kind of book gradually spread in the central divine continent, so much so that it can be easily obtained on the cross-continent ferry? What is written in the book can be important or it can also be unimportant. But who is it? Why did they write this book? Why did our hemp sect get involved with the Qin Pingon written in the book? These are the only things that Ancestral Master Nalen wants to know." Ancestral Master Nalen crushed the white clouds in the mountains. Yensu, on the other hand, crushed the book in his hand and casually waved it to hang it outside the sword pavilion. Yensu was good at law, but he wasn't good at arguing and reasoning with others. So he could only sullenly ask Wei Yusong for a pot of wine. Ancestral Master Nalen said slowly, "Zhu Quan is too naive. When thinking about things, he likes to think about things in a simple way. Wei Yusong wants to make money too much. He wants to change the hemp sect's strained situation. He's the kind of person who can't climb out of money." Yensu, you 2 hemp sect's ancestors only know how to fight and scold people. If I don't come here personally and see with my own eyes, I won't be at ease. Yensu fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine. He said in a muffled voice, "Ancestral Master Nalen can't just come to the Bone Beach to take a look. In any case, if the high sect is angry about this, they'll definitely find a scapegoat. It's very simple. I, Yensu, will take responsibility for this matter alone. It has nothing to do with Zhu Quan and Wei Yusong." Ancestral Master Nalen said, "Before coming, the high sect has come to a conclusion. No matter what, they have to break this deal with the Cloud Pinning Mountain and the Song clan. As for why I came, of course it's because the high sect's Ancestral Master Hall is angry. You should know very well that whether it's the hemp sect or the Central Continent's high sect, let's not talk about the truth first. Let's just talk about the kind of people in the book. They blindly rely on their good fortune and pretend to cultivate their heart. In fact, they only know how to cultivate their strength. On the path of cultivation, they only take what they don't want to give up. They've always hated people like this the most. It's better to believe it than not to believe it." Ancestral Master Nalen said to Yensu, "No matter how Zhu Quan doesn't manage things, he's still the master of a sect. To put it bluntly, you Yensu want to take the blame. On what basis? Besides, with little Quan's temperament, it's not up to you to be the good guy." Yensu whispered, "Ancestral Master Nalen isn't blind to follow the seniors of the high sect. We have a cross-continent ferry at home, we'll take a few more steps." At this point, Yensu was speechless. If he went to Baopao Continent's Luopa Mountain, would he be able to see that Chen brat? Ancestral Master Nalen wouldn't be able to see him at all. Wei Yusong said, "In order to protect our reputation, we're afraid of being cursed. This isn't something a cultivator of the hemp sect would do. Ancestral Master Nalen, I still have the same idea. Since the high sect has ordered, the low sect will naturally obey. All business with Luopa Mountain can be cut off. But from today onwards, I, Wei Yusong, will move out of the hemp sect's ancestral master hall and no longer care about money. I'll go to Qinglu town and follow sect master Zhu. Yansu said angrily, I've been indebted to my master for a long time. The high sect will do whatever they want. But I can't harm my own disciple, that's immoral. What kind of hemp sect cultivator are you? Go to Luopa Mountain and be a consecrator? Just burn incense and worship in Luopa Mountain's ancestral master hall. Ancestral Master Nalan smiled. Oh, you're all trying to scare me? So when you asked me to drink, it wasn't a toast but a punishment? Wei Yusong shook his head. I don't dare. Yansu smashed the wine pot. What's wrong with scaring an old and dim-sighted guy? Ancestral Master Nalan didn't lower herself to Yansu's level. She got up with a smile. Go to the hemp sect's ancestral master hall. Remember to call Zhu Quan back. Wei Yusong glared fiercely at the impulsive Yansu. On the way to the ancestral master hall at the top of the Muyi mountain, Wei Yusong was obviously unwilling to give up. He said to ancestral Master Nalan, my hemp sect's mountain and water array can have today's situation. In fact, it's thanks to Luopa Mountain. The Ghost Valley has been stable for 10 years. Ancestral Master Nalan smiled and said, this matter, the High Sect's Ancestral Master Hall has mentioned it a long time ago. Do you think my old and dim-sighted memory is also bad? Wei Yusong completely gave up and no longer persuaded anything. After Zhu Quan was called back to the Ancestral Master Hall, he only said one sentence. Don't bully people like this. I don't want to be a broken sect master anymore. Ancestral Master Nalan neither nodded nor refuted. She only asked, do you still know that you are a sect master? Zhu Quan was speechless. Yansu was a little anxious. He was already impulsive enough. Zhu Quan, don't mess around. That Ancestral Master Nalan was really stubborn. He said that it was fine if he didn't want to be a sect master, but he had to think about it first. He would shut himself in the Ancestral Master Hall and meditate for a few days. When the time came, he would still decide to resign from the position of sect master. He only needed to greet every statue in the Ancestral Master Hall. When the time came, Zhu Quan would leave the Ancestral Master Hall and just go to the Ghost Valley and Qinglu town. Anyway, whether the hemp sect had a sect master or not would not make a difference. There was no need to greet him. After a flying sword message to the high sect, there would be a new sect master soon. Although the hemp sect was a lesser sect, it was still the sect master of this vast world. There were many old fellows in the high sect's ancestral master hall who were willing to come to the North Continent. After that, Zhu Quan stayed in the ancestral master hall. Anyway, Yansu would bring wine to the ancestral master hall every now and then. It was not good to drink in the ancestral master hall, so the two of them drank at the gate. Zhu Quan turned around from time to time to raise the wine jug at the gate to help those ancestral masters who could no longer drink wine. In the shop in the Mural City, the young female shopkeeper saw Pang Lanqi and smiled sweetly. There were no customers in the shop. Pang Lanqi leaned on the counter and complained incessantly, complaining that the swordsmanship taught by her master was too difficult to learn. She then said that Pei Qian and a friend by the name of Li Huai came to the shop earlier. When they saw that she was not around, they said that they would look for her when they went home. Pang Lanqi held back her laughter and said, that Pei Qian, is she very strange? The young woman shook her head. No, she is very polite. However, she suddenly sighed. That girl's eyes seemed to be able to speak. Then she seemed to understand the meaning behind Pei Qian's eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Pang Lanqi was by her side, she pursed her lips and made up her mind. It was time to talk to her about that matter. She gathered her courage and said, Lanqi, my previous idea was that I have saved some divine money after working in the shop for so many years. I can still afford to buy a box of those immortal elixirs in the Spring Dew Garden that can help women retain their youthful looks. I will age slower and my white hair will grow slower. Pang Lanqi was about to speak when she shook her head. Let me finish first. I used to think that I would strive to live a long life. When that time comes, I will not look good and become a white-haired old woman. If you change your mind, I won't blame you. However, I don't want to do that now. Coincidentally, the Earth Goddess of our Mural City said that she has always wanted to take off her burden and go out to see the world. I have a chance to inherit her identity. However, the Earth Goddess told me that although my rank is not high and I am only a Earth Goddess, I do not have any immortal roots or fate. The so-called chance is to rely on the blessings of the old immortals in the Mui Mountain. Therefore I want to ask you, will it be difficult for you to do so? Pang Lanshi nodded. Her eyes were gentle and her tone was firm. She only said one word. The young woman heaved a sigh of relief. However, she could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the earth goddess said that she would be skinny and her soul would be tormented. It was really frightening. A graceful and pretty young woman broke through the ground outside the shop. She was the earth goddess of the Mui Mountain. Her expression was solemn. One of you really dares to agree with me and the other dares to agree with her. There is a lot of danger in this. Let me say this first. Although your hemp sect is proficient in the path of souls, accidents are inevitable. In my opinion, it is better to let her go to the swaying river to be a goddess in name. Even if she is in fact a female ghost with her soul trapped and not a god's body, it is much safer than becoming a god. That old Shui is also living under the hemp sect's roof. He will definitely give you Pang Lanshi some face. Pang Lanshi thought for a while. Anyway, this matter is not urgent. I will ask Qin Pingon later. He is the most considerate person. Speaking until here, Pang Lanshi pulled her collar. I am the honorary consecrator of the Luopa Mountain. How can he not help me with this small matter? The young woman smiled and nodded. She stretched out her finger and gently hooked Pang Lanshi's hand. Pang Lanshi held her slender hand in return. The young woman clicked her tongue and said, "Boring, really boring. Why don't you just close the shop and do whatever you want? I won't peek or eavesdrop." The old ancestor of the Shang sect, who was unreasonable and had already provoked the anger of the Shang sect, did not leave the Mui Mountain sensibly. Instead, he brought the young couple from the Shang sect's Wuchang division to stay. It was rare for her to go out, so she should walk around more. If there was anything, she could send a message by flying sword. In fact, old patriarch Nalan really wanted to go to the Fuyao sect in the Tongye continent. The Fuyao technique there was excellent. However, the old patriarch was not idle. She watched the mirror flower, water and moon every day, mainly to understand the current situation in the mountains of the South Sa continent and the Fuyao continent. She could also perform the mountain view supernatural power to see the swaying river. Otherwise, she would take out the poetry collection she compiled and take some white clouds from the sword pavilion hanging halfway up the mountain. She condensed them into a desk and put a stack of poetry collections on it. Then she took a moon in the water from the swaying river and hung it beside the desk as a lamp. There were all kinds of immortal masters on the mountain. Although there were some who played around like old villagers, it was a great style. However, most of them were like old patriarch Nalan, who was untainted by the mortal world and had the demeanor of an immortal. In fact, the old cultivator was born in the marketplace. He was not a child of a wealthy family, nor was he an immortal born on the mountain. He just entered the mountain to cultivate since he was young. One night, the old cultivator closed a poetry collection. He remembered the first time he went out to travel. His master sent him to the mountain gate and said, "Go into the mountain." The young man was puzzled and asked why they did not go down the mountain. His master did not explain anything. It was only later that he, who was not a young man for too many years, understood his master's deep meaning. It turned out that it was not easy to cultivate the Tao and climb the mountain. There were many dangerous mountains in the human world. Entering this mountain made it even more difficult for people to walk. The old man sighed and opened the only book that was not a poetry collection. He continued to read the thousands of words at the beginning. As for the content after that, it was about fortuitous encounters and blessings, about the young man who learned boxing and read books, about singing poems with the goddess and the beautiful ghost, about being a hero in the pugilistic world and being righteous with a few punches in the pugilistic world. He turned a blind eye to the mess left behind and did not care about it anymore. After making a name for himself in the pugilistic world, there was only something about whipping a famous horse under the setting sun, drinking and singing loudly and traveling far away. What kind of foul atmosphere was it? It was simply unbearable to look at. The old man continued to read and asked the young man and woman beside him, "Sui Yuan Qingxin, how much do you think is true and false about what is written in the book?" The woman shook her head and said, "If I only read this book, even if it's only 10% or 20% true, when I meet this person in the future, I will definitely take a detour and stay away from him. On the other hand, there's no need to be on guard against that Gu Chan," the man said. After traveling far away, he always criticized others as a lecturer and never asked himself. It's really a waste of the simple words at the beginning of the travel book. At this point, the man glanced at his Dao companion beside him and said carefully, "If you only look at the beginning, the young man's situation is quite difficult. I really hope that this young man can achieve meteoric success and enjoy the good times after suffering." The woman smiled and said, "In the study room there's a beautiful woman. In the pugilistic world there's no man who isn't envious." The man smiled bitterly. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be said. On this day the old cultivator stared at the painting of mountains and rivers on the white cloud writing table. He seemed to be surprised. He stretched out his hand and pushed the painting away from the writing table, making it easier for the immortal Dao companion to see the various states of the city. The two young nascent soul cultivators from the Impermanence division were the proud sons of heaven of the Linen sect in the Central Plains. Both of them were born as immortals on the mountain. Both of their parents were cultivators. Back then Zhou Xian and Xianxia became Dao companions. It was a joyous occasion. The old cultivator still had high hopes for these two juniors from the Impermanence division. The only flaw was that Zhou Xian and Xianxia were congenitally deficient. In the end, they didn't know much about the bottom of the city and their thoughts were too shallow. On the painting, it turned out that the little girl and the young scholar went to the river god temple to burn incense. The old cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. She's not even willing to buy the water incense in the ancestral temple. It's not like the demeanor of her master that was written in the book. However, that's right. The little girl's experience in the pugilistic world is still very deep. She's experienced and extremely clever. Zhou Xian and Xianxia. If you were in the same realm as this little girl, the two of you would probably be sold by her and still have to help her count the money. It's quite the happy kind. After Pei Qian burned incense and strolled around the river god temple, there was that shocking Shui Yuanxing who swayed the river with his fist. In the end, there wasn't much of a disturbance. The old boat owner, Shui Yuanxing, personally pushed the boat for the two of them to cross the river. It could be considered as an exchange of blows that led to friendship. As for the young man who stole from the river god temple, the young man who broke his wrist gave him a good beating. The young man was beaten until he hugged his head and rolled around on the ground. He begged with tears and snot. In the end, his body was covered in blood and dirt. It was very disgusting. After the group of men left, the young man was told to be more diligent. He had to steal 50 taels of silver within a month and treat it as money to buy medicine. Otherwise, he would settle the old and new debts together. The young man staggered and passed through a thicket of reeds alone. He went to the swaying river and took off his outer clothes to wash them. He grimaced in pain and finally went to the mural city with a bloody nose and a swollen face. After about 600 miles, the young man's clothes had already been dried. However, there were still some bruises on his body and his ribs were aching faintly. As for his face, because the young man had covered it tightly when he was rolling on the ground, it wasn't too obvious that he was injured. Only the young man's hands didn't suffer the slightest bit of harm. This was because when the man got someone to beat him up, he reminded him. After all, the young man was a talented young man. As a money tree in his own gang, he relied on his hands to steal without anyone noticing. The young man returned to a small alley outside the mural's city. Outside a courtyard, it was still the same as before. There were door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the highest point. Because it hadn't been put up for long, it wasn't white or wrinkled yet. The young man looked around and saw that there was no one around. Only then did he look at the gap in the yellow mud wall beside the door god. Seeing that the 2 copper coins were still there, he relaxed and smiled. Copper coins were of course worthless. However, to this family they were of great significance. This hidden place was jokingly called by him and his sister, Door God Master's innermost place. Once, when the family was on the verge of collapsing, he was playing with his little sister and accidentally found 2 pieces of money. Immortal money, 2 pieces of snow money. After so many years, the 2 pieces of snow money had never been used. Firstly, he didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that it would cause trouble. Secondly, his mother was unwilling to spend it. She said that 1 piece of snow money was for him to use as a daughter-in-law's capital. The other piece of snow money was for his sister's dowry. Afterwards, he found out that if his mother hadn't suddenly received the 2 pieces of immortal money, she would have been willing to suffer more. She would have brought the two children and endured the lowly and poor life day after day. She would have almost agreed to those vicious and merciless creditors and become a boatwoman. It was the kind of boat that ferry passengers could touch by spending a few copper coins. At night she wouldn't cross the river. Instead she would anchor the boat by the swaying riverside and light a lantern. When the men saw the lantern they could spend the night there. When they got older they would go to the brothel to be a prostitute. No matter what, if his mother really did that, the family's wealth would increase. His and his sister's lives would also be much better. Every time his mother talked about this she didn't hold back. But of course the young man wasn't willing to do so. Every time his sister heard about this, her face would turn pale. She would secretly go to the door and whisper to the door god to express her gratitude. Therefore their family's custom was that after the new door god was replaced, the old door god wouldn't be thrown away. His mother would let him and his sister carefully invite a door god and then carefully store them away. As for the place where the 2 pieces of snow were inexplicably spent, his mother had replaced them with 2 copper coins. The only thing the young man wasn't satisfied with was that he wasn't able to become a scholar. He really didn't have such thoughts, but his mother was disappointed and didn't say anything. This made his heart feel uncomfortable. In his early years, there was once when he stole a piece of snow to spend money. He wanted to exchange it for silver to first let his sister, who was hungry for a pastry, eat until she was full, and then let his mother and sister live a good life. In the end he was caught by his crazy mother. That was the first time his mother was willing to beat him, the kind that wanted to kill him. His younger sister, who was younger than him, cried at the side as if she was in more pain than him. From that day onwards, as the only male in the family, he vowed to earn money. It wasn't until he became a young man that he knew that if it wasn't for his mother stopping him, the family of 3 wouldn't be able to live a good life. Instead they would only be met with disaster. Not to mention the 2 pieces of snow, even the 2 pieces of snow could be extorted by those rogue wanderers who had killed people and seen blood. With just him and his mother, it was impossible to protect the 2 pieces of celestial money that fell from the sky. By the time the young man was able to rely on his own ability and connections to secretly exchange the snow for silver, the young man had already changed his mind. He left the 2 pieces of snow for his sister. His sister absolutely couldn't let those bastards touch her. She must marry a good family in the future. She and his mother must leave the skeleton beach. He was enough here. With his own ability he could definitely survive. Today the young man pushed the door open and entered. His sister, who lived in the same room with his mother, was cutting the window flowers. His sister was skillful and could learn many exquisite window flowers with just a glance. Although she couldn't make a lot of money by relying on this, she could still make money. The young girl got up in surprise and said, "Brother, why are you here? I'll call my mother home and make you a delicious meal." The young man picked a small stool and sat beside the young girl. He shook his head with a smile and said softly, "No need. Don't you know how well I'm doing? Our mother's cooking skills are so good that there's no money or oil in the family. There's money at home, but it's all oil. I really can't eat it. However, I came in a hurry this time, so I couldn't bring you any gifts." The young girl smiled. Her pair of clean and beautiful eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. "No need, no need." The young man grinned. He reached out his hand and patted his head. He stretched out his fist and slowly opened it. It was a piece of silver. "Take it." The young girl wanted to say something but hesitated. She still accepted the piece of silver. It was heavy, 7 or 8 coins. The young man sat on the stool and leaned forward. He supported his cheeks with his hands and looked at the 2 door gods who opened the door and faced into the room. In fact, this precocious young man didn't really believe that it was some door god. He had some guesses. It was very likely that it was the young ranger who wore a bamboo hat. However, his mother and sister were still certain that the 2 pieces of snow were the door gods. But whether it was or not, it didn't matter. As for the grandfather and grandson who almost had their money stolen by the young man, after leaving the ancestral temple, they sat in the simple carriage hired in their hometown and went along the swaying river to return to the north. The child said that he wanted to read. The old man smiled and said that the road was bumpy. Reading like this would hurt the eyes. It wouldn't be too late to read when they got home. The child laughed and didn't say that when they got home. The old man touched the child's head. The child suddenly said, Previously in the big house of the river god, there was an older sister who walked beside us. The way she pursed her lips and smiled was really beautiful. The old man thought for a moment and remembered. Are you talking about the two people who carried the bamboo box? The child nodded vigorously. Later we walked faster. The older sister walked slower. When I turned to look at her, she would smile. The old man smiled and said, "It's the scholar who carried the book and traveled." The child asked, "Grandpa, is that bamboo a walking stick?" I saw that the older brother and sister's legs didn't have any problem walking. The old man couldn't help but smile and patiently explained, "That's not a walking stick. It has a name. It's called mountain walking stick. When scholars go out to travel, they often need to cross mountains. Some people whose family is not particularly rich but they want to learn more. They don't have servants or study companions to follow them. They have to carry their own bags and cross mountains and rivers." The child smiled and said, Our family doesn't have much money. It seems that I also need a mountain walking stick in the future." The old man rubbed his grandson's head and said, "Reading thousands of books costs a lot of money. Traveling thousands of miles, it's enough to endure hardships. When Grandpa was young, he also traveled with a good friend. We went to the library of those big families and scholarly families. Every day we borrowed books, copied books, returned books and borrowed books again. Some scholars didn't care about anything and were very enthusiastic. They welcomed us poor children to copy books. At most they would remind us not to damage the books. Every day they would treat us with good food. But occasionally some servants would complain a little. For example, every night they would burn the lamp to copy books. They would say something like, "The price of the lamp oil has increased. These are all nothing." The child listened and kept yawning. The old man held the child in his arms. The child was a little sleepy. After the novelty wore off and he walked a lot, he began to fall asleep. The old man softly murmured. When he was in his 20s, he hurriedly and noisily wrote the words on the tip of his pen. Even when he was in his 30s, he gradually weakened and could only stew for a while. When he got older, he didn't think that writing was not what he wrote. It was just like inviting friends to a paper to say hello and tell stories. The coachman suddenly said, "Carrying books and swords, two vast expanses." The old man in the carriage was very surprised. The coachman shouldn't have said such elegant words. He gently put down the child and lifted the curtain. The young coachman turned his head and asked, "Master, what is this?" The old man smiled and asked, "Why is there, carrying books and swords, two vast expanses?" The coachman was stunned. "Master, what did you say?" The old man was speechless. He smiled and said it was nothing. He returned to the carriage and just thought it was his imagination. As for the coarse and illiterate coachman, he suddenly had an additional thought. Go find that Chen Lingjun. In the next moment the coachman completely forgot about this matter. On Muyi Mountain, when Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the boat, Ancestor Nalan put away the mountain and river painting scroll and sank into contemplation. The man said as he wished, "We are of the same origin. Like teacher, like disciple, and like disciple, like teacher." The woman, satisfied, also nodded. A moment later the old cultivator wanted to take a look again, so he used his divine ability again. He exclaimed in surprise. How come there was a little fox demon in the Jindan realm beside the two children? Then for some reason the painting scroll blurred on its own. The immortal couple looked at each other in dismay. Ancestor Nalan smiled and put away his divine ability. Over at the tea stall by the swaying river, there were still some customers and they were about to close. The shopkeeper took out 2 feathers from the civil and martial sparrows respectively. He said to the young man who was napping on the table, "There's something to do." A young woman suddenly appeared and sat down. "I advise you not to do it." In the night, Li Huai walked beside Pei Qian and whispered, "Pei Qian, can you teach me fist technique?" Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped on second thought with a strange expression. She had visited Lion Peak on this trip and she had been punched in the face. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time and shook her head. "It's too hard to learn fist technique." After a pause, Pei Qian added, "Besides, I don't know how to teach fist technique." Li Huai was a little happy and said with a smile, "I learn everything very slowly. It's better that you don't know how to teach fist technique. If you can't learn fist technique, I won't be sad and you don't have to worry about misleading people. If it's Chin Pingon, I won't learn. With his temper, once he teaches fist technique, I can't be lazy even if I want to." Pei Qian, I'm just telling the truth, don't be angry. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, didn't you see my master's 2 stances earlier than me? It's not hard to learn, you should know. Li Huai said resentfully, I just randomly learned the 1,000 years sleeping stance. Actually, I didn't remember what Chen Pingon said. I just thought I learned it. I don't dare to learn the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance. I'm afraid Li Baoping and the others will laugh at me. Pei Qian shook her head, I don't teach fist technique. I don't know any fist technique myself. Li Huai said, you know. Didn't you just learn the divine punching fist with Shuihe? Pei Qian just didn't agree. My fist technique wherever my fist lands. Pei Qian looked up at the sky. And on the ground there were noises of night insects all around. Not far from the Baiyun Temple of Qingwan, an old monk who traveled far away rented a courtyard and cooked soup every day. It was obviously a vegetable pot, but it had the taste of chicken soup. That's why he got the nickname of Chicken Soup Monk. He didn't read fortunes and only read palms. Occasionally he would read fortunes and solve people's doubts. Every time he asked for 1 tael of silver he had to pay the moment he entered. If he wasn't satisfied he wouldn't pay back. One day a scholar came to his door and asked if he could pass the imperial examinations. The old monk looked at the scholar's palm and shook his head. The scholar was furious and began to say that the imperial examinations were misleading people. He listed out a lot of reasons. Among them he said that how many top scholars in the world could write poems that would go down in history. The old monk extended his hand and the scholar angrily threw out a tael of silver. The old monk got the money and put it in a bag. He then smiled, the imperial examinations are not misleading people. I won't say it, but it's true that you won't be able to become an official. The scholar's face turned red, your palms are not accurate. The old monk smiled to himself. Moreover, you said that top scholars couldn't write poems that would go down in history. You said it as if you could write one. There were a few top scholars in history and it's generally possible to estimate. There are too many scholars like you who don't have the skills to count. There are some scholars who are down and out. Their talents and literary skills are indeed good, but they can't pass the imperial examinations. It can only be said that their personalities are not compatible. Like you, not only can you not pass the imperial examinations, you can't do anything. You can still rely on your family's wealth to get by. The scholar waved his sleeves and left. Idiot. The old monk shook his head. Those who complain too much must have suffered a lot to complain. Your virtue doesn't match your position, your resentment doesn't match your suffering. You can't even be a self-righteous man. The scholar was putting on his boots at the door. When he heard this, he added fuel to the fire. He turned his head and said angrily, bald donkey, you're looking for a beating. You can beat people. The old monk said, you have to pay for the medicine. The scholar hesitated for a while but still left. He told others that the old monk was a swindler and not to waste the tael of silver. Unfortunately, the old monk was quite famous in the capital of Qingwan. There was still an endless stream of people waiting to have their palms read. A young man with a sad expression entered the house and asked if his marriage could be renewed. The old monk read his palm and shook his head, saying that it would be difficult. The man was full of remorse, muttering that she was heartless and had let down his infatuation. However, he didn't blame her. He only hated himself for not having money and power. When he spoke of his sadness, the man actually clenched his fists and sobbed. The old monk nodded. Okay. Blame yourself and not others. It's a good habit. The man choked. Master, I only want to know how to resolve the knot in my heart. Otherwise I can't live on. I really can't live on. Probably because there were people like him who had suffered before. The man raised his head and said, don't talk to me about letting go. Don't talk to me about the person who tied the bell should untie it. I can't let go, but I won't. I only want her to change her mind. I'm willing to do anything. Finally, the man whispered the girl's name. He was really infatuated. The old monk said, there are 2 ways. One is simpler, starvation cures all diseases. The other is more complicated, but it will let you know that you can still get by if you endure. Actually, there's another way, but you have to ask Yu Lao. After saying that, the old monk rubbed his fingers. The man shook his head. I don't have any silver on me. The old monk had a look of disdain. Go hungry. The man fell to the ground and cried. The old monk was helpless. Forget it. Give me your hand. The man extended his hand. The old monk gently tapped his palm. The man was immediately dumbfounded. After a while he slowly woke up. It felt like a lifetime had passed. His forehead was covered in sweat. The old monk said, "I took 1 tael of silver from you. You just had a nightmare. But I suffered the pain of having my heart cut and being burned in a pot of oil for you. It was real. Go." The man staggered away. The old monk sighed softly. He put his fingers together and gently pulled. Then he gently placed it on his Xianxia. After that, a man who felt that he had been cheated came. He threw 1 tael of silver on the ground. After sitting down, he placed his hands on his knees and gritted his teeth. "Since I need to pay for beating people, then I won't beat them. I'll just scold them. How about that?" "Huh." The old monk shook his head. "No." The man sneered. "Why?" "You can scold me. Of course you can. I don't care. I just can't bear to see you increase your karma. Since I took your silver, how can I bear to harm you? Those in this world who do not know that they are trapped in the karma of speaking will only harm themselves. There is no door to fortune or misfortune. There are 2 doors to a person's mouth and heart. There is no door to fortune or misfortune. When I told you to close the door, I said that the karma of speaking is peaceful and the state of mind is untainted." The Confucians talk about being cautious and they also close the door. The Taoists talk about peace and they still close the door. It is difficult to guard the heart. Even the refinement masters on the mountain are afraid of it. But for us ordinary people, if we can't even speak less, it won't be good. "You still want to scold me now?" The man did not hesitate at all. He cursed loudly, his saliva splattering everywhere. The old monk glanced at the silver on the ground and endured it. He did not chase him away. He waited for the man to run out of energy and let him leave. Then the old monk stretched out 2 fingers and gently hooked them. Then he rubbed them on his Xianxia. The matters in the house should be left in the house. As for the rest, it is up to fate. A middle-aged scholar bowed outside the door. Then he took off his boots and walked into the house. He sat on the praying mat and gently placed the silver on the ground. Then he asked, "Taoist master, the Buddhists talk about karma and reincarnation. But if there is really an afterlife, karma for karma. If I am in the afterlife and don't know about my past life, will I still be me? I don't know who I am. All kinds of karma, good karma and evil karma, ignorant and ignorant, when will there be an end?" "Good question." The old monk smiled and said, "It can be solved. Let me tell you slowly." The man could not help but ask again, "Why can't the karma of the human world be in the present world?" The old monk's eyes lit up. He shouted, "Who is it now that has such a good question?" The man stood up and put his palms together. "I don't know if it is good to ask, but I know it is good to answer." The man left the house. He had forgotten to wear his boots. The next person was an old man with an elegant appearance. After giving him a silver, he asked about the origin of the gods of mountains and rivers. The old monk gave him some of his own opinions. However, he said that it was copied from the Confucian books and felt that it made sense. The old man did not mind. He lamented that there were too many stubborn people in the world who were like flies and dogs. Especially those young scholars, they were too passionate about fame and fortune. The old monk only listened to the man's worries about the world. After a long time he chuckled and asked, "Almsgiver, what is the meal today?" The man smiled and said, "It is a light vegetarian meal from Baiyun Temple not far away." The old monk nodded and said, "Those who are not used to eating big fish and big meat will not find the vegetarian meal to be light. They will find it disgusting." The man's expression changed slightly. The old monk said again, "Those who are full and have nothing better to do will easily burp when they tell a hungry man that the meal is disgusting." The old man stood up and sneered, "What enlightened monk, you have a false reputation." The old monk kept the silver and smiled, "The silver is real." After that, a burly man came. However, he was timid. "Great monk, I am a butcher. Can I still be a human in my next life?" The old monk asked, "You kill and sell meat every day. What do you want?" The man was a little uneasy and said softly, "To earn money and feed my family." The old monk smiled, "Open your hands. I will take a look for you." The man finally left with a smile. The next person did not come for the palm reading at all. He only asked the old monk, "Venerable one, why did you not refer to yourself as poor monk?" It did not seem to conform to the rules of Buddhism. The old monk replied, I am quite rich and have some Buddhist teachings. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He found it interesting and left in satisfaction. A woman stood at the door shyly. The old monk smiled and said, "Female almsgiver, there is no need to take off your shoes." The woman was asking if the son had the potential to study and if he could become a scholar in the future. The old monk smiled and stretched out his hand. However, the woman blushed and retracted her hand. The old monk glanced at his palm and put it down. He smiled and said, "You have men in your eyes, but I have no women in my heart. It's just that when I say such things, ordinary monks will not be able to hear it, much less do it. This is just like between you mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. There are a lot of reasons that you can hear but she cannot. She can hear but you cannot. Usually both kinds of reasons are good reasons. It depends on who is willing to do it first and who is more willing." The woman was extremely surprised and nodded gently as if she had understood something. Then she looked like she was in a difficult position. She could tolerate some of the vexation at home, but her husband's side was a little worried. Her husband didn't favor her mother-in-law too much, but he would only sigh and lament on her side. Actually, it would be good if he said some heartwarming words. She would not really put him in a difficult position. The old monk smiled and said, "Now that you know how to get along with each other, do you still need a way to solve this urgent problem?" The woman nodded vigorously and smiled like a flower. The old monk said, "Like family, like children. Your husband's nature is not bad, but..." The woman hurriedly waved her hand. The old monk chuckled and changed the topic. "It's just that, as the saying goes, pick a pig and watch the pen. When a woman marries, a man marries. Marriage is about the same. You are from a well-to-do family and have both a son and a daughter. Then you can focus on teaching your son and daughter. Don't let his daughter be bullied by your family in the future. Don't let your daughter become your mother-in-law in the future. It can be done. The reason why I said this to you is probably because you already had such thoughts. If it were other women with other thoughts, I would definitely not dare to say this." The woman bowed and left after thanking him. As she entered the house with her shoes on, she did not forget to apologize to the old monk. The old monk smiled and said, "I should thank you on behalf of those 3 families." Then a young and handsome son of a rich family came and gave the old monk some money. He began to ask the old monk why the principles in the books were useless no matter how much he knew. The old monk smiled and said, "The teachings of the sages in your Confucian books have long been earnestly advised. Ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest." In the end, after closing the book, they only asked about the results and not the process. In the end, they complained that they knew countless principles in the books and did not lead a good life. That's not very good, right? Actually, their lives are quite good. If they say it's not good, then it's even worse, right? In the end, the old monk asked, "Do you really know the principles?" The young man was vaguely angry. "How can I not know? The books I have read, I have dabbled in the various schools of thought. I have read more than the scriptures you have." The old monk shook his head. "You read a lot, but you don't know. Instead, you know even less than those who don't read much." The young man was used to living like a prince and was even more stubborn. "I know. What can you do to me?" The old monk accompanied him by asking and answering, repeating the words "you don't know." Of course, the old monk would not waste time with him and delay earning money. He let the next guest enter the house. Neither side's business was affected. The young man suddenly said, "I don't know." The old monk, who was talking to someone else, said, "You don't know. What the hell do you know?" The young man, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation in the courtyard, suddenly laughed heartily. "Aha, this bald donkey is also committing a crime of speech." The old monk stared at him blankly. "Your family has been merchants for generations, and it took a lot of effort to cultivate a scholar like you. I hope you can bring honor to your family, but your own thoughts are unstable. You have extravagant hopes of meeting a noble by chance, and your elders help you win favors. You are happy and content, and luckily you have guessed the exam questions. You look calm in front of people, but you are ecstatic behind people. When you were traveling far away, you heard that the goddess by the river was sentimental and went to the ancestral temple but was ignored. You wrote those erotic poems and asked your schoolmates about your literary talent. You slandered the goddess' reputation and the goddess pursued you. Fortunately, you still have the protection of your ancestors. Every time there is a famine, he will open a porridge shop and give alms to the poor and poor, but he sincerely does not ask for anything in return. Therefore he tried his best to help you. Even if there is a difference between the netherworld and the light, between the gods and humans, he still wanted to make an exception and visit you in your dreams. In a fit of anger, the old man no longer paid attention to you. You are still unaware that your family's ancestral temple has long been dismantled by your hands. I won't say anything about Buddhism that you don't want to hear, but only what you can understand. If I really commit the sin of speaking, you will call me a bald donkey both verbally and mentally. Wouldn't the karma be even greater? Since you know a lot of principles, then I'll just talk about the foundation of your family. I think you know even more about the business. Using my sin of speaking in exchange for your sin of speaking, I'll suffer a loss and so will you. Is this really a good deal for you? What did you earn? Since you know so many principles, can you please teach me? You are only afraid that I will not know about your shady dealings. Now that things have come to this point, you still don't want to know whether you know or not. What do you know? The young man suddenly changed his sitting position to kneeling on the ground, begging the old monk to save him from his misery. The old monk said, "It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. There is no difference between pure and filthy wealth in the world, but in the human heart, there is always a difference between black and white." The young man only knelt and kowtowed, begging endlessly. The old monk said angrily, "Do you think that there is no right or wrong in the world, only positions? Look at how many years you can be proud of your shrewdness. Just enjoy your blessings." The next person. He was also a foreigner who had traveled far. Looking at his face, he was about 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. He smiled and said, "Monk, this chicken soup of yours tastes a little strange." The old monk smiled and said, "Benefactor, you can just say that it tastes bad. Because most of the time, it will only make the angry more angry and the suffering more bitter." That person put down a piece of silver. "I believe that you really know Dharma, but there are many people who are troubled. Since they are not big, why don't you impart some small techniques that can have immediate effects? Wouldn't that be more effective in promoting Dharma?" The old monk shook his head and said, "There are so many pharmacists who want me to use medicine for an emergency. If there is nothing to do on a normal day, just eat more." That person felt that this was not enough. It was far from enough to clear his doubts. The old monk smiled and said, "How small are the troubles of ordinary people? How big do you think the Dharma in my heart is? Can it really have immediate effects? I don't even need to talk about the troubles of Dharma. I only need to say that, benefactor, for you to be able to come here from thousands of miles away and say this to me, how many joys and sorrows have you experienced? Benefactor, you may not have a new trouble in your heart, but if you look at it in the future, it is not considered small, right?" That person laughed and shook his head disapprovingly. He said, "What I have seen and heard in my life, what I have learned, what I have thought, is not for today's discussion with you." The old monk waved his hand and said, "Then let's go somewhere else." Within a day, the courtyard was filled with people. It was bustling and lively. The last person of the day was the middle-aged abbot of the small Taoist temple in the capital, Bai Yun Temple. The second last person was a spirit that had transformed into a human form. The old monk knew, and so did the middle-aged abbot. Before the middle-aged Taoist took off his shoes, he did not bow to the Taoist temple. Instead, he put his palms together and did a Buddhist greeting. The old monk smiled and said, "Abbot, you don't have to give me that silver. In my eyes, I only see the light of Buddha in the hearts of sentient beings. I can't see anything else. There are no demons or ghosts." The middle-aged Taoist smiled and nodded lightly. The old monk continued, "I am afraid that I will comprehend the wrong Dharma and say the wrong Dharma. I am not afraid of teaching people what is good about Dharma. I am only afraid of teaching people how to take the first step and how to take the next step. It is difficult. It is bitter. The little monk may have Buddha in his heart, but he may not be able to speak the Dharma. The big monk may speak the Dharma, but he may not have Buddha in his heart." The middle-aged Taoist said 2 sentences. Sudden enlightenment came from gradual enlightenment. Gradual enlightenment came from sudden enlightenment. The old monk lowered his head and put his palms together. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. In the central divine continent, an immortal walked into a grotto heaven. Beneath the immortal's feet was an ancient bronze mirror with a radius of 1,000 feet. However, there were 20 chairs placed around it. It was like an ancestral hall. When the immortal appeared, he activated the array of the ancient mirror. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, figures appeared one by one. After they sat down, there were more than 10 of them. However, their faces were blurry. However, the 2 chairs closest to the front were unoccupied for the time being. Everyone was silent. They communicated with each other telepathically. The person with the lowest seat was the first to speak. Does my Qianglin sect need to secretly add fuel to the fire? The immortal who was the owner of this place sneered. Idiot. Secretly? How so? Do you think those Confucian temple sages are idiots? The immortal master from the Qianglin sect kept quiet out of fear. Then he hurriedly stood up and apologized to everyone. In the countryside near the border of Dali, a group of children playing around finally saw the dust flying in the distance. They immediately jumped up and shouted. A group of elite cavalry galloped past. The children galloped along the mountain slope. A rider on the horse turned his head to look. He lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. The moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness trembled slightly. Then the commotion grew louder and louder. It was as if the mountain was about to collapse. Then the array of the moon-bearing mountain was activated. The entire mountain suddenly sank by a few dozen feet. There was no more commotion. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a red-robed man was sitting with his eyes closed. He suddenly stood up and laughed. Alliance, come visit when you are free. (693) In the 5th world, a hole opened in the sky and 2 young Taoists walked out. One of them was wearing a lotus crown while the other was wearing a fairy cave robe, a traveling crown and a pair of cloud shoes. They looked about the same age. The former was supposed to be the guardian of the latter, but he was too lazy to go to the human beyond heaven to kill the otherworldly demons. The Taoists in the green underworld had to follow the rules and couldn't overstep the rules. However, the traveling crown and cloud shoes were an exception. Regardless of Taoist lineage, sect, or origin, the Taoists could wear the traveling crown and cloud shoes as long as they had the Taoist pedigree. It was said that the Taoist ancestor personally issued a decree to encourage the cultivators to travel the world, cultivate Taoism and establish virtue. After the sky opened, the young Taoist with the lotus crown started to cast a restriction on the door behind him and drew talismans in the air with his finger. Other than the Beko Keikyung building, the Xuandu Temple, Suiqiu Temple, and dozens of other big celestial sects had a certain number of quotas to enter this new world to cultivate. From then on, they could spread their branches in foreign lands and take it as their responsibility to establish their own sections. This time the Confucian Temple opened the 5th world on its own. Theoretically, the Confucian Temple should be the sole owner of this world. The other sects would slowly take over this world. However, the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains allowed the Green Underworld and the Lotus Underworld to open one door each. Cultivators below the upper 5 states could enter this world within 100 years with the permission of their respective world. However, the total number of people could not exceed 3,000. Once the number of people reached the limit, the door would be closed immediately. After 100 years, the door would be opened again. As for what would happen after that, the Confucian Temple, the Beko Keikyung building, and the Buddhist kingdom would have to discuss it. A young Taoist boy walked out from the door and looked around. He had a colorful rattle drum tied to his waist and a huge golden gourd on his back. The young Taoist with the traveling crown greeted the young Taoist boy. The latter waved his hand and said, "We're not from the same sect. My master and your master are rivals. They're quarreling in the Lotus Grotto heaven now. It's not appropriate for us to be close to each other. If we become enemies in the future, we'll have to fight to the death. It'll be bad." The young Taoist boy who was drawing talismans smiled and said, "Since we're not in the Beko Keikyung building, we can talk freely. Feel free to ask any questions." The young Taoist boy asked, "Taoist temple, why did you let 6,000 cultivators from other sects enter this world? If the scholarly sage keeps a close eye on this place, even if your white jade capital can use some sneaky means to smuggle the people you like here, the number of people will be limited, and you won't dare to blatantly expand your territory. As time goes by, the cultivators of the vast world will have gained a firm foothold here and will be the first to take advantage of the favorable conditions. How can the other 2 worlds compete with the vast world for those blessed grotto heavens that are suitable for cultivation?" The 3 of them were none other than White Jade Capital's 3rd sect master Lu Qin. Named Taoist. The Taoist of the Taoist Shan of the Taoist of the Taoist to be named Taoist. Was the Taoist to be. Of the Taoist to be of the Taoist, the last one was the Taoist boy from the Taoist temple of the Eastern Sea. The blessed land of the lotus flower that was connected to the heavens and earth was divided into 4 parts. The Taoist from the Eastern Sea only took one of them. One of them was given to Luopa Mountain. The other 2 were given to Lu Chao to annoy Lu Qin. The last one was given to the young Taoist from the Taiping Mountain who was disguised as a demon. Finally, he ascended with the blessed land to the Taoist to the Taoist. Lu Qin asked, "The world has the 100 schools of thought. Are there any other places?" The young Taoist boy said, "Has the Holy Master become muddle-headed from reading too much? Or is he trying to slack off? Since he can't handle it himself, he's asking outsiders to help him?" Lu Qin smiled slowly and said, "Scholars are particular about cultivation. They don't want to be emperors and enjoy life. Poor families only fish to fill their stomachs when they're hungry. If a normal family has a huge vat to raise fish, their knowledge is only on feeding them. They take care of them one by one and watch them grow old and die. They enjoy their leisurely lives and worry about their deaths. If a rich family has a few acres of ponds, their true concern is no longer on feeding the fish. However, they remind their servants to not forget to buy and release fish. Their own interests are only on admiring the fish and fishing. When you have a huge lake, what's the point of fishing? It's nothing more than letting nature take its course. Occasionally you'll build a big nest and fish for big fish. What's truly worrying is the changing of the river's course and the drought. The Confucian temple of the world is different in that it doesn't mind outsiders using bamboo as a pole and fishing near the water." The young Taoist boy frowned and said, "Can you make it simpler?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "Can the heavens be lower and the earth be higher? Can a person not die if he doesn't cultivate?" The young Taoist boy was unwilling to talk nonsense with the 3rd chief. He jumped up and down and complained, "I heard that the old elementary scholar is working hard here. Why hasn't he come to greet me?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "If the old elementary scholar really comes, I can only avoid him." The young Taoist boy said, "The old elementary scholar is only one with the heavens and earth. His fighting skills are not enough." Shan Qing said, "Little senior brother is not afraid. However, when the 3,000 Taoists come here to cultivate in the future, they will have to face difficulties." The young Taoist boy agreed and nodded his head vigorously. The old elementary scholar's biggest problem is that he holds grudges. A gentleman is cautious. That has never happened before. The old elementary scholar has reached the heavens in a single step. He has never received the title of a virtuous gentleman. Years ago, on the sea between Tongyi continent and Baoping continent, the young Taoist boy stood still and allowed himself to be beaten. He stretched out his hand and was taught a lesson by the old elementary scholar on the grounds that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Lu Qin stabilized the door and turned his head to look. For thousands of years, the heavens and earth acted on their own. The sun and moon were lit up by themselves and the stars followed their own order. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Lu Qin suddenly laughed and said, "By yes, poetry is invincible. He is the proudest person in the world." Even if he was suppressed by the great Tao, Lu Chen's ascendant realm that had fallen was still not comparable to an ordinary ascendant realm. In addition, far away the scholar was holding a celestial sword, and the momentum of his sword was too shocking. Lu Chen could still see some clues. It was fine to watch from afar, but if he went closer it would be easy to cause trouble. After all, the old elementary scholar was by Ye's side. Lu Qin and the old elementary scholar's favorite disciple were mortal enemies. Big senior brother and Qi Jingchun were fighting over the Great Way. However, the one who was least favored was his junior brother. It could not be helped. In the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Bekokekyung building, he was usually the one who had the most free time. Second senior brother's temper was too bad. Therefore, during crucial moments, Lu Qin, the junior brother, had to do the tiring work. Fortunately, his junior brother had a junior brother now. Lu Qin hoped that the young man beside him could grow up quickly so that he would not have to be so busy in the future. The young Taoist boy glanced at Lu Qin and said, "No wonder you are so honest. Are you worried that you will be suppressed by the Great Way and then killed by that person?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "That's why I have a plan. An old Taoist walked out from the main door. The young Taoist boy quickly hid beside Xianxia. This old Taoist son was really not someone to be trifled with. Now that the Green Destiny world had arrived, it was second senior brother's turn to oversee the Baek Okekyung building. This time the important task of opening the main door was handed over to Lu Chen and the head of the Xuandu Temple, Sun Huizhong. Lu Chen's relationship with the old head of the temple was not good, but it was not bad either. Otherwise, with old Taoist son and senior brother Lu Chen together, the safety of the brand new world would be in danger. When that time comes, the scholar who failed to dissuade them would be enraged. Their friendship with the Xuandu Temple would have to be put aside for the time being. Furthermore, with the old elementary scholar fanning the flames, Bai Yi would definitely go to the Green Destiny world with his sword. Second senior brother and Taoist son had destroyed so many mountains and rivers in the brand new world. The Green Destiny world would have to be returned to them. Old Taoist son had just stepped through the main door when he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "How long has it been? The first pure jade state cultivator has already been born? How good must one's aptitude be in order to achieve such a feat? Impressive, very impressive. It's as if one had such good fortune when the heavens and earth were first created. Being favored by the heavens and earth, one's journey towards the great Tao can really prove the great Tao." Not just any nascent soul state cultivator who was at the bottleneck of the upper 5 realms in their hometowns would be able to ascend to the upper 5 realms in this world. Every chi cultivator who came to this world would be suppressed by this world. Most of them could only slowly harmonize with the flow of the great Tao over time to have a chance of breaking through. Taoist's son turned his head and looked at the young Taoist who was wearing a crown. He smiled and said, "How does it feel to have someone beat you to it?" Xianxia first bowed respectfully to the old Taoist before saying, "I don't dare to compete with the great Tao and the heavens." Taoist's son smiled and said, "It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can say some casual words now, but in the future you'll know what it means to be slow at every step." This was the case in the ancient age. Do you really think that there's no such thing as first come first serve now? The little Taoist nodded and said, "Becoming the first pure jade state cultivator as a sword cultivator would benefit all sword cultivators. The rise of the Great Wall of Sword Chi is even more imperative." Taoist's son looked at the little brat from the corner of his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The little Taoist was embarrassed and said angrily, "Even a blind person would know that the first pure jade state cultivator in the heavens and earth would be protected by the heavens and earth. Isn't that nonsense? You can talk nonsense, but I can't?" Taoist's son instantly came beside the little Taoist and reached out to press on the latter's head. He explained, "Pi realm is high. The nonsense I speak is the truth." The little Taoist, who could not avoid the palm, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He felt dizzy and his soul was in turmoil. Fortunately, Taoist's son shook his head and the little Taoist staggered a few steps. Taoist's son smiled and said, "Seeing that your master dared to debate with the Taoist ancestor, I won't argue with you about cutting the peach branch." Lu Chen gazed towards the location of the city and said, "The sword cultivators at the back are following the prescribed order, placing their treasures between the lofty mountains, lofty ridges, great lakes and rivers, marking the mountains and rivers. In this way, isn't the speed of expansion a little too fast? Let's not talk about the future. In just a short 100 years they will become the largest force in the world. The only limitation is that the population of the city can't keep up. However, when the 3 gates of the vast world are opened, countless cultivators of the lower 5 realms and ordinary people will swarm in. As long as this group of young sword cultivators manages it well, the future of sword cultivators will be limitless." However, Lu Chen knew that sword cultivators only had a slightly better impression of the South Sa continent. Their impression of the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent was destined to be terrible. Therefore, that city would definitely not be willing to take in too many people from the 3 continents of the vast world. This was probably the saying, "What goes around comes around." However, if the young sword cultivators were too vengeful, they would only act on impulse within 100 years. They would suppress the cultivators of the 3 continents and the common people. The tides of the world would change and they would leave quietly. Taoist's son sneered and said, "This is the Confucian Temple's intention. They want to give justice to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. What can you, Lu Chen, do? If you're not convinced, go and reason with the old scholar. I can accompany you." I guarantee that Bai won't draw his sword. How about that? Luchin smiled and said, forget it. Far away from the heavenly gate, the scholar asked, what are you mumbling about? The old scholar said, you have to be kind to others. You don't have to fight them. Within the city, 4 schools were opened. This was an unprecedented event in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had existed for 10,000 years. The teachers were some old sword cultivators with low realms. The dozen or so teachers were selected by the lineage of the hidden officials. Their main purpose was to teach the elementary knowledge of Confucianism, Taoism, and sorcery to the students. It was simple and easy to understand. As for how the students first learned to read, there were stone tablets in the streets and alleys of the city. They had all been collected by the Summer Palace. Other than that, there were also a few rules for the teachers who imparted knowledge. For example, they were not allowed to talk about the good and evil of the world, their personal likes and dislikes, and they were not allowed to talk too much about the grudges between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the world. The teachers were only allowed to teach. As for the teachers, they were allowed to talk freely at the dining table outside the school. The sword cultivators of the lineage of the criminal officials disagreed. They felt that the lineage of the hidden officials should not decide the teachers who chose to impart knowledge. Even if the lineage of the hidden officials was the leader, the lineage of the criminal officials should be secondary. They should not be completely excluded. Because of this, there was a huge uproar. The first meeting of the ancestral hall was to discuss this small matter. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were mostly outside surveying the terrain. After receiving the message from the flying swords, only Gu Zhujiao and Gu Jianlong returned to the city. The lineage of the criminal officials had more than 10 people. They were all sword cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm. However, Qi Shou and Yanxin, the 2 second-in-command of the criminal officials, did not appear. Qi Shou was outside the city. He was personally in charge of opening up a mansion on the first mountain. As for Yanxin, other than occasionally hiding from the martial arts newbies of the Winter Palace to teach fist techniques, she had always been drifting around. It was clear that she had no intention of meddling with the authority of the criminal officials. As a result, the lineage of the criminal officials, which had the most people and the highest combat power, was unknowingly divided into 3 mountains. The camp of the criminal officials led by Qi Shou was equivalent to gathering half of the battle power of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The rest were led by 2 old nascent soul sword cultivators. Most of them were elderly and did not get along with Qi Shou. Lastly, there was Yanxin. Together with the 12 seemingly dispensable children, the second-in-command of the criminal officials seemed to have become a comical child king. However, in the current city, cultivation would be divided into 3 paths in the future. Sword cultivators would take a step back. The rest of the Qi cultivators would take a step back and become pure martial artists. In reality, the latest breakthrough of every sword cultivator and pure martial artist would be a major event that was tacitly understood. The former was slightly better. Apart from Ning Yao reaching the unpolished Jade realm, there were sword cultivators of all realms after all. As the first breakthrough of a realm in this world, one's luck was ultimately limited. However, the path of martial artists was filled with great opportunities. This was because Jiang Yun, the strongest of the martial artists who hid from the Winter Palace in the past, was only at the 3rd realm. This meant that every realm after that would be the first in this world. It was equivalent to raising the martial arts of the 5th world by 1 realm. Although this world might not have the same martial arts luck as the other worlds, it was as if the fist intent was on their bodies and the gods were protecting them. They were favored by this world. As for the specific blessings and martial arts luck that would befall them, it would depend on which of the 12 children broke through the realm first. This was especially so for the 7th realm of martial arts. Whoever was the first to reach the Golden Body realm and whether there would be any worldly anomalies at that time was even more worth looking forward to. Today, both inside and outside the city, regardless of whether they were sword cultivators or not, everyone was brimming with vitality. Even the old cultivators whose bodies were decaying and whose realms had stagnated were like withered trees that had been given a new lease of life. They wholeheartedly wanted to live for a few more years and do a few more things for the young people and children. Today, during the meeting at the ancestral hall, Gu Jianlong, who had returned to the city covered in dust, spoke a lot of fair words. Gu Zhujiao placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on her lap. She was a bit tired sitting there and dozing off like a chick pecking at rice. In this quarrel between the criminal officers and the hidden officers, although there was a great disparity in numbers, the situation was more or less equal. Lord Gao Yi was actually an outsider who watched with folded arms. Now that he was a young nascent soul realm cultivator, he held great power in his hands and was in charge of the treasury. The sword workshop, clothing workshop and pill workshop were all merged into one and were all given to Lord Gao Yi. Under him were a bunch of accountants with ordinary cultivation talent. Even if sword cultivators were chosen, they would be seen as inferior and not too willing to do the hard work. However, Lord Gao Yi held the financial power. He never said a word of no to the criminal officers' requests to open up new territories. In short, Lord Gao Yi was in charge of all the immortal money and family assets, but he was easily looked down upon by the sword cultivators. Gu Jianlong only spoke fair words. He did not fall behind in a battle of words. Gu Zhujiu opened her eyes in a daze. She rubbed her face and saw that Gu Jianlong was still laughing and talking. She held the mountain walking staff with both hands and asked softly, "You're not done quarreling?" Gu Jianlong turned his head and said, "Not yet, it's still quite noisy." That kid Xianxia was right. The quarrel in the immortal ancestral master hall in his hometown depends on who has more saliva and who has the loudest voice. Gu Zhujiu crossed her arms and frowned. The matter of the school and the teacher was our hidden officer's idea. Then even an idiot would know whose idea it was in the beginning. What, are you trying to rebel while my master and mistress aren't here? Gu Jianlong had spoken a whole basket of fair words before, but this was the only thing he did not dare to say. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ancestral master hall was incomparably strange. A certain young Jingdan sword cultivator from the criminal officer's branch could not help but open his mouth. Gu Zhujiu, don't make it a big deal. It's just a small matter. Gu Jianlong used his mind to remind him, Lu Duan, don't talk about your master. Have you forgotten what the hidden officer said? After leaving the summer palace, the more you talk about him, the more annoying it will only cause the hidden officer's branch of sword cultivators. At this point, Gu Jianlong sighed in his heart. At that time he did not know what the so-called, after leaving the summer palace meant. Only now did he know that it was in two different worlds. Gu Zhujiu nodded her head and looked at the sword cultivators of the criminal officers. Then you have more people. You have the final say. As a result, the sword cultivators of the criminal officers' branch looked at each other in dismay. They felt uncomfortable all over. Gu Zhujiu said, "But that book, you can't stop the children from reading it." Gao Yeho finally opened his mouth and said, "It's already been banned. If I remember correctly, one of the reasons for the criminal officers' branch is that reading about the customs of the world would dirty their eyes. Whoever dares to sell this book will be chased out of the city." That book was full of stories of mountains and rivers of all sizes. It was compiled into a book. Through each and every story it linked together travel experiences. Outside of the stories, it hid the customs of the world. Mountain spirits and ghosts, mountain and river gods, civil and military temples, city god pavilion, literature pavilion, firecrackers to celebrate the old and welcome the new, spring festival couplets, the 24 solar terms, the kitchen god, official knowledge, Jianghu rules, marriage etiquette, literates writing, poetry, water and land dojos, the grand ritual of the heavens. In short, in the boundless world there was nothing that was too strange. This was the work of the young hidden officer. In his early years when he was idle in the summer palace, he had Lin Junbai, Dang Liang and all the other sword cultivators of the hidden officer's branch. The hidden officer personally recorded and compiled the book. Therefore, the book of more than 400,000 words was signed by the summer palace. Gu Zhujiu still had the same general idea. You criminal officers have more people. You have the final say. Gu Jianlong was vaguely angry. He did not intend to say anything fair. However, Gu Zhujiu had already stood up. She held the mountain walking staff in her hand and said to Gu Jianlong, "Let's go." Gu Jianlong stood up and gave the row of chairs opposite him a thumbs up. Because the hidden officers' branch had few people, the number of accountants under Marquis Gao Yi who had the right to attend the ancestral hall was even fewer. Therefore the two sides stood side by side. They seemed to be in confrontation with the sword cultivators of the criminal officers' branch. In the square outside the ancestral hall, a resplendent sword radiance arrived in an instant. Ning Yao, who had traveled tens of thousands of li on her sword, retracted her sword and landed. In her hand was a strange head with dried blood. Looked like a human but not a human. It was pale golden blood. However, even though it was just a head, it emitted a strong ancient aura. Ning Yao casually threw it on the ground. Everyone in the ancestral hall stood up. Guizhuzhou furrowed her face. He felt wronged. Ning Yao was stunned. She walked to the little girl's side and rubbed Guizhuzhou's head. However, she looked at Gu Jianlong and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jianlong subconsciously took a step back. However, he did not have time to think. He was extremely sullen in his heart. He said in a low voice, "The criminal officers branch has objections to the school and the books." Ning Yao nodded. Standing outside the door, she was only a step away from entering the ancestral hall. She said, "Those who have objections, please take a seat again. I'll reason with them." Those who have no objections scram out of the ancestral hall. In the end, the ancestral hall was empty. Most of the sword cultivators of the criminal officers branch lowered their heads and passed by. Ning Yao stepped into the ancestral hall and sat on the seat of the hidden official. She closed her eyes and began to rest. Send a message to Qi Shou. Moments later, Qi Shou arrived on his sword. He was slashed to the ground by Ning Yao's sword. Qi Shou laughed bitterly. He did not even go to the ancestral hall. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, he left the city on his sword and continued to supervise the construction of the mountain. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. Guizhuzhou and Gu Jianlong sat on the steps outside the ancestral hall. For some reason, Guizhuzhou did not feel very happy. Gu Jianlong also had a lot on his mind. The hidden official had said that the affairs of the world were complicated and people's hearts were uncertain. Chaotic times did not allow people to think too much. The only thing they could do was survive. On the contrary, in peaceful times, two situations were more likely to occur. One was filled with warmth and lust, and the other was to know etiquette. Perhaps this Qi Shou had intentionally received this sword today. Since his sword skills were destined to be inferior to Ning Yao's, then he would pretend to be pitiful to win people's hearts. The matter of realms could be slowly endured. The gap between Qi Shou and Ning Yao's sword Dao could be made up by the expansion of the criminal officers branch. As for why Ning Yao did not directly become the leader of the criminal officers, the hidden officials branch of sword cultivators, including Gu Jianlong, could not figure it out. They understood. It was probably because the eldest sword immortal and the hidden official had a long-term plan. That was the only explanation. However, the criminal officers branch would not have it easy either. This was because after losing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the number of children born in the city who would become sword cultivators would decrease. However, there would naturally be more of them who would switch to other spells and pure martial arts. On the first day of the criminal officers branch's birth, there was an ironclad rule that could not be violated. Those who were not sword cultivators were not allowed to become members of the criminal officers. On the other hand, the hidden officials branch did not have such restrictions. The only problem now was that the identity of Twinkle Heart was too shrouded in fog. Her stance was unclear. If she chose to join forces with Qi Shou, the hidden officials branch would have a headache. There would be a day when the number of Qi refinement warriors and martial arts practitioners in the city would exceed the number of sword cultivators. If Twinkle Heart's branch of criminal officers continued to work together with Qi Shou, the situation inside and outside the city might gradually develop into a situation where the hidden officials branch fought for Qi refinement warriors and the criminal officers branch had all the martial arts practitioners. After all, Gu Jianlong had been in the summer palace for many years. He had been hanging out with Lin Junbai and Chao Zhen, these little bastards who were on extremely good terms with him for a long time. He could foresee these hidden dangers in advance. Ning Yao stood on the steps and smiled. "You don't have to worry. I will widen the gap between me and all the sword cultivators by 2 realms. After that, in other words, before Qi Shou and Gao Yi could ascend to the pure jade realm, Ning Yao would become the first immortal realm sword cultivator in this world." Guizhuzhou jumped up and said excitedly, "Master should also come and see Mistress." Ning Yao said to Guizhuzhou, "I have some insights from my travels this time. I will speak Ludu on you right. When the time comes, publish it in the name of the hidden officials branch and distribute it." Guizhuzhou leaned on the ground with her walking stick. Yes. Gu Jianlong acted as a coolie and picked up the strange head that was casually thrown on the ground by Ning Yao. Ning Yao took Guizhujiu and flew to Ning Mansion on her sword. First there was the Great Wall of Sword Qi, then there was him, so Ning Yao could use her sword freely from now on. Ning Yao glanced at the sky and did not say anything. He was not certain who would go and find who. On Luhua Island. Qie Yun said helplessly, "Little junior brother, you left the Great Wall of Sword Qi to cultivate and came here, and then you chose such a shabby place as your mansion? Isn't it a bit too shabby? Isn't it better to find a sect's ruins in Tongye continent?" Qie Yun's little junior brother was the #1 of the 100 sword immortals of moon-bearing mountain Firen, who considered himself a swordsman. In the past battlefield, the South escort official, the North hidden official, and Firen could be considered as the two of them. Firen and Qie Yun were now in Luhua Island's Cave of Fortune. It was just that the great demons that had been here for many years had already been killed by them. Firen said, "I was hit by Wei Jin's sword on the battlefield and was injured quite badly. I'll be fine here." After taking a look at the Cave of Fortune, they left together and came to the peak of the mountain on Luhua Island. Because this place was taken by Firen, everyone on Luhua Island was able to escape the calamity. Of course, those who wanted to die were all killed by Qie Yun. Firen did not stop them. However, compared to the Rain Dragon sect, the small Luhua Island was in a much better situation. On the Rain Dragon sect's side, those who were killed by Qie Yun and Xiao Chuo were all taken in by the Dry Bone Great Demon by Ying. As for the female cultivators who were skinned by Qie Yun, they were refined into throne maids by the great demon Yangji. Firen looked to the east and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, after Blue Flower and White Wine, have you thought of a new name?" Qie Yun nodded and said, "Lu Qin is a good name, but it's not suitable for now. Let's talk about it when we get close to the central divine continent." It was named Blue Flower because it wanted to see the Great Wall of Sword Qi shatter like a piece of porcelain. After breaking the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was renamed White Wine because there were many beauties in vast world. Qin Chunan was overseeing the South Hassa continent, while the Fuyao continent to the southwest was already in chaos. As for the direction that both sides were looking in, it was the Tongye continent to the southeast. The Yugui sect and the Tongye sect worked together in the north and south, while the Fuyao sect and the Taiping Mountain worked together in the east and west. Now they were all busy building a huge formation. Firen asked, "The Confucian Temple of Confucius gave up its power to the world, but it ended up in this awkward situation today. Isn't this like shooting yourself in the foot?" Qie Yun said, "Why do we care about this? After vast world changes masters, except for a few peak experts, it won't be so comfortable on and off the mountain." Firen shifted her gaze to the South Hassa continent and said, "Poor Qin Chunan." Whether or not Qin Chunan was overseeing the South Hassa continent was a world of difference. Qie Yun nodded and smiled, "Let's not attack the South Hassa continent first. Let's split up and attack the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent. Qin Chunan will soon be in a dilemma. Should he defend one continent for the sake of one continent's safety, or should he send the scholars to their deaths to protect their integrity in their later years and then bury the South Hassa continent? Just wait and watch the show. Qin Chunan can ignore the discussions of those scholars from the Central Plains, but for those cultivators who are related to Tongye and Fuyao, those who are kinder and kinder, they will secretly feel sad, and those who are not human, they will curse the entire Mellow Scholar Qin clan." Firen said, "The only big disadvantage is the time and place. Let's not talk about the people. If the world wants to go ashore, it's like the Great Wall of Sword Qi everywhere. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms who occupied the mountains, especially the saints of the 3 sects, the military school, the Taoist temple of the academy, and the ruins of the battlefield, were all small worlds. Outside of this, there was a silent protection of the big world. In the South Hassa continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongye continent, all the accompanying saints who were guarding the Tianmu continent had already landed in the human world. They were more straightforward than the 3 saints of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Without exception, they all chose to die and protect the mountains and rivers of a continent. Not only that, several Tianmu saints of the Jinjia continent also rushed to the South Hassa continent and Fuyao continent respectively and died in the human world. Only the 2 accompanying saints of the Aquarius continent did not make a move. Qie Yun sneered, "Little junior brother, don't insult the Great Wall of Sword Qi, okay?" Firen smiled, "That's true." Qie Yun said, by Ying Yangji, Fei Fei and Huang Luan. These four are restrained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, after arriving at the vast world, it's the easiest for them to obtain military merits. It's a pity that Huang Luan's luck is too bad. Otherwise, he's proficient in breaking formations and can easily accumulate military merits. Yangji and Fei Fei were both monarch great demons that attained the water path. The ocean was vast. Other than helping to open the path, they were also suitable for attacking the fate of a continent. Huang Luan could help to open the door. After coming ashore after every battle, it would be Bai Ying's turn to use her abilities. However, the white ape was only one step away from completely killing Zhong Kuei of the Great Fu Academy. This was a little troublesome. Other than that, the Lushui pit disappeared into thin air. This was not a small accident. However, it was not a big problem. That Tongya continent could not be defended for long. Firen said softly, Great Wall of Sword Chichen Pingon, left and right of Tongya continent, and Chui Dong of Aquarius continent. Xie Yun smiled, they're all going to die anyway. At the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Li Jin came to the side of the gray robe. The closest group of sword cultivators to this place were Lu Bai, Yu Si and Xiao Tan, who were all potential sword immortals of the first entry tent. Only Zhu Gong did not train at the top of the wall. Instead he followed his master to the vast world. It was said that the bearded man was going to attack Qin Chunan of South Hassa continent. Li Jin smiled and asked, Senior Dragon Monarch, why aren't you at the top of the wall? There are many opponents worthy of Senior Dragon Monarch's sword in the vast world. For example, Qin Chunan or Sun Yuan of Tongya continent. The Dragon Monarch said hoarsely, they will die. The Dragon Monarch said, therefore you sword immortal embryos should quickly break through and seize more sword Dao fate. The other side of the wall will lose something to rely on. When I feel impatient, all the sword cultivators who have not broken through and have not grasped a sword intent will have to take my sword. Help me spread the word. Li Jin was horrified. It would not be his turn to take the Dragon Monarch's sword. Li Jin felt terrible. Could it be that the dead Qin Qingdo still had some tricks up his sleeve? Li Jin looked at the other side and frowned. That person? If that was the case, why didn't the Dragon Monarch fight back when he attacked? Li Jin thought quickly and asked curiously, Senior, why are you telling me this? The Dragon Monarch said, you don't think of yourself as a clairvoyant, but I think of you as one. Li Jin smiled. Only Senior Dragon Monarch would say this. I dare not be angry. Previously, under Li Jin's suggestion, the Jiazi camp had already given the order that all demons were not allowed to get close to the other half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They would not give that person a chance to temper his body. Not only that, that person could only watch the flood of demons below him. If he did not watch, it would be as if he was the only one in the world. Didn't he like to be in the limelight? Since ancient times, saints and heroes were lonely. Let Qin Pingon be. Li Jin walked to the edge of the cliff and shouted at the top of his voice, Master Hidden Official, can we have a chat? The Dragon Monarch said, don't shout. In the past 3 days he just broke his elixir and formed his elixir again. Now he is preparing to form his nascent soul. He has no time to talk to you. After he reaches the nascent soul realm, I advise you not to come here anymore. Li Jin was stunned for a long time. A month ago, Li Jin came here to relax after practicing swordsmanship. That guy had just stabilized his soul and finally became a little more normal from his ghostly appearance. On the same day he entered the sea viewing realm and now he was going straight to the Yuaning realm? Did he think it was a meal? Bowl after bowl. And what was the meaning of breaking his elixir and forming his elixir again? On the opposite cliff, a very eye-catching bright red robe appeared in Li Jin's sight without warning. The man leaned on the ground with a long saber and smiled. Is a son warning his grandson not to court death? Have you asked your ancestors for permission? Li Jin shook his head and said regretfully, I can't visit Master Hidden Official often in the future. Qin Pingon smiled. It doesn't matter. When I reach the pure jade realm one day I will visit you. (694). In the pouring rain a man walked out of the thatched cottage by the river. He walked in the rain, his clothes not wet. Standing by the river, raindrops the size of soybeans rapidly hit the surface of the river. It was extremely noisy. The rain and the night made the world even darker and gloomier. When the Tongye sect was at its peak, it had a vast territory of more than 1,200 li. It was the territory of the Tongye sect. It was like a human dynasty, mainly because it was abundant in spiritual qi and suitable for cultivation. After that incident, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell. A dozen vassal forces left the Tongye sect one after another, causing the territory of the Tongye sect to shrink sharply. There were three choices. One was to directly establish their own mountain and change the earliest mountain alliance contract with the Tongye sect ancestral hall from vassals to allies. They would occupy a piece of land with good feng shui that the Tongye sect had carved out in the past, but they would not have to pay a sum of immortal money. This was still considered generous. There were also immortal sects that directly turned to the Jade Gui sect or signed contracts with neighboring dynasties to serve as dragon support. The rain gradually lessened. 3 guests came to the thatched cottage by the river. One of them was a purple-robed immortal. It was the master of the Tongye sect, Fu Lingqing, who had fought with the left and right several times. The immortal realm belonged to the realm of immortals who had forcefully broken through the bottleneck of the unpolished Jade realm. This caused the Great Tao to be damaged, forever stopping at the immortal realm. Fu Lingqing's breakthrough was an act of helplessness. Otherwise, if the Tongye sect did not have a powerful immortal overseeing it, they would not have been able to protect their crumbling ancestral property. From this, one could see the difference in personality between Fu Lingqing and Du Mao. Beside Fu Lingqing was a young man and woman. The woman was dressed in a golden robe and a red silk skirt. Outside the skirt, there was a dragon fairy dress that looked like it was floating in the clouds. On her feet, there was a pair of embroidered shoes that came from 100 Flowers' blessed land. The elegant young man was called Li Wanyong. He carried a long sword on his back called Qi Seal. It was one of the few killing treasures of the Tongye sect. Yu Xian and the sword cultivator Li Wanyong, together with Du Yen and Qin Shuhu, were the 4 people who were known as the resurgence of the younger generation of the Tongye sect. They grew extremely quickly and were all top-notch cultivators. This was the foundation of a large sect. Even if Tongye sect's vitality was greatly damaged, the only thing they lost to Jade Gui sect in terms of cultivators was actually the loss of sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who had a promising Great Tao, and sect master Wei Ying, who was too talented. Putting aside Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, the Tongye sect was still not too far away from the Yugui sect in other aspects. As for the upper 5 realms consecrators and guests, they were able to move their chairs out of the Tongye sect's ancestral hall. As long as Yu Xian and the other 3 grew up smoothly, 2 of them would be able to ascend to the pure Jade realm. Especially the sword cultivator Li Wanyong, he would also be able to move back in the future without hurting the harmony. The sect master Fu Lingqing came to the left and right side and greeted Mr. Zhou. He nodded to the left and right. Fu Lingqing said, "Including our Tongye sect, all the immortals, fairies, talisman boats and everything close to the Qi cultivators have been requisitioned by the Academy. They have begun to transport the coastal people away from their homes to seek refuge. It is inevitable that some of the immortals are unwilling to help in order to protect themselves." After the Academy's reprimand, it can only be said that the situation has improved slightly, but the overall situation is difficult to change. However, Jiang Shangzhen has already taken the lead to open the prohibition of the blessed land of Cloud Cave and accept the people under the jurisdiction of Jade Gui sect. As for the 4 symbols formation, it can be activated at any time to resist the changes in the timing and location of the demon army. Speaking of Jiang Shangzhen and his Cloud Cave blessed land, Fu Lingqing was somewhat impressed. Once a large number of ordinary people entered, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would gradually be divided and contaminated. What was originally a high-grade blessed land would fall to a middle-grade blessed land. And this kind of decline was almost irreversible, unlike the path-seeking cultivators. This was because the quality of the blessed land was actually the spiritual qi that was thrown out by the immortal money. Once the spiritual qi was divided up by millions of ordinary teachers, it would at most be divided into a negligible portion to prolong one's life. But for the cultivators in the blessed land, it was like the sky was lowering. The suppression of the Great Way was becoming more and more obvious, and the attainment of the Great Way was becoming more and more inferior. Therefore, if Fu Lingqing was in charge of the blessed land of Cloud Cave, Just the matter of suppressing the local cultivators in the Blessed Land would be very troublesome and difficult. And in history, the mountaintops and cultivators of the Tongye continent were known for their habit of minding their own business. For example, until now, the Tongye continent still did not have a cross-continent ferry. On the other hand, the Little Aquarius continent and the Old Dragon City had several ferries. In addition, there were no sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train, and the lower sects of the world would not choose the Tongye continent, etc. Left and right said, Jiang Shangzhen has finally done something. Something that humans did. If he had known earlier, he would have been more polite when he passed by the Great Spring Dynasty's Mirage City on his sword. Fu Lingqing did not reply. After all, Jiang Shangzhen was now the sect master of the Jade sect. Although the person with the highest realm was still the old sect master Sun Yuan. According to the rules of the mountain in name, Jiang Shangzhen was already worthy of being the leader of the continent's immortals, just like Fu Lingqing in the past. Fu Lingqing was very clear that the name of the Path of Peaceful World was very beneficial to the sect. But in the chaotic world, this name would be very deadly. Fu Lingqing changed the topic and said with emotion, if we had the ferry of the Aquarius continent, it would be much more convenient to transfer the people to the mountain for protection. Left and right shook his head and said, other than the Song clan who is confident of annexing a continent, there are not many dynasties that dare to borrow money to build the ferry of the mountains. That kind of unimaginable ferry was worthy of its name to refine mountains and rivers. Its scale was even more exaggerated than the cross-continent ferry in the world. The Song clan had the chance to build it because they had the support of the Mo clan's branch and main branch. Fu Lingqing said with emotion, after the truth came to light, I knew that the emperor of a country was more courageous than the immortal masters on the mountain. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to visit the late emperor of Dali. With one's selfishness, with one's own desires, he could also do a magnificent feat of turning the tide. Currently, all the cultivators on the mountain of the world had seen and remembered the foresight of the Aquarius continent's imperial tutor Cui Dong joining forces with the Song clan. Left and right did not comment on this. Left and right had a personal grudge with Cui Dong in the past. Left and right would not ignore Cui Dong's actions for the sake of public affairs. Otherwise, when they reunited at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Cui Dong Shan would not have been simply slashed out of the city. Li Wanyong said softly, it's a pity that the accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen do not have any real combat strength. The Confucian school had two factions, one in the light and one in the dark. The 72 academies of the Confucian school had 72 mountain masters, nascent soul, jade, and immortal. Other than that, there were many accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen and monitoring the world. There was also a portion of the sages of the Confucian temple who wandered through the long river of time to find and open up blessed lands to integrate into the territory of the vast world. For example, the newly opened Fifth World. Another portion of the sages followed the Sage of Rights to resist some extremely troublesome ancient gods and secretly protect the entire vast world from being destroyed. Unlike the Chancellor of the Academies and the Mountain Masters of the Academies, the fall of these accompanying sages was often unknown to the world and not recorded. Even the cultivators on the mountain did not know about it, let alone the mortals below the mountain. This young sword cultivator who was known as the second Fu Lingqing was still young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He went against left and right and almost had his sword heart destroyed by left and right. If not for the sect master taking a sword for him and Yuxin pleading for him, Li Wanyong would probably not have anything to do with the four people of the Tongyi sect. What Li Wanyong said was also the truth. The accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding every continent of the vast world were in charge of monitoring the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the continent. They especially had to pay attention to the immortal and ascendant realm cultivators at the peak of the mountain. They never went to the human world and only looked at the lights of the human world year after year. When the ascendant realm Du Mao of the Tongyi continent left the sect to travel across continents to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, he needed the permission of the sage above. The venerable fire dragon of the North continent also needed it when he went on a long journey. There were many ascendant realm cultivators who had their requests rejected. Therefore, the ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain who laughed and said that the peak of the vast world did not have any freedom at all. It was not a lie. The vast world restrained the strong the most. As for the strong people in the school of Confucianism, there was no need to say much. The outcome of accompanying the sages of the Confucian temple was the greatest proof. Some of the principles that made people very uncomfortable had fallen on the Confucian school of Confucianism. That was why those ascendant realm old immortals could only pinch their noses and endure it. It was okay to complain, but after complaining, please continue to abide by the etiquette. This way, when the people at the peak of the mountain went down the mountain, they would not casually sneeze or stomp their feet, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the human world would not be in turmoil. Fu Lingqing was furious. Li Wanyong, be careful with your words. Li Wanyong's face turned slightly pale. The cultured and elegant sect master was rarely so angry. He said to the left and right, "You don't have to put on an act in front of me." Fu Lingqing almost suffered internal injuries. The sect master of the Tong Yi sect really respected the Confucian sages from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, these sages of the Confucian temple had returned to the human world at the cost of their lives. It was of great significance. Protecting the environment of the continent could allow the cultivators of the various continents to occupy the right time and place, and greatly reduce the strength of the demon race's attacks before and after they came ashore. It allowed the great array of the continent and the great mountain guarding array of the various mountains to be connected to heaven and earth. For example, the great array of the Tong Yi sect, Wutong Heavenly Umbrella, was more stable than when Zhuozhua asked for the sword alone back then. Zhuozhua said, "Although what Li Wanyong said is unpleasant, it is the truth. There is a limit to human strength, and the sages are no exception. We are all the same." The sages of the northern sky screen of the Tong Yi continent who secretly allowed Du Mao to leave the realm had now landed in the human world of the Fuyao continent. Like the other sages, they did not speak any bold words. It was just that the matters of the world were complicated. As scholars, they spoke of their merits and demerits, criticizing each other. In name they were reasonable, but in reality they were quarreling to determine victory and defeat. Therefore it was very easy for a chicken to talk to a duck, and each had their own reasons. If it was simple, it was nothing more than discussing the matter as it was. Both sides were willing to admit that a person was not a sage and that no one could be faultless. Only in this way could they train each other and walk on the path of the great Tao. Li Wanyong was clearly surprised and curious that this extremely arrogant sword immortal would speak up for him. He glanced at the young sword cultivator. "Among the four of you, you were the first to have the will to die. Therefore there are some things that you can say directly. But don't forget, speaking from the heart is not complaining, especially for sword cultivators." Li Wanyong hated hearing such words the most. He felt that Zhuozhua was looking down on him and using righteousness to suppress him. "Did I, Li Wanyong, need an outsider like you to comment on how I, Li Wanyong, should attack?" Yu Xen was a little anxious, afraid that Li Wanyong would say something angry again. Therefore she quickly reminded Li Wanyong telepathically that Zhuozhua had some words to say. Li Wanyong did not dare to contradict Zhuozhua directly. However, the Zhuozhua in his heart. "What's Zhuozhua?" A sword cultivator arrived on his sword. It was Wang Shixi, who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Zhuozhua. He was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core stage. He often received pointers from Zhuozhua on his swordsmanship. He already had hopes of breaking through the bottleneck. In the past 14 years he ascended the top of the city 3 times and went out of the city twice to fight. Among the Oris core sword cultivators, his battle achievements were considered average. For a sword cultivator who cultivated in the wilderness, this might seem ordinary, but it was actually a rather impressive battle record. More importantly, Wang Shixi risked his life to attack every time, but he was never seriously injured. There were no hidden dangers in his cultivation. In Zhuozhua's words, he was tenacious. In the future he would be Wang Shixi's sword immortal and would not be able to escape. Wang Shixi clasped his fists and said, "Senior Zhuozhua sect leader Fu." Then he nodded at Yu Xian and Li Wanyong. The 2 prodigies of the Tongye sect also returned the greeting. Towards this Wang Shixi, who was originally not very famous on the Tongye continent, the 4 young people from Zhongxing sect were very impressed. It turned out that although Wang Shixi was a sword cultivator, before he went to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he liked to travel the mountains and rivers alone. Moreover, he had always concealed his identity and did not rely on any of the sections. After he reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, he quietly crossed the continent and went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Over there he quickly broke through to the Core Formation realm. This time he followed Zhuozhu back to his hometown and was busy in the Tongye sect. Then this Wang Shizi, who had the aura of a sword immortal, gradually became known. Wang Shizi was about the same age as Zhuozhu. He liked to call Zhuozhu senior from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had received Zhuozhu's instructions, but Wang Shizi did not know anything about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At most he would talk about the local conditions and customs there. Wang Shizi was a mountain cultivator of the Tongye continent. Zhuozhu's original intention was for Wang Shizi to go to the more stable Yugui sect, but Wang Shizi insisted on staying in the Tongye sect. These years he helped the Tongye sect to supervise the construction of the big formation. Now he had a good relationship with Du Yan and Qin Shuhu. Occasionally when there were conflicts, such as when he had a huge disagreement with the Yinyang sect's formation master and the Mahis sect's mechanism master, Wang Shizi would be recommended by the Tongye sect's cultivators to brace himself and ask Zhuozhu for help. Wang Shizi concisely talked about the troublesome matter between the Tongye sect and the foreign cultivators. Fu Lingqing immediately gave a suggestion, and the Tongye sect took the lead to compromise. Zhuozhu nodded without any objections. Wang Shizi bid farewell and left on his sword. The heavy rain stopped. Li Wanyong followed the sect master and traveled on his sword to check on the placement of some of the key mountains. Zhuozhu stood in the same place. For some reason the girl did not leave with him. In the vast world, people's hearts were like ducks in the water. Zhuozhu saw that she did not intend to leave, so he turned around and asked, "Miss Yu, is there anything I can help you with?" Yu Exin plucked up her courage and asked, "Zhuozhu, there are 9 mighty towers in the vast world. There is the sword-suppressing tower in the South Sa continent, which is said to be guarded by the sword celestial Chao Shi from the Lizhu cave heaven. There is also a mountain-suppressing tower in the Fuyao continent. Why is there no mighty tower in the Tongye continent?" Zhuozhu said, "Actually there is. It is an important demon-suppressing tower. It is the Taoist temple of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. There are only 2 blessed lands in the world that are connected. The Lotus Blossom Blessed Land in the Tongye continent is connected to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land of the Taoist ancestor. However, the temple master ascended to the Qingming world and wanted to seek Tao with the Taoist ancestor. Since the Confucian temple did not stop him, they must have made an agreement." Yu Exin asked curiously, "This is a matter of great importance. Why didn't the Confucian temple discuss with the old temple master to delay his ascension? Or let the old temple master leave the demon-suppressing tower for the academy to manage? Now that the demon army is invading, won't they have a greater chance of winning?" The 9 grand suppression towers of the vast world were mountain suppression, country suppression, sea suppression, demon suppression, immortal suppression, sword suppression, dragon suppression, and white marsh suppression. Zhuozhu shook his head and said, "There are many things that our Confucian school is too strenuous and unrewarding. For example, we allow the 100 schools of thought to contend in the world. We don't exterminate the demon race. We give the secular dynasties the authority of the gods of mountains and rivers. And we don't specifically participate in the changes of the dynasties below the mountain. There have always been disputes within the Confucian temple. Among the academies, and among the literary lineages, there have always been disputes over the knowledge of the sages within a single literary lineage." Left and right said, "Reasoning is the most exhausting thing. I've never been good at this kind of thing. According to Buddhism, I'm at most a self-committed Han. Even after learning the sword, I'm still the same. In terms of imparting knowledge, Mao Xiaodong had the highest chance of inheriting the teacher's legacy. However, due to his limited knowledge and cultivation potential as well as the teacher's experience, Mao Xiaodong, who was unwilling to leave the sage of literature's lineage, couldn't do anything. As a result, Mao Xiaodong had to personally make a trip to the Middle Plains to ask for the title of one of the 72 academies for the Cliff Academy. Fortunately, I have a junior brother who's good at reasoning with others. He's worth looking forward to." Yu Exin noticed that this bad-tempered senior Zhuozhu had a rare smile when he talked about his junior brother. Left and right didn't say anything else. It was probably left and right's unique order to chase him away. However, Yu Exin still had a question. Senior Zhuozhu clearly has a bad impression of the Tongyi sect. Why are you still willing to guard this place? Zhou said, your sect master Fu Lingqing is someone who is willing to be reasonable. As long as the most reasonable person on a mountain is willing to be reasonable, then the customs of the mountain will have a chance to turn from muddy to clean. Secondly, I've been instructed by my teacher and the Great Sword Celestial to guard the Tongyi continent, and not your Tongyi sect. Since my swordsmanship came from this world, I should return the sword to the world when it's time to do so. Yu Xian respectfully bid farewell and left. He was a little happy. Although Seniors was still looked indifferent today, he was more talkative. He patiently told her so many things about the world. She used to have some resentment towards this Great Sword Celestial who didn't look like a scholar at all. He bullied people without thinking, asked questions randomly, and was unreasonable. He almost caused the collapse of the sect, and the sect master was forced to break the realm and become an immortal. However, after left and right returned to the Tongyi sect from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, according to Wang Shizi, he killed a big demon hiding in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island on the way. He also had to help the Tongyi sect resist the demon army from the savage land. Her resentment disappeared. The young woman's depression was like the world after the rain, and the scenery was brand new. It was like the budding of the early spring. Now the entire Tongyi continent was under the four symbols formation set up by the Tongyi sect, Yugui sect, Taiping Mountain, and Fuyang sect. In addition, there were three celestial phenomena created by the three Tianmu sages before they fell into the human world. Sun Yuan of the Ascendant Realm, the Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain, and Jiang Shangzhen of the Immortal Realm were each guarding one of the continents. Among them, the Lord of Heaven and Jiang Shangzhen were assisted by the two Academy sages who traveled from afar. Each of them was like guarding a cave and controlling the flow of fate of a continent. When the four symbols formation was set up, the three great cultivators kept collecting the scattered fate from all over the continent. This made the weather of the Tongyi continent very strange. For example, in the territory of the Tongyi sect, there was a heavy rain that came and went in a hurry, and there were signs of heavy snow which caught people off guard. When the formation of a continent was completely stabilized, the territory of Taiping Mountain would be like spring all year round. The sun hung high in the sky all year round in the Yugui sect, the autumn wind was chilly in the Fuyang sect, and the snow fell in the Tongyi sect all year round. Left and right returned to the hut to rest and cultivate his sword. Elsewhere in the Tongyi sect, Qin Shuohu was drunk and sleeping under the flowers, waiting for the demon army to attack. Previously, when the heavy rain fell, countless flowers fell and covered his body, but he did not notice it. When the heavy rain stopped and the heavy snow was about to arrive, there was a celestial mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The moon was full when the windows were opened, overlooking a pool. The cliff was steep and the water was deep, and there was no way to pass through it. As the direct descendant of Du Mao, Du Yen had been criticized and looked down upon all these years. Du Yen, who originally saw Jiang Shangzhen as his lifelong pursuit, had been fooling around for many years like a wastrel. However, in less than 10 years he had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through 2 realms consecutively. At this moment, Du Yan's expression was initially bitter, but it turned into determination. For the sake of the Du family's lineage, he was willing to risk his life and raise his arms. During the heavy snow, the purple-robed sword celestial Fu Lingqing, who had always been seen as a puppet sect master in the Tongyi continent, ascended the ancestral hall at the peak of the mountain alone. He looked around and laughed. The snow is boundless, covering the entire world. The combination of white jade has made my heart clear, and it is the most suitable for me to use my sword. At a celestial ferry in the northernmost part of the Tongyi continent, a group of celestial masters from other places felt helpless. It turned out that they had just received news that the 2 cross-continent ferries of the Fu family in the Old Dragon City, including the Old Dragon City's Fu family, had already informed the ferry port 10 days ago that the ferries would no longer travel between the 2 continents. There were many ferries at the ferry port that were not enough to cross continents. A few large ferries that could barely travel to the Old Dragon City were also transferred to the south by the Academy. Yun Qian had also taken out half of the Celestial Talisman boat and a treasured item and handed it to the Taiping Mountain. Immortal Master Cloud Sign frowned. She led the disciples of the Rain Dragon sect who were willing to travel with her to the distant lands and secretly disembarked at the Fushui sect of the Tongyi continent. Then she headed straight for Peace Mountain with a secret letter. She paid a visit to the venerable old heavenly lord of the Tongyi continent as well as sect master Song Mao. Before Yun Qian could decide whether to stay at the Taiping Mountain or not, the old lord of heaven took the initiative to ask Yun Qian to bring the disciples of the Rain Dragon sect to the Aquarius continent. As for the gift from Yun Qian, the old lord of heaven was a straightforward person and directly told Yun Qian that the Taiping Mountain was destined to not be able to return the favor within 100 years. As for 100 years later, even if the vast world still had such a mountain, it might not be able to do anything. He hoped that fellow Taoist Yun Qian would be mentally prepared. Yun Qian looked at the vast blue sea and sighed. She could only continue to travel with the wind. The disciples of the lower 5 realms who could only ride the simple talisman boat had to suffer. Ancestor Yun Qian shifted her gaze and looked towards the southwest. The inverted mountain had already ascended and left under the watchful eyes of everyone. Yun Qian was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Yun Qian had sensed some clues about the departure of the inverted mountain. She wondered what happened to the Water Essence Palace and the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall. Yun Qian didn't dare to imagine and didn't want to think too much. If it disappeared, many people would die. If it still existed, Yun Qian didn't know how the vast world would view the Rain Dragon sect in the future. She didn't know how she and the other Rain Dragon sect disciples would live in a foreign land. At the ferry, Immortal Master Fu and mountain sect cultivators were bustling with activity. They were all refugees from the Tongyi continent who had fled north to Old Dragon City. Other than cultivators, there were also many officials and nobles from various countries who had good relations with the mountain and were well informed. As a result, the huge ferry was still packed with people. A beautiful woman carrying a sword on her back muttered to herself, "How am I different from them?" As a cultivator of the Tongyi continent, it was best to escape when facing a great disaster. A young man wearing a Confucian robe without the academy's ornament shook his head and said, "Huang Ting, if you're so stubborn, I'm going to scold you." Old Heavenly Lord personally issued a decree and sect Master Song stamped the ancestral hall's seal. "It's almost equivalent to expelling you from the sect. Why, isn't it to let you go to the 5th world with peace of mind? Even in the worst-case scenario, you'll still be able to leave behind a line of descendants in Peace Mountain. Their good intentions aren't for you to wallow in self-pity. If you keep thinking like this, even if you go to the 5th world, you won't be able to break through the nascent soul bottleneck. Not only that, but it'll also become your inner demon. Let me tell you, there are already many sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi over there. Each of them has great killing power. Even if sword cultivators of the same realm kill each other, the vast world has a very small chance of winning. Once you become a demon there, you'll definitely be hunted down by them." Huang Ting said, "If you really lose to your inner demon and get killed by those sword cultivators, it'll be a worthy death. It's better than being picked up by some filthy cultivators and earning them merit for slaying demons." Zhong Kui said angrily, "Huang Ting." Huang Ting said, "I'm just feeling aggrieved," and said a few words to vent my anger. "What's the rush? I don't care about my own life, but I definitely won't treat the sect as a joke." Zhong Kui heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Ting frowned. People's hearts crumble so quickly. Zhong Kui was even more worried than her. He could only say a piece of good news to comfort himself. He said in a low voice, "According to my master, the Fuyao continent is much better than us. They're indeed used to fighting and killing. They don't cherish their lives as much as we do in the Tongye continent. Under the lead of the academy, several large empires have already joined forces. Most of the immortals with the surname Zong are not willing to fall behind. Especially a large empire in the north. They directly ordered that all cross-continent ferries are banned. Anyone who dares to secretly escape to the Jinjia continent or the Central Divine continent will be killed immediately upon discovery." Zhong Kui rubbed his face. "Look at our side. It's normal to be afraid of death and greedy for life, but if everyone is like this, it's outrageous. They don't want to be officials anymore. Immortals don't want to cultivate their mansions anymore. They don't care about the ancestral hall anymore. They don't care about the ancestral hall. 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 Trees die when people move and people live when they move. Anyway, we can bring the Divine Master Tablet and the portraits of our ancestors along with us." Zhong Kui had one more thing that he couldn't say. The Aquarius continent was doing something huge. For this, the sect leader of the Jade Tablet sect, Xianxia, the old heavenly lord of the Peace Mountain, the sect leader of the Fuji sect, Jihai, and the mountain lord of the Defu Academy had all rushed to the sea between the two continents to meet the Dali imperial tutor. They hoped that the Aquarius continent would change their mind and choose to cooperate with the Tongye continent. Jihai even gave up the entire Fuji sect to the Dali dynasty and became a vassal force of the Song clan. But Cui Dong still rejected the suggestion of the Tongye continent. First they would use fire to boil the sea, revealing the ridge between the two continents. Then they would use water techniques to stabilize the road, implicating the Tongye continent and the Aquarius continent into one. After the battle ended, they would flood the road again and divide the two continents. Because the embroidered tiger had already chosen the North continent. Cui Dong had only one reason at that time. The cultivators of the Tongye continent wanted to live in the Aquarius continent, while the cultivators of the North continent wanted to die in the Aquarius continent. Then who should the Aquarius continent choose? Even a scholar would know. Zhong Kue was also present at that time, but he could only remain silent. That meeting could very well decide the fate of the three continents. Both sides did not part on bad terms, and no one spoke harshly to the imperial tutor of the Dali continent. That was because everyone who went to the sea knew the answer. They could not force someone to do something they did not want to do. After all, the other party was Cui Dong, the person who dared to betray his own master and ancestors. Even the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple despised him. As for speaking harshly to Cui Dong, there was no need for that. The great cultivators of the Tongye continent, including the old Heaven Lord and Jihai, still had that bit of magnanimity. As for Cui Shi, he didn't make any sarcastic remarks about the culture of Tongye continent other than that sentence. Back then, someone asked Cui Dong if the Tongye continent could break the rules and merge the two continents because of the situation. If the North continent did it, the Confucian temple might not agree. Cui Dong only said one thing. If the sword cultivators of the North continent agreed, it meant that all the cultivators of the continent agreed. The Confucian temple had no choice but to agree. Even if they did not agree, what could the Confucian temple do? Zhong Kue admired this former disciple of the Confucian saint who had a bad reputation in the Confucian school. When Cui Dong used the power of the world to reason, no matter who you were, you should listen obediently. Zhong Kue looked at the group of Rain Dragon sect cultivators in the distance and said, "It would be good if everyone in the Rain Dragon sect was like that." Huang Ting shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." It's already surprising that the Rain Dragon sect with such a foul atmosphere has ancestor Yun Qian. In the end, Yun Qian took the group of Rain Dragon sect disciples and traveled to the old dragon city. Then he announced his name to the vassal king's mansion, saying that he was willing to help the central region of the Aquarius continent. The vassal king's prince, Song Mu, personally received him. Before the sea of people reached the main hall, Song Mu gave an urgent order to mobilize a Dali military ferry and change its purpose temporarily. It took ancestor Yun Qian, including a few dozen cultivators, to the central region of the Aquarius continent. Yun Qian sat down in the vassal king's mansion and drank tea. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the tea was still cold and they were ready to leave. Song Mu personally sent the group of Rain Dragon sect cultivators to the military ferry in the inner city. Then he cupped his fists and thanked everyone, including ancestor Yun Qian. He said that from today onwards, the vassal king's mansion was open to all Rain Dragon sect cultivators. Aside from that, the young vassal king did not exchange any pleasantries at all. The ferry docked at the source of the Aquarius continent. The person who received the message on a flying sword was one of the 3 Aquarius continent's supervising officials, Lu Qingfeng. He gave the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect a copy of the progress of the Aquarius continent's excavation. Afterwards, he asked ancestor Yun Qian about the details of the Rain Dragon sect's water techniques as well as seeking ancestor Yun Qian's advice. The two of them carefully revised and perfected an existing plan that the supervising official's estate had rushed to come up with overnight. If the young vassal king of Old Dragon City, Song Mu, gave off a feeling of being swift and decisive, then this supervisor Lu gave off a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Yun Qian sighed emotionally. On the Tongye continent, even when they were fleeing for their lives, they still gave off a feeling of disarray. However, on the Aquarius continent, everything seemed to be going according to plan without any stagnation at all. It was fast and orderly. In the small town of the Dragon Province's Huaihuang district in the Dali continent, a new shopkeeper had appeared in the Riding Dragon Alley. His name was Changming. Wei Pai had just broken free from a night banquet. Coupled with the sword immortal Miyu, he had a secret discussion with this fellow Changming who had come from afar. After confirming her identity without a doubt, Wei Pai did not immediately open the restrictions on the blessed land. He only said that he still needed to wait for the head caretaker of Luopa Mountain Zhou Xian to make a decision. As a result, Changming temporarily helped out at the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. Changming fished out his life-bound gold essence copper coin and was rather surprised. Golden light flowed and shone brilliantly. It was as if his life-bound had merged with the world. Sure enough, choosing this place to cultivate was the best choice. Changming was looking forward to the lotus blossom blessed land even more. On Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai and Miyu sat by a stone table. The northern mountain lord was rather helpless. Actually, with his relationship with Luopa Mountain, there was no need for Zhou Lian to give the word for Changming to take up residence. In reality, it was impossible for Wei Pai to do such a thing. He had already passed the tongue leaf umbrella to Cui Dongshan according to the instructions in the secret letter. If nothing went wrong, it should end up in the hands of a cultivator from the Tongyi continent in the end. It might be Taiping Mountain Zhong Kue, or even the protector of Luopa Mountain Zhou Fei, who used it to take in the refugees. However, it was unknown whether the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, which had just been promoted to a medium blessed land for a few years, would return to its original state after returning to Luopa Mountain and become an inferior blessed land with thin spiritual energy. After all, once the refugees returned home, they would bring along the spiritual energy with them. The more people there were, the more fate and spiritual energy they carried, the more the Lotus Flower Blessed Land would be damaged. Wei Pai looked into the distance and thought of the sinister landscape travel book. He muttered, "Chin Pingon, oh Chin Pingon, is it necessary? Is it worth it?" Miyu smiled and said, "Wei Shanjun, it seems like you still don't understand our mountain lord, or rather, you don't understand the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Aura." Miyu turned to the black-clothed girl who was silently eating melon seeds and asked with a smile, "Little Mealy, how do you write the couplet in the shop that sells the Mute Lake wine?" Zhou Mealy quickly put down the melon seeds and picked up the golden carrying pole on the table. She stood up and said in a clear voice, "Sword immortal 3-foot sword, looking around blankly, where is the enemy? The hero is lonely." Zhou Mealy moistened her throat and continued to shout in an even louder voice, "2 taels of wine in a cup, with you to quench the sorrows of the ages until we are drunk. What is money?" The little girl raised the golden carrying pole in her hand high. "Look, I have the golden carrying pole. What is money?" Miyu drank a big mouthful of wine and thought of the past. It snowed in the summer palace, and the hidden official's sword cultivators built a snowman together. The young hidden official and his disciple Guizhujio laughed and said a sentence. "I don't believe that the world is so bad." Miyu felt that even today, standing here, the young hidden official would still think so and firmly believe it. That was because some knowledge had little to do with the way the world was. At the Yang family's shop, the shop assistant named Yang Hua had a rare smile on his face because he recognized the woman who came today. She was Li Lu, Li Er's daughter, and Li Huai, that little bastard's older sister. In the past, Yang Hua still had some thoughts, but the elders in his family didn't agree, saying that it wasn't about money. When Yang Hua asked again, the elders only said that it was the old master's idea and didn't agree, telling him to give up. However, Li Lu, who had always been alone, was accompanied by a fat woman in coarse hemp clothes today. She was a bit of an eyesore. Yang Hua couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. For a woman to be so fat, how much could she eat? The woman smiled shyly at him, giving Yang Hua a fright. The woman lifted the curtain and stood sideways. When Li Lu stepped into the backyard, the woman put down the curtain and smiled at Yang Hua again. Yang Hua looked at the mountain-like woman behind the counter and secretly raised his arm. He felt that even a big man like himself wasn't her match. Li Lu sat on a bamboo chair that creaked as soon as she sat down. This was the handiwork of her younger brother Li Huai. The woman who carried the entire waterhole with her stood behind Li Lu, not daring to breathe loudly. because she knew the identity of the old man sitting on the steps and smoking. In the ancient era, he was in charge of one of the two immortal promotion platforms. A woman in green landed in the courtyard on a sword and sat on the bench in the corridor. Old man Yang tapped his pipe on the stairs and said, "That's how it is. If you succeed and protect Aquarius continent, then it will be a great merit. If you can't, then it will be a disaster. In the past I have been restricting the two of you, but after this, you can do whatever you want." When the woman saw the woman in green who was only at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, she was shocked and horrified. It was a completely unreasonable instinct. The woman wasn't stupid. After all, she was an ascendant realm great demon who was familiar with the past. Thinking of Li Lu's real body, she immediately guessed the identity of the unfamiliar woman. The supreme deity sat on the throne and looked down on the world. The sun boiled the sea and refined all living things. Wherever the sun shone, it was the territory. At first, the woman became more and more cautious. Gradually, her entire face and eyes began to change and her ferocious nature erupted. After all, a great demon was an ascendant realm true to her name. Even if she was extremely afraid, once she reached the limit, her nature would be revealed. As an ascendant realm cultivator, how could she just wait for death? She had to kill with all her might. Wan Xiu slowly retracted her gaze from the woman. She took out an embroidered handkerchief, picked up a piece of cake and chewed slowly. Li Lu said, "I'm fine with it. It's up to her." Wan Xiu nodded. "I only have one request. No matter if it's successful or not, the merit of the Confucian Temple must be credited to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. It can be halved." Old Yang hesitated for a moment. "I'll discuss this with Cui Dong. Since you're willing to have it, it shouldn't be a big problem." Li Lu said, "Then I'll do the same. It'll be credited to Li Huai." Old Yang said angrily, "Why are you giving it to him? Does that brat need it? He'll find it too heavy to step on dog poop shoes." Li Lu smiled and immediately dismissed the idea. However, Li Lu took out the red string she got from Li Huai and tossed it to Old Yang. She sneered and said, "What do you mean? She's trying to take advantage of my younger brother. Is she tired of living? Why don't I use my merit to exchange for her life? Is that enough?" Old Yang frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll clean up the mess." Wan Xiu suddenly asked, "What's the matter with that travel book?" Old Yang sneered, "There are two branches in the family. One branch wants to be an official historian. They're trying their best to break away from the status of an official historian. They're unwilling to be a descendant of a branch of history. They hope to prove their great Tao through a blessed land of white paper. The other branch wants to be an unofficial historian. The latter has a great plan." Old Yang waved his smoking pipe. "You don't have to care about these things. It's urgent to break through the realm and ascend to the Jade Urn realm. Now you don't have to hide too much." Wan Xiu glanced at the woman who had finished the pastries in her hand. Once she killed her, she would have a chance to go directly to the immortal realm. Li Lu said coldly, "Wan Xiu, restrain yourself." Wan Xiu languid sat on the bench, squinted and asked with a smile, "Who are you?" The woman was uneasy. This was a real fight between immortals. Wan Xiu asked, "Can he come back?" Old Yang was silent, but the smoke in the small courtyard was getting thicker. Then the woman was shocked again. She turned her head and looked at the woman in white behind Old Yang. She was tall and had a pair of golden eyes. After seeing this person, the woman felt a little tired. She shouldn't have followed Li Lu here. It seemed that even she, an ascendant realm cultivator, was not enough here. If she had known, she would have gone to the North Continent to provoke a mortal fire dragon. The tall woman smiled and said, "Of course." She lowered her gaze and looked at Old Yang who was sitting on the ground. "Tell Cui Dong and ask him to tell the Confucian Temple that I'll turn Hao Ran world and Qing Ming world into a family." Old Yang said, "As long as you stay here, Qin Pingon will have a chance. Besides, he's right to be patient. If you go there with him, he might lose his life in the Great Wall of Sword Aura." She said, "If I stay there alone, I'd rather die than live." Old Yang said, "I think staying there is the best way to cultivate. Climbing the mountain is important, but cultivating the mind is difficult. Being scolded and doing a few good deeds doesn't mean it's cultivation." She sneered, "You and Qin Qingdu seem to be qualified to say that." Old Yang nodded, "Not bad." Old Yang waved his pipe. You still have to be careful. Those king-level monsters won't let you boil the sea. Wan Xiu left the courtyard on her sword. Li Lu brought the woman to the ancestral home. Old Yang stood up. If something happens to me, please take care of me. She nodded. There are only a few old friends left. You old bones, take it easy. Old Yang smiled and repeated the words, not bad. In the middle section of the Aquarius continent, on a newly built dam, a young man in white was riding on a child. Beside him was an old Confucian with white hair. Lin Shi followed silently. The young man was cursing the old bastard for being a jerk. Lin Shi pretended that he didn't hear anything. In fact, the old man and the young man were both his martial uncles. The imperial tutor asked Lin Shi, "What do you think of Lu Qingfeng's character?" Lin Shi said, "He was born to learn martial uncle's knowledge. He is a good person and his knowledge is not lacking." Cui Dong said, "There is nothing wrong with looking at things, but looking at people is one-sided. That Lu Qingfeng is cold and warm-hearted. Don't be fooled by his warm-heartedness, the key is his cold eyes." Cui Dongshan laughed. "Old bastard can still speak like a human. That's rare. Yes, that Lu Qingfeng is willing to treat the world with kindness, but that doesn't mean that he thinks highly of the world. In fact, Lu Qingfeng doesn't care what the world thinks of him. The reason why I admire him is because he is like me. The order cannot be wrong." Cui Dong said, "I am going to North Continent Skeleton Beach's Guiming Valley." Cui Dongshan hesitated. "Why can't I go? I have Brother Gao to lead the way." Cui Dong said, "Your cultivation is too low that Gao Qing might not listen to you. The Aquarius continent doesn't have the time to fight with him. He wants to complete his Grand Dao and understand the most fundamental samsara technique. The Aquarius continent has given him the chance. At the crucial moment I will borrow Zhong Kue from Tongyi continent. You go and find the great monk who has wandered to the White Cloud Monastery. There are some things that need to be done beforehand. If not, the taboo will be too big and the gains will not make up for the losses. I will definitely not allow the Aquarius continent to remain as a mess even if we manage to defend it." If the people of Tongyi continent were not so lax, Cui Dong would have thought of linking the Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent together. With Zhong Kue and Gao Qing and of course with Cui Dongshan it was possible. Cui Dongshan extended his hand and pressed on the child's head and scolded, "Brother Gao, that shameless old bastard wants to scam you. Quickly spit on his face and help him wash his face." Cui Dong emphasized, "I am talking to you about serious matters." Cui Dongshan raged, "I am not deaf." Before Cui Dong left, he seemed to have said some nonsense for no reason. Cultivate well in the future. If you see the old elementary scholar, you can talk about all the merits and demerits, but in my heart, there is nothing much to talk about with him. Cui Dongshan said unhappily, "If you have the ability, go talk to him yourself. I am not a messenger, damn it, we are 2 generations apart to call the old elementary scholar ancestor, that is embarrassing." Cui Dong looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Because I do not have the ability, that is why I am asking you to talk to him." Dali Imperial Tutor, shrinking earth, mountains and rivers, in a blink of an eye he was 1,000 li away. The huge Aquarius continent was like a small world for this Ascendant Realm scholar. Cui Dongshan jumped down from the child and waved his sleeves with all his might, towards the direction where Cui Dong's figure disappeared. He punched out with both hands and scolded scram. However, Lin Shi knew that this junior martial uncle Cui Dongshan who looked frivolous was actually very sad. When Cui Dong left Aquarius continent for North continent, there were already great cultivators who used their powers to isolate heaven and earth. In the northernmost part of Aquarius continent, Wan Xiu shook the bracelet on her hand, and a fire dragon suddenly appeared heading north. Under the sun, many rays of light between heaven and earth seemed to gather on that path. In the southernmost part of North continent, Li Lu stood at the seaside, parting the sea. On the line on the right side, there were many sword immortals and upper 5 realm cultivators guarding the array, Taihui Sword Sect Master Qi Jinglong, and Disciplined Patriarch Huang Tong. Floating Duckweed Sword Lake Luo Kai who had just returned from South Whirlpool Continent, and the number 1 sword immortal in the north, Bai Shang. Hemp Sect Master Disciplined Patriarch Nalin Sect Master Zhu Quan. On the left side, there were only 2 Ascendant Realms. They were old acquaintances, Venerable Fiery Dragon and the woman from Lushui Pit. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed and the woman laughed along. Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan, and Spring Banner Sect Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan rushed to South Whirlpool Continent together. The big bearded wanderer of the Wasteland Sovereign Realm was the first to arrive at the seaside of South Whirlpool Continent, asking the sword scholar Qin Chunan. Half of South Whirlpool Continent's cultivators could see the sword gleam that tore through the night sky. A half-moon appeared on the sea, and it just happened to cover the entire Whirlpool Continent. After the sharp sword gleam broke through the moon's barrier, it was absorbed into the sleeve of Qin Chuanan's Dharma form. On the top of a mountain near the sea, Madame Huanyan asked softly, "Why did Lu Cha do this? Isn't he helping Qin Chunan temporarily?" Xiao Yunyan said, "It's because of his respect for Qin Chunan that Lu Cha came specially to hand over this sword. Of course, that's not all. After this sword, the Central Plains will focus more on defending South Whirlpool Continent." A large group of Central Plains cultivators, including the Huai family patriarch, are already on their way to South Whirlpool Continent. Madame Huanyan mocked, "Are they here to watch the show? Why don't they learn from Zhou Xian and guard the mountains and rivers of Fuyao Continent?" Xiao Yunyan said no more. The tall and thin great sword immortal, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and nodded slightly. It turned out that Qin Chunan had retracted his Dharma form and appeared beside them. Madame Huanyan, who was mocking him just now, kept quiet out of fear. She didn't have a good impression of the vast world to begin with. After following Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan liked to consider herself as half a member of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that she was in awe of this mellow scholar beside her. After all, there were still some scholars in the vast world. It seemed that wherever they were, there was logic. Provoking them was more terrifying than provoking some unruly Ascendant Realm cultivators. After greeting everyone with a smile, Qin Chunan looked at the sea. There was a sun and a moon on each of his shoulders, but there was a crack on the moon. Qin Chunan and Lu Ji smiled at almost the same time. The 9 martial arts fate of the vast world surged into half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the Wasteland world. It was the same in the Wasteland world. A majestic martial arts fate surged into the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. At the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the dragon monarch laughed and said, "Mad dog." There was a Qi refinement warrior with a screw loose. He didn't even think of becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator in one go. He purposely destroyed his core repeatedly and destroyed his soul time and time again. Then he merged with the Great Wall of Sword Qi to reconstruct his physical body and recover his soul. He used this unprecedented method to refine his martial body and reach the peak of pure martial arts. 695. In a forbidden land in the Central Plains within a radius of 100 li, the scenery was enchanting. There was only a single 2-story building that looked like a small study that had been plucked from the courtyard of a wealthy family. The plaque wasn't big, but its meaning was great. Suppressed by Zhe. In the middle of the hall, there was a portrait of the Holy Master. If it wasn't for the plaque revealing the secrets of heaven, cultivators who entered this place by mistake would think that the owner of this place was a Confucian disciple living in seclusion. A middle-aged man was flipping through a book. Every year, gentlemen and sages from the Book of Rites Learning Palace would send books here. They didn't care about the topic, whether it was the exegesis of the sages, the notes of the scholars, or the strange. The Book of Knowledge would be placed on a small mountain at the edge of the Forbidden Land. The small mountain wasn't anything special. There was only a broken stone tablet on the ground, and one could vaguely see the words "Spring King's first month reign shook the book of books." The gentlemen and sages only needed to place the book on the stone tablet, and a woman would come to take the book and give it to her master, the great demon Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe put down the book and looked at the woman outside. He asked, "Are you worried that the situation in the Tongye continent will affect Madame Huan Sha, who broke her own tail?" Hearing the question, the woman immediately turned around and said respectfully, "Master, seeing the pitiful end of the Rain Dragon sect, I am indeed worried about Madame Huan Sha's safety." Madame Huan Sha wasn't just one of the 4 madams of the Haoran world. She was equally famous as Madame Qing Immortal Mountain, Madame Huanyan of the Plum Blossom Garden, and Madame Zhonggui of the Moon Palace. She was also one of the 2 heavenly foxes of the Haoran world, Nine-Tailed. The other was the ancestor of the woman in the palace dress. The latter couldn't avoid the heavenly tribulation back then, so she could only go to Mount Longhu to seek the protection of that generation's heavenly master. Her fate was great, and she obtained the seal of the Heavenly Master Seal. Not only did she survive the 5 Thunder Heavenly Tribulation, she also successfully broke through to the Ascendant Realm. The woman in the palace dress had a bitter expression. She blamed Madame Huan Sha for abandoning the Heavenly Fox Realm and staying out of the matter. If it were her, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Bai Zai came to the door. The woman in the palace dress moved slightly away from her master. She had been with her master for 1,000 years and she didn't dare to break the rules. Bai Zai said, "Qing, what do you think of the Haoran world?" The fox demon named Qing replied, "In the desolate world, the demonic beast army's combat prowess is concentrated, and their hearts are focused on one thing. They are here to fight for territory driven by profit." The Immortal and Ascendant Realm experts. Immortal and Ascendant Realms. Immortal, Ascendant and Ascendant. Years ago, because she revealed her thoughts and spoke without restraint, she was beaten to the bottom of a valley by her master on a snowy walkway in a small continent. She called out her real name and her tail was casually cut off by her master. Bai Zai said, "Just say it." Qing received the decree and continued. Tongya continent has been isolated since ancient times. They are used to living a comfortable life. Once the academy can't stop the cultivators from escaping, the immortals on the mountain will lead the dynasties below. The situation will deteriorate instantly. If the demon clan invades Tongya continent, it will be like the situation of the elite cavalry chasing after the refugees. The losses of the demon clan at the foot of the mountain will be negligible. Tongya continent will only have 7 or 8 sects left to protect itself. The Aquarius continent was too small, and the sword cultivators of the North continent had suffered too many casualties at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, the people there were tough, but it was easy for them to fight for themselves. This kind of war was not a fight between cultivators on the mountain. When the time came, the outcome of the North continent would be tragic. The merchants of the White Snow continent ran amok and had always valued profit over friendship. When they saw the outcome of the cultivators of the North continent, they were scared out of their wits and had to weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, this battlefront that included the 4 continents could easily be defeated one after another. In addition to the distant Fuyao continent, Jinjia continent, and Liuxia continent, perhaps the last half of the vast world would fall into the hands of the demon clan. Once the situation is gone, even if the central divine continent has a strong foundation and can fight against 8 continents, how can it resist? Can only wait to be exploited and eaten up by the demon clan. Bai Zai smiled. Talk on paper. Qing did not dare to question her master. Bai Zai walked down the steps and started to walk. Qing followed behind. Bai Zai said slowly, "You are talking on paper. The gentlemen of the academy might not be so. All knowledge in the world leads to the same destination. War is actually the same as learning. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be experienced." Back then, the old Shutsai insisted that the gentlemen and sages of the academy should try their best to stay away from the affairs of the imperial court. He did not want to be the retired emperor who was not in the imperial court. However, he invited the militarists and cultivators of the school of Moism to explain in detail the pros and cons of every war to the academy. He even listed the military studies as a compulsory subject for the academy to become a gentleman. Back then, this caused a lot of criticism in the Confucian temple. People thought that it was a mistake to put effort into the wrong path instead of paying attention to the essence of being a gentleman. Later on, the secondary sage nodded his head and concluded that the important matters of the country should be in worship and war. This was how this matter was carried out. Qing knew about the inside story of the Confucian temple, but she did not pay much attention to it. So what if she knew? Even if she and her master were to go out, they would need the approval of the 2 vice leaders of the Confucian temple and the 3 grand chancellors. If any of them were to shake their heads, it would be impossible. That was why she had been filled with anger during that cross-continent trip back then. Bai Zai walked slowly. The old Shutsai said that humans are evil by nature, but he insisted on praising the phrase, "Filial piety is the most important of all virtues." He insisted on putting filial piety before loyalty, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Isn't there some contradiction that you can't understand? Qing was a little helpless. She was not interested in the knowledge of the Confucian sages. She could only say, I really don't understand the profound meaning of the sage of literature. Bai Zhe answered his own question. The reason is very simple. Filial piety is the closest to people. Cultivation is good, governance is peaceful. And every family in the country deals with the word filial piety every day. It is the first step of human cultivation. Whenever the door is closed, other words will inevitably be more or less distant from people. It is difficult for people who are truly filial to be evil. There are occasional exceptions, but they are still exceptions. The word filial piety has a low threshold. There is no need to learn to be an excellent official. There is no need to think too much. There is no need to have a thorough understanding of the world. There is no need to talk about big ambitions. This word is well done. Bai Zhe turned his head and pointed at the Xiongtown building that was not eye-catching. The house is solid. Every family in the world is filial. It is not difficult to shelter the house from the wind and rain. When you open the door, the more you read and ponder, the more loyalty, righteousness, and etiquette will naturally follow. If you ask me, in the future when the inner sect becomes estranged from family, when husband and wife are separated without any burden, and when the outer sect becomes self-centered, when there are too few fools and too many smart people, then the inner sect will truly go downhill because the inner sect is becoming less and less cohesive. Therefore, this is also the reason why the old scholar did not want his first disciple Cui Dong to introduce knowledge too early. It is not that the embroidered tiger's knowledge is not good, but if he is not careful, the drawbacks will be too great. When the time comes, it will be difficult for the sage master and the sage of rights to remedy it. Between father and son, between husband and wife, if they have to be calculative about the gains and losses, they will enter the age of Dharma decline earlier than the Buddhism and Taoism. Bai Zhe smiled and said, on the mountain and under the mountain, people in high positions are not afraid of unfilial children, but are extremely worried about their unfilial children. Interesting. Bai Zhe suddenly laughed and said, I have already forced myself to say so many good things about you. Can't you not take advantage of me for once? Qing was stunned and did not know why his master said so. Bai Zhe said helplessly, let's go back. If we are late, I don't know what will happen to us. Bai Zhe took Qing back to the study room the way they came. Qing saw an old scholar wearing a Confucian robe in the room with his back facing them. He stood on his tiptoes and held an unopened scroll in his hand. He was pointing at the position of the scroll on the wall. It seemed that he was going to hang it. On the table under the portrait of the sage master there were already a few books. Qing was confused and angry. How can anyone intrude into the master's peaceful place of cultivation? However, the most difficult thing for Qing was that people who could intrude into this place quietly, especially scholars. She definitely could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the master's temper was too good and never allowed her to take advantage of the master's power. Bai Zhe stood by the door and sneered, Old scholar, it's enough to persuade you. I can tolerate a few pornographic novels, but if there's another portrait of you, it's too disgusting. Hearing the title of Old Scholar, Qing immediately lowered his head and the resentment in his heart disappeared in an instant. Back then, when she was picked up by Master Bai Zhe and brought home, she asked curiously why there was a portrait of the holy ancestor hanging in the Xiongtown tower. She knew that even the sage of rights, who set the rules of etiquette for the world, treated her master with respect and addressed him as Sir. Her master only addressed him as little teacher at most. Master Bai Zhe never treated the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple and the Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace well. Even when the sage master visited, he stopped at the door. In fact, this so-called Zhen Baize was completely different from the other 8 towers that suppressed fate. It was really just a decoration. The plaque of Zhen Baize did not need to be hung. It was only written by the old master himself. The old master once said the reason himself. The reason was none other than to prevent the sages of the academy from entering the door. Even if they had the face to bother Zhen Baize, they would not have the face to enter the house. There was only one exception. The old scholar. When Qing was on her way to collect books, she missed the sage of rights who was at the peak of his power. It was only after the incident that she heard from a small scholar perched on a beam in the room that the old scholar had not only walked in happily, but had also said that Master Bai was being too rude. He was living under someone else's roof, so it was one thing if he didn't know how to respect his master, but he should at least give him some face and put on an act. If he hung up, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. It would be a waste not to hang up the portrait. Then the old Xianxia decided to hang the portrait of the holy ancestor on his own accord. Fortunately, Master Bai did not take it down and threw it out the door. He just hung it there. The old elementary scholar who was sent out of the fifth world by Bai Yi turned around and shook the scroll in his hand. I was just worried that the old man would feel lonely standing alone on the wall. He might not be happy with the pictures of the Sage of Rites and the Third Prince. Others might not know, but Master Bai, you should know that the old man and I get along very well. Bai smiled. Don't be so shameless. The old scholar was filled with grief and indignation. He stomped his feet and said, "The world is so big, you can only put a few of my books here and hang a portrait of me. You have the heart to refuse? Is it an eyesore or something?" "It's an eyesore." Bai nodded and said, "Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall, your last disciple, didn't he hang a portrait of you?" The old scholar's eyes lit up. He was waiting for this sentence. It would be fun to chat like this. Bai that bookworm was harder to chat with. He placed the scroll on the table and walked towards Bai's study. Sit and chat. Don't be so polite. Come, I'll have a good chat with you about my last disciple. You've met him before and I'll have to borrow your auspicious words. The relationship between us brothers is not shallow. This is called becoming even closer. The old scholar smiled at Qingying. You must be Miss Qingying. You're really pretty. Later I'll have to trouble you to hang the portrait. Remember to hang it lower. I'm sure this old man won't mind. I'm very particular about etiquette. Master Bai, whenever I'm free, I don't even go to the Confucian temple. I'll come to your place to sit for a while. When you're free, why don't you come to Luopa Mountain for a visit? Who dares to stop you, Master Bai? I'll be angry with him. If he sneaks into the Confucian temple, I'll jump up and slap him. I promise I'll stand up for Master Bai. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, you've met Nguan Shu and Ling Junzi at Luopa Mountain. They're such cute children. One is kind and the other is simple-minded. Which elder wouldn't like them? Qingying originally admired this sage of literature who had lost his status as an accompaniment. However, after seeing him in person today, her admiration disappeared. The so-called sage of literature who had great eloquence and solid knowledge was nothing more than a scoundrel in today's eyes. From the old scholar sneaking into the house behind his master's back to now, he was full of nonsense. Which of his words matched his identity as a sage? Which of his words had the aura of a sage? When the sage of literature visited, even though he didn't say much, Qingying still admired him from the bottom of her heart. The old scholar sat on the only chair behind the desk. Since this Xianxia building didn't host guests, there was no need for an extra chair. Bai didn't mind the old scholar's reversal. He stood and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I won't see you out." The old scholar moved his butt inside. "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a comfortable life." Bai said, "Now that I've thrown you out of this place, you've lost all your dignity." The old scholar slammed the table. "So many scholars can't even study anymore. They're dead. What's the use of dignity? How can you, Bai, be worthy of this room full of books?" Qingying was taken aback. Bai frowned and said, "This is the last time I remind you. We can talk about the old days, but I'll bear with you. There's no need for you to argue with me about righteousness. The little bit of incense between you and me can't withstand your arrogance." The old scholar's expression changed immediately. He lifted his but a little to show his apology and sincerity. He didn't forget to wipe the place where he slapped with his sleeve and laughed. "I was talking to you in the tone of the third brother and the two deputy hierarch. Don't worry, I won't talk about the history of the world or the great cause of the world. We're just talking about the old days. Miss Qingying, find a chair for our Master Bai. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty if I talk while sitting down." Bai waved his hand and motioned for Qingying to leave the room. Qingying didn't dare to show her emotions on her face. She bowed politely to the old scholar and left. The old scholar smiled and watched the girl leave. He opened a book and sighed softly. Even if you don't care about etiquette, you still have to follow the rules. Etiquette is the greatest virtue. Bai Zhe said, patience is limited. Cherish it. The old scholar kept flipping through the books, putting them down one by one and picking them up one by one. He craned his neck and glanced at the notes written by Bai Zhe in the blanks of the books. He nodded his head and said, the study of biographies, exegesis and interpretation. Just the study of biographies can be divided into major and minor, internal and external, supplementary and many other categories. There is too much knowledge and life is too short. It is easy for the scholars of the later generations to feel as if they are falling into a fog. Especially when there are many books, one can only find mountains of gold and silver in one's exploration. Occasionally one can obtain something and treasure it even more. When one reaches home, there are countless jewels and jewels, which one gradually discards as if they are worthless. Bai Zhe sighed. You're determined not to leave, aren't you? The old scholar put down the book in his hand and gently stacked the books neatly. He said seriously, in troubled times outstanding people emerge. Bai Zhe faintly looked angry. The old scholar smiled and said, there are many difficult things for scholars. They even have to do things against their will. I beg Mr. Bai to forgive them. Bai Zhe said, I'm already very forgiving. The old scholar asked, then you'll give us scholars a chance to correct our mistakes? Bai Zhe said, one last sentence. The old scholar stood up and walked around the desk. He bowed to Bai Zhe but didn't say anything and left. Bai Zhe sighed. After a while someone poked his head in the door. Bai Zhe didn't say anything. He took a deep breath and went to the door. The old scholar sat on the threshold. Bai Zhe said, say it. What's the matter? It's up to me whether I do it or not. The old scholar said, it's Qin Chunan who helps the branch of the quasi-sage. You don't have to be so embarrassed. If Qin Chunan cared about his reputation he wouldn't be Qin Chunan. The real embarrassment for Qin Chunan was that he came from the branch of the quasi-sage. When the time came the world would not only talk about Qin Chunan but also the whole branch of the quasi-sage. Bai Zhe didn't refuse or agree to go to the South Saw continent. Bai Zhe was puzzled. It's not Cui Dong who helped turn the tide, nor is it your last disciple who was guarding the Great Wall of Sword Energy? The old scholar stood up and said, the branch of the literary sage never begs anyone. All of his knowledge is used to do something for this world. Bai Zhe nodded. The old scholar suddenly wiped his face and said sadly, it's useful to beg. As a teacher how can I not beg? Bai Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a long silence he shook his head and said, old scholar, I won't leave this place. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The old scholar shook his head and said, Mr. Bai, you're too serious. Although I did come here with hope, there's no need to be disappointed if I can't do anything. After all, I'm a scholar. Bai Zhe asked, what's next? The old scholar was furious and said angrily, damn it. Let's go to Paper White Blessed Land and scold him. Catch the most senior person and scold him. If he dares to talk back, I'll make a paper man the size of a human and secretly put it in the Confucian temple. Bai Zhe reached out and grabbed the mountain-searching map from the beam in the room and threw it to the old elementary scholar. The old scholar hurriedly threw it into his sleeve and patted Bai Zhe's sleeve. Here, you're really a hero. Bai Zhe shook his sleeve and said, you stole it when I was traveling. The old scholar nodded and said, don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know the rules? I'm not a hammer. I won't make things difficult for Mr. Bai. Bai Zhe's expression was indifferent. Don't forget I'm not a human. The old scholar stomped his foot and said, I don't like to hear that. Don't worry, I'll scold the Sage of Rights for you. What Sage of Rights? So what if he has great knowledge and rules? I'll scold him all the same. When I was forced into the Confucian temple to eat cold pig's head meat, I was the most respectful to the statue of Sage of Rights. The incense offered by other seniors to accompany the sages was just ordinary incense. But for the old man and the Sage of Rights, I had to grit my teeth and spend a lot of money to buy incense from the mountain. The old scholar suddenly stopped talking and disappeared in a flash. He came in a hurry and left even more hurriedly. He only reminded Bai Zhe not to forget. A middle-aged man with an elegant face appeared outside the house and bowed to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe bowed back for the first time. They crossed the threshold together. The middle-aged man saw the scroll and gently opened it. He couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't the old scholar's portrait but this man's. So it was actually a portrait of the Sage of Rites. Bai Zhe rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Isn't he annoying?" The Sage of Rites smiled and said, "I'm fine, but our holy teacher is the most annoying." When the statue of the old scholar was moved out of the Confucian temple, the old scholar didn't care. But later the statue was smashed by scholars from all over the country. In fact, the holy teacher was dragged to the side by the old scholar to watch. The old scholar didn't complain much and only said that scholars cared about their reputation the most. He had to endure the humiliation even if it was unbearable. But in the future, shouldn't the Confucian temple be more lenient to the Sage of Rites? Tui Dong just let him be. After all, he was thinking about the future of the human world. Shao Qi was such a good seedling, so he should be more protected. When I break through the bottleneck of the ascendant realm in the future, old man, don't just watch and do nothing. Is the rules of the ceremonial sage more important, or is it the face of the holy master more important? Anyway, he just bargained over there, pestering the holy master and not letting him go until he nodded. He felt that the old scholar wasn't a scholar at all. That must be because he hadn't seen the Sage of Rites participate in the debate between the three sections. The old elementary scholar who had said to Bai Zhe that the lineage of the literary sage never begged anyone was actually the teacher of the lineage of the literary sage. He had done many things, given up everything and sacrificed a lot. Great sword deity Zhang Lu, who was guarding the gate, was still hugging his sword and taking a nap. He had seen the end of the Dragon Rain sect. He had seen it with his own eyes and felt that it was far from enough. He, Zhang Lu, wouldn't give a sword to the cultivators of the vast world, but he definitely wouldn't give a sword to the vast world. He was just watching the show. After all, the vast world liked to watch shows more than him. The former hidden official Xiao Chua, who had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the two sword deities Luo Shan and Zhu An from the old hidden officials line, as well as Fei Fei and Yang Ji, who were in charge of clearing the way to the Tongye continent, were originally going to disembark at the Tongye continent. However, Fei Fei and Yang Ji, as well as the hidden Yao Jia, suddenly changed their route and went to the vast sea between the Aquarius continent and the North continent. Only Xiao Chua, who had forcefully opened a continent's mountain and river barrier and then broke through the Tongye Heavenly Umbrella's mountain and river formation. As a sword cultivator, she still had to ask the left and right. The right and left turned into a sword light and went overseas. Xiao Chua wasn't interested in the Tongye sect, so she left the group of ants behind. She spat on the ground and then turned to follow the left and right. Although Xiao Chua could break through the two great formation barriers and go to the Tongye sect's territory, she was still suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. This made her very dissatisfied, so the left and right were willing to take the initiative to leave the Tongye continent. Xiao Chua followed behind and said a rare sentence on the battlefield, "Left and right, you took a punch back then. Have you recovered? If you're killed by me, don't blame me for taking advantage of you." The left and right were too lazy to speak. After all, the logic was in the sword. Xiao Chua was even more unreasonable. Since the left and right had so much sword qi that they were the most powerful in the world, then they would destroy as many as they came. The cultivators of the Tongye sect all looked up at the place where the two figures disappeared. Most of them were frightened. They didn't know who the little girl with the goat horn braids was, and which sovereign great demon was she. After the bearded man, Wen Jian and Qin Chunan, the south swirling continent temporarily stopped fighting. The great demon army of the desolate world only continued to move mountains and seas. They smashed countless mountains into the sea to pave the way and station their troops on the sea. 1,000 miles away, they faced off against the south swirling continent. Occasionally, there would be great cultivators from the world who came to the aid of the Qin clan. They would smash the sea with their mystiques and spells, and there would be great demons coming out to counteract those shocking spells. That was all. Among those who attacked the south swirling continent, there was the patriarch of the Huai clan, who was ranked at the bottom of the 10 in the Central Plains divine continent. On the Fuyao continent, there was the old sword immortal Zhou Xian, who was ranked even higher than the patriarch of the Huai clan. He personally oversaw the Xianxia grotto, which didn't even have a portrait of the patriarch. The scholars of the Central Plains divine continent, the drifting dawn continent, and the White Snow continent had all rushed to the southwest Fuyao continent, the West Gold Armor continent, and the South Swirling continent. In the Xianxia grotto of the Fuyao continent, A burly old man stood outside the patriarch's hall. Beside him was a young and handsome man, Qi Tingji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than that, there were a few other young people. Among them was a white-robed youth who was even more handsome than Sword Immortal Qi. He was a martial artist around 30 years old, Zhou Xian. There were also 3 people Zhou Xian was familiar with: Lu Yuzhou of the White Snow Continent, Huai Qian of the Central Plains Divine Continent, and the female martial artist Yu Zhuanfu. Huai Qian seemed to have not recovered from a serious illness. His face was pale, but he didn't look dispirited. A nascent soul sword cultivator, Nalan Zihuan, who claimed to be from the inverted Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House, was the nominal owner of the Xianxia grotto. However, she was currently doing business in a secular dynasty. She had been the manager of the Great Wall of Sword Qi's Nalan clan for many years, and had accumulated a lot of personal wealth. The Summer Palace and the hidden official's lineage did not restrict her actions after she entered the righteous world. Furthermore, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was gone, so there was no need to talk about the hidden official's lineage. However, Nalan Saihuan did not dare to go overboard. She did not dare to earn money that went against her conscience. After all, the South Swirling Continent still had Lu Ji, who seemed to have a good relationship with the young hidden official. Zhou Xian, who had just arrived at the Fuyao continent, asked, "Does my martial nephew have any last words?" Qi Tingji shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Xian said, "After being a good-for-nothing for his entire life, he finally accomplished something. Wuxia should say a few words for himself. I heard that there's a deceitful wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi that has a signboard hanging on the wall. Wuxia didn't write a few words?" Yu Zhuanfu shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Xian was a little regretful. "If I had known, I would have advised him back then. Since he really likes that woman, he should just stay there. Anyway, when he returned to the Central Divine Continent, I wouldn't have thought highly of him. My martial brother is stubborn, and the disciple he taught is also stubborn. What a headache." Yu Zhuanfu said in a low voice, "Grandpa Zhou Senior Wuxia has never been a good-for-nothing." Zhou Xian immediately smiled and nodded. "After all, he's my martial nephew. He can't be that good for nothing. It's just that my martial uncle has high standards. Only I can say such things. Would outsiders dare to say such things? Naturally, they wouldn't dare." Lu Yuzhou secretly came to the Fuyao continent without his family's permission. He was trembling with fear, but he was also very excited. This time he went without his parents' permission, and he did not take anything less with him. The 3 items that were close to him were packed to the brim. He wished he could give them to anyone he saw. If others were safe, he would be safe. Unfortunately, his good brother Zhou Xian and his friend Huai Qian did not take them. Sister Yu was also a pure martial artist. Due to her pride, she could not refuse. She just symbolically took the warp and weft armor and wore it. Lu Yuzhou still had a few decent robes among the items. Lu Yuzhou carefully glanced at Huai Qian, then at Yu Zhuanfu. He felt that the atmosphere was strange. A few years ago, Yu Zhuanfu had returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and broken through to the far roaming realm. But after Huai Qian returned from the North Continent, he had fallen a lot. He did not break through and had been stuck at the sea-viewing realm. As expected, the North Continent was not a place for foreign geniuses. It was easy to fail miserably. No wonder his parents could agree to anything and turn a blind eye to anything. Only the matter of traveling to the North Continent made him swear that he would not go there. As for this trip to the Fuyao continent, Lu Yuzhou naturally would not stay in the Xianxia cavern. His cultivation was not enough. Zhou Xian was the first to leave the Xianxia cavern's ancestral hall. She planned to go somewhere else to relax. Yu Zhuanfu hesitated for a moment before following Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian stroked his beard and smiled. He glanced at the sickly Huai Qian. This little brat had been shrewd and scheming since he was young. Zhou Xian did not like him from the bottom of his heart. Back then, when the Yu family and Huai family got married, the old sword immortal had scolded old Yu for being obsessed. But it was the Yu family's matter. Zhou Xian could scold him in private, but it could not change anything. Huai Qian bid farewell to the 2 sword immortal seniors and left. But he did not go the same way as Zhou Xian and Yu Zhuanfu. Lu Yuzhou hesitated for a moment before following Huai Qian. Lu Yuzhou asked softly, "What happened? Can you tell me?" Huai Qian smiled. "I was too smart for my own good. I suffered enough in one go. That's what happened." Lu Yuzhou said carefully, "Don't blame me for being nosy. There's really nothing between Sister Yu and Xiaoxiai. Back at the ruins of the Jinjia continent, Xiaoxiai was purely helping Sister Yu teach boxing. I was watching." Huai Qian shook his head. "I'm not blind. I know that Yu Zhuanfu has no feelings for Xiaoxiai. Xiaoxiai has even less feelings for Yu Zhuanfu. Besides, I didn't refuse the marriage arranged by the elders of both sides. It's not like I like it that much." Lu Yuzhou wanted to say something but stopped. Huai Qian said, "It's not important at all what Yu Zhuanfu encountered or experienced at the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Over at Chao Xi's side, Yu Zhuanfu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling a bit pressured? After all, he's also at the pinnacle stage." Chao Xi shook her head and looked towards the south. She was in high spirits. "The 10 realms will determine who's the best. I'm waiting for him to come. I know that he doesn't care about winning or losing. But to lose 3 matches in a row in front of the woman he loves, he'll definitely want to get back at me." Chao Xi turned her head and smiled at Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu was eating a pancake with her head lowered. This was the only good thing about returning to the vast world. She raised her head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chao Xi asked, "Are you?" Yu Zhuanfu blinked her eyes and said, "I don't like Qin Pingon. I lost 3 matches to him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course I want to get back at him. What are you thinking? It's not like Chao Xi." Chao Xi said, "I want to ask you, when Qin Pingon returns to the vast world in the future, do you want to use the 1 Quan?" Yu Zhuanfu chuckled. "Chao Xi, you're a bit more talkative now. You're not quite the same as before." Chao Xi said, "I'll reach the 10 realms here." Yu Zhuanfu nodded. "I'll wait and see." After shattering his Jindan 12 times in a row, he finally reached the pinnacle stage. But after becoming a martial artist of the 9 realms, the shattering of the Jindan did not benefit the martial Dao much. There were still some benefits, so Qin Pingon continued to shatter his Jindan. After 3 times, it became completely useless and could not help the martial Dao at all. Only then did Qin Pingon call it a day and begin to form his Jindan for the last time. The last time Li Zhen appeared, he threw a well-printed travel book of mountains and rivers to the cliff here. After that, he went to the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and did not appear again. After Qin Pingon formed his Jindan, he had nothing to do. He sat cross-legged with his saber across his knees and began to flip through the insinuating stories of mountains and rivers. He could not help but laugh as he read. Gu Chan's name was not as good as Gu Can's, which meant beautiful jade. As for the village customs at the beginning, it was written very well. It reminded him of many things of the past. Unfortunately, there were still some things that were not written. Qin Pingon threw the travel book outside the city. It fluttered in the wind and landed somewhere unknown. Qin Pingon pressed his hands on the narrow saber and looked up at the vast land in the south. What was written in the book was not what he really cared about. If he dared to write about some things, it would be difficult to discuss when they met in the future. For example, it was not written in the book that in the shabby alley, a child once happily said, "The little ones are more delicious." The 9 realms martial artist in a bright red robe stood up. After his body stabilized, he no longer looked like a ghost. Qin Pingon walked slowly. He gently tapped his shoulder with the narrow saber and murmured with a smile, "Shatter, shatter, peace, peace." "696. The cold wind was fierce, the clouds were low and the people were in danger. He couldn't travel far away and he couldn't go back to his hometown. What a pitiful stray dog." Lu Bai looked at the distant figure on the opposite city wall. She didn't withdraw her gaze until her vision was exhausted. She only hated that her realm was too low, and she couldn't kill the young hidden official with her own hands. Sword Immortal Embryo Lu Bai of the Jia Shenying Sword Immortal clan was a disciple of the world literati Zhou. However, during that battle, the Jia Shenying Sword Immortal clan had 5 Sword Immortal embryos. They had originally placed high hopes on them, but in the end, they had disappointed everyone in the wildlands. Among them, Lu Bai had suffered the most miserable fate. Her neck had been broken by Qin Pingon. If her soul was gathered back, she would have to use the life lamp afterward. Even if she could rebuild her body and cultivate a new life flying sword, she would stop at the nascent soul realm. Although Lu Bai's ranking in the moon-supporting mountain had plummeted to the 59th place and she was no longer a great sword fairy, she still had a chance to enter the Jade Realm in the future. Lu Bai chose to cultivate in the position closest to the Dragon King, so every time Li Jin came to pick a fight with Qin Pingon, Lu Bai saw and heard it. After half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was taken by the Savage World, the moon-supporting mountain's 100 sword fairies, except for Si Qin, Fei Ran and Zhu Gong, had gone to the vast world. The rest were cultivating their flying swords on the city wall. The Dragon King suddenly said, "If you practice the sword in the future just to be able to kill Qin Pingon with your own hands, to be honest, you absolutely can't do it. Qin Pingon will either be killed by my sword because he can't defend half of the city wall, or he will use some inexplicable method to escape far away. Even if you are lucky enough to catch up, he will just break your neck again. Moreover, it will be easier for him to kill you than last time." Lu Bai's expression was complicated. "Senior Dragon King, is there no third possibility?" The Dragon King shook his head. Lu Bai said, "Then I will watch him die under the sword of Senior Dragon King." The Dragon King said, "Shouldn't you be worried about your situation now? Since he was unable to break through and was unable to grasp a strand of ancient sword intent, what was the point of sitting here? Watch Qin Pingon break through again and again? What I said earlier was not child's play. Those who were lucky enough to climb up the city walls to practice their swordsmanship, if in the end they turned out to be trash who couldn't catch anything, then there was no need for them to go to the vast world and embarrass themselves. When the time comes, I won't be able to protect you and your husband won't be bothered to protect you, because you're the one who wants to die." Lu Bai stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Then Lu Bai asked the most curious question. "Senior Dragon Monarch, since he has already fused with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, why can't he even grasp a single strand of sword intent? Was it simply impossible? Otherwise, with his temperament, he would only crazily seize the sword intent." The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, "Regarding this matter, I am also a little puzzled. If you have the chance, you can ask that scholarly Mr. Wenhai of yours. If he has an answer that can dispel my doubts, I will guide you in your sword arts." The Dragon King suddenly struck out with his sword, shattering a majestic fist intent that poured down like a waterfall. It was that young recluse who had nothing to do, so he wanted to punch the demon army that was passing through. Lu Bai bit his lips. Qin Pingon's punch just now, although the Dragon Monarch's sword seemed to be very understated, as if he had casually smashed the fist intent, this was the sword of a king's sword immortal. On the other side of the cliff, Lu Bai was still wearing that eye-catching bright red robe. It was a stark contrast to the gray robe of the dragon god. After reaching the peak of the mountain, even Lu Bai, who hated him to the core, had to admit that Lu Bai's fists were above the sky. Not to mention that the other party was also a sword cultivator with two extremely strange flying swords. How could she kill him? In fact, deep in her heart, if it weren't for the Dragon Monarch guarding here and staring at Qin Pingon, Lu Bai knew that she would most likely die in an instant if she practiced her sword here. However, it was the master's idea for her to practice here. The master said that in the future her inner demon must be Qin Pingon. If she wanted to succeed in breaking through the realm, she must be prepared early and cultivate her heart well. Lu Bai tried to suppress the ripples in her heart and asked, "Dragon Monarch, since his fist and sword are destined to return without success, why does he often come here to travel?" Lu Bai had a deep understanding of the young recluse. He specifically asked the leader of the First Army, Mu Gu, and his senior brother, Si Qin, to ask for a detailed secret file about Qin Pingon. This foreigner from the Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely meticulous and utilitarian. Especially in the battle, he was best at exchanging injuries for lives. He was definitely not a person who liked to put on airs. The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, "Because that mad dog doesn't want to really become a mad dog." Lu Bai was puzzled, but he no longer asked. He sat on the ground again to nourish his sword intent. After Qin Pingon's punch failed, his figure suddenly disappeared and he instantly moved far away. It seemed that he was bored and had come here to take a breather and greet the Dragon Monarch. Qin Pingon stood on a city wall with a sword. He looked up at the sky. Although his vision was blurred with the borrowed cultivation of the Jade Roar realm, his perception of the flow of heaven and earth was clear. He knew that it was going to snow. Qin Pingon was indeed looking forward to the snow. As long as it snowed, it would not be too lonely. He could build a long row of snowmen. When the time came, looking from afar, it would be like a row of birds resting on a low branch. Qin Pingon previously entered the cave-dwelling realm in prison and became an immortal in the middle 5 realms. Entering the middle 5 realms was equivalent to crossing a natural moat. After that, the sea-viewing realm, the Dragon Gate realm, and the Jindan realm were like a hot knife through butter. Because in these 3 realms, other than the Jindan realm, there were other mysteries. Previously, in the sea-viewing realm and Dragon Gate realm, his efforts were only focused on the opening of acupoints. Previously, Shuangjiang wanted to use 10 small coins to buy his life from Qin Pingon in exchange for a chance to leave the prison. At the beginning, Qin Pingon asked for Shuangjiang to secretly protect Ningyao and pave the way for the traveling sword cultivators in the 5th realm. This was to prevent Qishou from becoming too powerful. Because Qishou was the new criminal official, he was the eldest sword immortal's choice. In fact, Qin Pingon originally wanted to let Qishou be the hidden official. Then he would let Dong Bude, Su Ning and the other hidden officials' line of sword cultivators take over. The life lamp in Gao Yeho's hand was reignited. When Qin Shi gradually grew up in the next life, even if Qishou became a legitimate hidden official, he would not be able to cause any big trouble. Because from the beginning, Qin Pingon never thought of letting Ning Yao become the 2nd eldest sword immortal. The next leader would be the reincarnated head of the Qin clan, Qin Shi. However, since the eldest sword immortal had chosen Qishou to be the criminal official, Qin Pingon also had a way to deal with it. In the 5th realm, the criminal officials' line seemed to be powerful and could suppress the hidden officials and Gao Yeho's lines. However, in the future, only sword cultivators and martial artists could enter the criminal officials' line. This was a trump card and an open scheme. After losing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the number of sword cultivators was destined to decrease. Even if there were more and more pure martial artists, the criminal officials' power would still seem to be powerful. However, with the second-in-command Nie Exin, who was responsible for secretly restraining Qishou, the criminal officials' line would be split into 2 big mountains. Jiang Yun and Yuan Zhouhua, the martial artists, were destined to be the first to occupy a portion of the martial fate in the 5th realm. Compared to the hidden officials' line, this batch of children was actually the most affectionate. However, if Qishou really had the ability to make Nie Exin lead this batch of children to switch sides, then Qishou should be able to suppress Qin Shi and monopolize the power. If he had such temperament and skills, Qin Pingon also did not mind the ambitious Qishou being in charge of expanding the territory. However, if even the criminal officials' line of criminal officials could not convince the masses and unite them, then what right did Qishou have to lead the sword cultivators and stand tall in that brand new realm? In the end, Qin Pingon did not deliberately target Qishou, nor did he have any personal grudges with Qishou, which was why he deliberately suppressed Qishou. Instead, Qin Pingon was worried that Qishou's actions would be too extreme, causing the sword cultivators to lose the advantage of first come, first served in the 5th realm. As the cultivators of the 3 realms entered one after another, it would eventually cause the city to become the target of public criticism, with enemies on all sides. However, he never expected that doing business with Frost Descent would bring such a pleasant surprise. Only now did Qin Pingon realize that the business deal back then might have been the most profitable one he had ever made in his entire life as a burden dealer. For example, Qin Pingon's narrow saber from the ancient dragon slaying platform could help him absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth faster. Frost Descent had also explained the cultivation secrets of the 3 realms in detail, as well as the method to combine the items of the Great Refinement and Intermediate Refinement. For example, refining the imitation of the Bekokekyung building into a sword to assist his natal item could refine the qi of the 5 elements produced by the small world in the human body. There was also how to refine the sword immortal banner at the peak of the mountain temple. After reaching the Dragon Gate realm, he could refine the 2 short swords with the words Desecration and Lake, respectively, into the flood dragons of the underwater palace's Dragon Chiu. In particular, Frost Descent had also helped him find the 6 natal acupoints that served as the Mountain of the Crown Prince. Qin Pingon only needed to follow the prescribed order of Mountain of the Crown Prince. After fusing with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon was also in the Pseudo-Jade realm. Therefore, when it came to cultivation, he had a commanding position and was in charge of the essentials. That was why he could be so unhindered. Qin Pingon had his own considerations about becoming a Jindan guest and whether he should break through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage in one go and strive to become a nascent soul sword cultivator. In the end he chose to shatter his Jindan. The reason was too simple. Now that he was in the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, under the instructions of that fellow Li Zhen, the military tent had ordered all demons not to cross the border by riding on the wind. Throughout the year it was difficult to find birds. It was a bleak scene where nothing could be seen. If Li Zhen was still a little scheming, that dragon monarch's methods were really vicious. Outside the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi where Qin Pingon was, it seemed to have cast a great spell of camouflage. Other than the sun and the moon, everything else was a blur. Therefore Qin Pingon was truly alone on this city wall. He had the fist of the far travel state and the pseudo-jade realm of the sword cultivator, but there was no one who could match him. Therefore whether or not he became a nascent soul sword cultivator whose battle prowess had skyrocketed was not significant. Other than that, it was just like the old saying that there were very few good things in the world that only enjoyed happiness and not suffering. At this moment Qin Pingon was in an extremely mysterious state. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was an apprentice in the kiln. His mind was fast, his eyes were fast, but his hands were slow. It was as if every thought had already traveled dozens of miles. But when it was implemented on his hands and feet, it was extremely slow. It was much slower than his mind. His feet could only take a step and his hands could only lift a little. Qin Pingon could only watch as his footsteps staggered like an old man. Therefore the cage was not only that Qin Pingon was destined to be unable to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or else he would be killed by the Dragon Monarch's sword in an instant. More importantly, Qin Pingon's own physical body was a prison that made him suffer unspeakably. For Qin Pingon the saying that a day felt like a year was not an exaggeration. There was only one situation that could help Qin Pingon return to normal, and that was when he was on half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. With his fake cultivation he could shrink mountains and rivers without stopping, and his body would follow his thoughts. In the blink of an eye he would move in a frenzy. However, such a situation that seemed like an immortal riding the wind had severe repercussions. It would cause Qin Pingon's soul to move further and further away from his body, causing Qin Pingon's state of mind to become more and more separated from his body. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had clearly seen through Qin Pingon's predicament when he stopped Xiaochu's punch. As long as there were no external forces to help Qin Pingon temper his body, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Pingon to stabilize his far travel realm, let alone reach the pinnacle of the mountain peak realm. What made Qin Pingon the most helpless was that after the unification of Tao, he had completely lost the ability to calm his mind and forget about his body. Qin Pingon had tried meditating with old monks and Taoists, but it was all to no avail. Even Qin Pingon had used his half-baked white bone temple, and all his methods were to no avail. Even if Qin Pingon wanted to slack off and not cultivate qi, it would be difficult for him to do so. Otherwise he would have nothing to do. Li Zhen was indeed not good at fighting, but he had a good brain. Coupled with the Dragon Monarch's methods, Qin Pingon might become the first pure martial artist in history to not be severely injured, but to drop his cultivation level. Two blunt knives were cutting flesh. One was cutting the body of a martial artist, while the other was whittling away half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The moon-bearing mountain hundred sword immortals behind the Dragon Monarch were all genius sword cultivators. They nurtured their flying swords, sharpened their sword wills, and constantly gained the recognition of ancient sword wills. Bit by bit they absorbed the fate of the sword. The more they gained, the more Qin Pingon lost. It was another slow torment in his state of mind. It was as if he could only wait for death. Qin Pingon was prepared for such a situation. In his early years in the Summer Palace he began to walk alone and slowly. However, he still underestimated the consequences of fusing with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was like a lonely ghost, drifting around half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end it could not solve the real problem. It would also damage the body of a martial artist bit by bit. However, once he stood or sat down, no matter how much Qin Pingon liked to review things after more than 30 years, no matter how many mountains and rivers he had traveled, experienced and seen, how many stories he had seen, how could he withstand dozens of repetitive deliberations and pondering over the details? The words that Qin Pingon engraved on the bamboo slips were also repeatedly recited by Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon once tried to take out something close to him to relieve his boredom, such as counting the immortal coins. However, the dragon monarch almost slashed him into pieces. Other than cultivation, he could only cultivate. Otherwise, if he continued to stay on the city wall for less than a year, Qin Pingon would feel like he had spent a long and slow 60-year cycle. If it was like this for a year, what if it was 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years? He would go crazy. Qin Pingon could only calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. He broke through realms very quickly. However, after forming his core, the nascent soul realm that seemed not far away, the nascent soul realm that was only a step away from becoming a sword immortal, suddenly made Qin Pingon feel uneasy. Especially once he successfully reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Qin Pingon once looked calm and composed when he was at the demonic frost descent from beyond heaven, but he was actually very afraid. The encounter of Lu Laoqing in the Book Lake, the birth of frost descent, and the demonic frost descent from beyond heaven even further away. All of these made Qin Pingon worried. In the end, Qin Pingon was really not afraid of suffering. He was only afraid of himself. Therefore Qin Pingon began to take risks. After cultivating to become a Jindan cultivator with great difficulty, he began to shatter his Jindan. After all, a person could not possibly scare himself to death, suffocate himself to death. After shattering a golden script gall, shattering another Jindan was nothing. Once the Jindan was shattered, it did not matter whether it was a thought or not. A martial artist's body would be forced to suffer and temper itself. It was like the operation of the great Tao was not controlled by humans. However, every time he shattered his Jindan, the torment was like being punched by Senior Cui in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain in his early years. Furthermore, he could not faint no matter what. He could only endure it bit by bit, and every day felt like a year. Previously, after shattering his Jindan 12 times, Qin Pingon gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Seemed like it had been more than 10 years. However, after successfully reaching the peak of the mountain realm, he felt much better after shattering his Jindan 3 times. When he thought of the pain of having his Jindan shattered and his bones standing up, Qin Pingon muttered to himself, "I'm really enjoying now." Qin Pingon suddenly cursed. It turned out that the dragon monarch's sword had destroyed half of the great wall of sword chi. This snow was destined not to come. Qin Pingon began to sit down. He opened his palm and raised it high. He executed the 5 Thunder Dharma seal and smashed it outside the city again and again. Then he stood up and began the 6-step stance. Anyway, he was destined not to be fast. If he was slow, so be it. He wanted to see how slow he could be. He would just treat it as competing with himself. For some reason, Qin Pingon thought of the fist technique that Zhang Shanfeng had taught him back then. He began to imitate it. Regardless of whether it was formless or divine, it was just a small method to kill time. He nurtured his Jindan while practicing his fist technique. Then he would practice a million fist techniques. Not only that, Qin Pingon planned to walk slowly from the top of the city to the edge of the cliff. When Qin Pingon finally reached the edge of the cliff, he put away his fist technique and looked at the gently fluttering gray robe. He asked, "How's the rain dragon sect?" The dragon monarch said hoarsely, "With such a good brain, why ask when you already know the answer? Is it boring?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Since you and I have nothing to do, why don't we talk about some harmless old stories?" The dragon monarch did not speak. Li Jin suddenly rode his sword to the edge of the cliff and floated down. Compared to standing at the edge of the cliff in the past, he chose to stand beside the dragon monarch this time. Li Jin's face was full of smiles. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled. "Are you a dog? Your nose is so sharp. It's a pity that I didn't step on poop. Go and look under the dragon monarch's robe. You might be able to eat your fill." Li Jin waved his hand and smiled mischievously. "Lord Hidden Official, don't be so quick with your words. I don't care if I lose. I'm here today to tell Lord Hidden Official 3 pieces of good news. Lu Bai obtained a sword intent from Zhou Xian. You see, obtained a sword intent from Wu Qingpei. I also have some small gains. Sai, to be honest, I still feel bad about profiting from a dead person." In fact, Qin Pingon didn't feel any ripples in his heart regarding these opportunities. A sword cultivator was a sword cultivator, a traveler with the purest Tao heart in the world. Li Jin asked, "Lord Hidden Official, guess which sword immortal I obtained the sword intent from?" Guess a few years after his death, It was a great sword immortal. Li Jin took out his flying sword. With a slight movement of his mind, a sea of clouds gathered outside the city. Qin Pingan's face was gloomy. He clenched the saber in his hand tightly. He endured it and finally cursed. Then his face suddenly changed. Languid smiled and said, "Are you satisfied? Are you happy?" Li Jin asked, "How did you know?" Yao Chongdao's natal flying sword could connect the sea of clouds. Of course, it was Li Jin who asked the sword immortals on the city wall to help. He deliberately wanted to annoy Qin Pingan. The ranking of the 100 sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain was not based on their level. There were young sword cultivators of the cave-dwelling realm and also famous great sword immortals like Zhou Xian. Qin Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth. "It's more useful for me to think with my knees than you to think with your brain. Li Jin, other than having half a bucket of bad water in your stomach, what else can you do? Come play with me. I cannot use my sword and not bully people with the jade unpolished realm. I also have to suppress my realm at the far travel realm. How about that? If you're not sure, it's okay. I'll let you add Lu Bai. Anyway, her bottleneck to enter the upper 5 realms is definitely on me. I can take this opportunity to cut off her heart's devil. According to the landscape travel book, I treat women with tenderness. Last time I accidentally broke her neck. It's my fault." Lu Bai just sat quietly and nurtured his sword. He seemed to turn a deaf ear. The two sides of the Great Wall of Sword Aura were almost two different worlds. Therefore, Qin Pingan might not be able to see through Lu Bai's heart. Li Jin knew that Lu Bai was not as calm as he looked. Li Jin asked, "In the vast world, did anyone tell you that you will definitely become another extreme Qin Pingan? If there is, I must become friends with him because he helped me speak my mind." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Yes, Funan Hua from Windy City." There was really someone, but of course it was not Windy City or Funan Hua but Li Baozhen. Li Jin sneered and said, "Windy City's surname is Su, but Old Dragon City's surname is Fu." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It's better for you to think with your butt than with your brain. Change it in the future. Also remember to change your food." Teasing this Li Jin was one of the few things that made him feel better. As for whether Li Jin minded or not, Qin Pingan was not really his ancestor, so he didn't care. Li Jin didn't want to talk nonsense with that person about this kind of thing, so he smiled and said, "Even if you were lucky enough to escape back to the vast world, even if you were lucky before that, what did the last hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi did is already widely known. But deep in the hearts of the cultivators on the mountain, what is the real impression of you, Qin Pingan? No matter how many good deeds you do in 100 or 1,000 years, no matter how long you pretend to be a good person, you will always be a hypocrite from the lineage of the sage of literature." Qin Pingan held back his laughter. Li Jin frowned and said, "Is it funny?" Qin Pingan looked at the Dragon Monarch. "Senior Dragon Monarch, please explain to this little fool." The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, "He was originally a bastard from the Mud Bottle Alley who was scolded. Why would he care about this? The lineage of the sage of literature only has a few people who would care. Feidong, left or right?" Qin Pingan smiled at Li Jin and said, "Let me teach you one last principle. The good deeds of a hypocrite are still good deeds. A true villain is still a villain no matter how many deeds they do with a clear conscience. You, on the other hand, can't be a good hypocrite. A true villain is useless, and you have the face to ask me about it? Are you worthy?" Qin Pingan stretched out his hand towards Li Jin and clenched his fist lightly. "Since you are not related by blood, we have to settle the score clearly. Remember to pay with your life in the future. If not for the Dragon Monarch overseeing the opposite city, and only those bullshit 100 sword immortals of moon-bearing mountain cultivating there, Qin Pingan would have already killed his way over." Li Jin tilted his head, stretched his neck and pointed with his finger, smiling, "Slash this way?" Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and grabbed the zhangkan that was placed on the city wall far away into his hand. He left the scabbard where it was and drew the narrow saber out of the scabbard, flying over like a rainbow. Qin Pingan slashed with his saber. Li Jin mistakenly thought that the Dragon Monarch would help block it, so he did not dodge. In the end, he lost a protective treasure on the spot. Li Jin fell heavily 100 feet away, covered in blood, and sat on the ground. Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch killed Qin Pingan with one slash. Qin Pingan's figure appeared on the spot. The Dragon Monarch's every slash was too accurate, and did not benefit Qin Pingan's physique at all. Li Zhen stood up, shaking off the bloodstains on his robe. His face was pale and his eyes were eerie. He smiled. Qin Pingon Luopa Mountain, right? When I break through, I will go to the Aquarius continent. As long as it is someone close to you, I will help you kill your enemies. As for those close to you, I will help you get closer to them. A Yuanying Dharma idol suddenly appeared behind Qin Pingon. Do I need to wait to break through? Li Zhen hurriedly retreated, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. The dragon monarch said helplessly, "It's fake. He is now in the unpolished jade realm. Is it difficult to create a Dharma idol?" In fact, Li Zhen was fine. At most it was a false alarm. However, Lu Bai began to tremble slightly, as if he had seen his inner demon in advance. Qin Pingon turned and left with a laugh. Xiao Yuan Dynasty Imperial Tutor's residence. The white-robed youth Lin Junbai took off his boots and was sitting alone in the corridor playing cards. After returning to his hometown, Lin Junbai began to live in seclusion in the name of seclusion. His teacher even helped him to close the door and refuse guests. Everything after Lin Junbai returned to his hometown was as Mr. Cui and the young hidden official had expected. He was no longer just a disciple of the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. He was no longer just the #1 genius of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Instead, he was regarded as a well-deserved scholar by all the academies of the central divine continent. Jiang Guanqing, one of the sword cultivators in the same group, had originally wanted to brag about Lin Junbai's glorious achievements in the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the capital. However, as soon as the banquet ended, he was summoned to the study by his father, whose face was livid and berated to his face. He was asked if he wanted his name to be removed from the ancestral hall's family tree and then expelled from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. His father did not explain the reason in detail. In the end, Jiang Guanqing did not understand where he had gone wrong. He had clearly done a good deed out of goodwill. Why did it seem like he had committed a capital offense? His father only said one sentence, that Yen Lv is more of a lackey than you are at Lin Junbai's side. Did you see him say anything more? Today there were guests visiting. It was Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei had been saved by Jin Zhenming on the battlefield in her hometown. Lin Junbai had also saved her. This was no longer a case of going through thick and thin together. It was a true relationship of life and death. During that trip, Zhu Mei's impression of Lin Junbai changed from good to excellent. Of course, there was no such thing as romantic feelings. However, the more this was the case, the more Zhu Mei's impression of Lin Junbai came from the bottom of her heart. In the eyes of some important figures, some of the rumors about Lin Junbai were even more credible. When Lin Junbai heard the news, he glanced at his boots. However, he did not put them on. He walked barefoot towards the entrance of the courtyard. However, Lin Junbai hesitated for a moment and still put on his boots. He then stood at the bottom of the steps. When the two of them appeared at the entrance, he smiled brightly and said, "Welcome, welcome." Lin Junbai extended his hand and said to Jin Zhenming, "According to the agreement, bring out the good wine." Jin Zhenming, who usually did not smile, teased, "A sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. Your earthly immortal senior is here to give you face. You should be the one to bring out the good wine." Lin Junbai nodded and said, "There is wine. The honest Mute Lake wine is the only one of its kind." Zhu Mei was very happy. They were all from the Xiao Yuan dynasty. However, compared to the trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, their relationship was as different as heaven and earth. It was too different. Therefore, Zhu Mei also joked, "Junbai, how are the chess skills of the girl that sister you introduced to you? Is she good? Did you forget to look at her face because you wanted to win, or did you lose because you looked at her face?" Lin Junbai smiled and said, "Her chess skills are not bad. She looks better than you." Zhu Mei gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Junbai, you're an honest person." Zhu Mei and Lin Junbai sat in the corridor together and looked around. The scenery here is really good. It's suitable for cultivating one's mind. Lin Junbai pointed at a tall feng shui stone that was surrounded by mist and said, "This stone was picked up from the bottom of the Black Lake. It directly emptied my master's wallet." Lin Junbai's master was the imperial tutor of the 6th great dynasty in the world. He once had a grudge with the sage of literature's lineage. A few scholars from the Xiao Yuan dynasty once traveled a long distance to the Confucian temple and personally smashed the sage of literature's statue that had already been moved out of the temple. After returning to their hometown, their official career was smooth and they had a meteoric rise. However, they were not received by the imperial tutor even though they visited the imperial tutor's residence a few times. Instead, they were personally taught by the chess master Shi Lu, who wrote the quasi-pavilion chess manual. Jin Jinming took the jug of wine that Lin Junbai brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After taking a sip, he said softly, "Even though I've returned to my hometown for so long, I still often feel like it's been a lifetime. Every time I wake up, my flying sword is already by my side. As a result, my progress in swordsmanship is extremely slow. It's difficult to break through the bottleneck. I've failed to live up to the ancient sword will that I obtained from the city wall." Not many of the genius sword Xiao from the Xiao Yuan dynasty obtained sword wills from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Jin Jinming obtained one, Yan Lv also obtained one. Zhu Mei did not have this opportunity. However, Lin Junbai obtained 3 strands. This was because Lin Junbai later entered the Summer Palace as a sword Xiao of the secluded official's lineage. There were not many opportunities to go out of the city to fight. Otherwise, he might have obtained another strand of pure sword will. Zhu Mei was a little embarrassed. "I'm fine. I just occasionally have nightmares and wake up in fright. Later on, my family bought me some scented water scents to calm the mind. I rarely have nightmares anymore." Lin Junbai took a sip of wine and said, "The reason why I pretended to be in seclusion here is just a method to gain fame. It's rather boring. However, I really don't dare to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to fight again." Jin Jinming heaved a sigh of relief. Today's trip was not in vain. Lin Junbai was still the same Lin Junbai in his heart. He felt much better after drinking the wine. Jin Jinming tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. "It's a pity that you Zhuanfu went to the Fuyao continent. Otherwise, we would have come to visit you together." Zhu Mei whispered, "That Huaiqian who likes to smile all day seems to have followed my Zaishi to a place called the Mountain Cave in the Fuyao continent." Lin Junbai was the first sword Xiao from outside the Summer Palace to leave the Summer Palace. Deng Liang, Chao Gun and Xianxia left the Great Wall of Sword Qi later than him. However, it was unknown if they had left the inverted mountain with their fellow sword immortal seniors when they returned home. Did they bring 1 or 2 sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi with them? Unfortunately, every sword immortal from outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not do anything or say anything after returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were similar to Lin Junbai. They chose not to mention anything about the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lin Junbai dispelled his thoughts and purposely imitated Zhu Mei and whispered, "That famous Huaiqian, how does he look like? Do you have feelings for him?" Zhu Mei shook the wine flask and giggled. "After seeing Lin Junbai so many times, other men are just average looking." Lin Junbai smiled. "Say that after you have seen Chao Ci." Zhu Mei was not careless. She said regretfully, "It's a pity that I haven't seen him. In the future I must drag Zaishi to the Great Duan dynasty to see that white-robed Chao Ci and then martial god Pei." Jin Jinming suddenly felt embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, she could not help but ask telepathically, "Junbai, do you know where Situ Weiran went? Is it the 5th world? If you can tell me, just tell me. However, if it involves the secrets of the Summer Palace, just pretend I didn't ask." Lin Junbai shook his head. "I'm not too sure about Situ Weiran's whereabouts. However, I can try to ask around for you. Mr. mentioned something not long ago. Qin Sanqiu and Taizhong are currently in the Central Divine Continent. They just visited the Liji Knowledge Palace." Jin Jinming raised her wine pot and thanked Lin Junbai. Zhu Mei said, "Junbai, where is that hidden official?" Previously, the martial arts phenomenon caused a huge commotion. Everyone said that it went to the old site of the inverted hanging mountain. Therefore, there are many rumors now. Some say that the 2 worlds are now intertwined. It's even harder for martial artists to break through to the next realm. Isn't Qin Pingon a pure martial artist? Could it be him? But it doesn't make sense. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has been breached. Lin Junbai was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't know." In the sky above the central part of the Tongyi continent, a nascent soul realm consecrator of the Jiang family sat on a priceless treasure boat. He was accompanied by two extremely beautiful women. On the other side of the treasure boat, there was a middle-aged man in black robes. His name was Chao Jun. It was said that he had been a cultivator following the Dali army for many years. The two women were Sui Yu, who came from the Book Lake True Realm sect to the Tongyi continent. She was holding a small oil paper umbrella with a parasol handle. There was also Ye, who had been Jiang Shangzhen's servant for many years. This was the entrance to a lotus root blessed land. The parasol umbrella was handed to Sui Yu by Cui Dongshan. There was also a secret letter for Sui Yu to pass to Jiang Shangzhen. Beside Sui Yu was the woman beside Ding Ying of the lotus root blessed land. Her name was Ye. She had ascended with Zhou Fei and left the blessed land. Back then Zhou Shi of the Spring Tide Palace and the sword immortal Lu Fong of the Bird's Eye Peak hurriedly left the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom as soon as the heavenly drum sounded, in order to avoid being hunted down by Qin Pingon, who was a banished immortal. However, for some reason the Spring Tide Palace and Bird's Eye Peak were still there. Zhou Shi and Lu Fong were no longer in the blessed land. Ye had returned to the old place several times. However, due to her duties she had to leave often to follow the Jiang family consecrator and Sui Yu to open the restriction of the blessed land and take in the refugees. There was another person who returned to the lotus root blessed land with her. It was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian. He was in the capital now and had never left. There were also two people from the Great Spring dynasty of the Tongyi continent. One of them was a young cripple who was very good at reading people's expressions. The other was a stubborn old hunchback who was nicknamed Third Master. There was also that sloppy sword cultivator with two swords hanging from his waist. He had a pair of very feminine peach blossom eyes. From Ye's point of view, this guy called Chao Jun had a pretty good appearance, but his mouth was a little cheap. He came from the South Whirlpool continent, but his hometown was the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. He kept saying that his ancestral home was in the Mud Bottle Alley. Ye did not understand what was so special about being from the Mud Bottle Alley. She only heard that Marshall Mountain's Ma Kushuan came from the Pearl Grotto heaven's Apricot Flower Alley. She had privately mustered up the courage to ask Wei Xian, but to no avail. To Ye, Wei Xian and Sui Yu were true ancients. They were also the most powerful people in the history of the Lotus Root Blessed Land. Therefore, even though she had followed Jiang Shangzhen for many years, she still could not help but be in awe of the two. When they first came to the Lotus Root Blessed Land, they followed Wei Xian to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. One could imagine how strange the atmosphere was at that time. An emperor who had been dead for God knows how many years went directly to the main hall. He squatted beside the dragon throne and knocked on it. His back was facing his two descendants who were separated by many generations. The refugees were previously divided into two groups by Jiang Shangzhen and arranged in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. Wei Xian, Sui Yu, Ye, Chao Jun, and a stranging spirit who secretly protected Chao Jun. There were also two negligible people from the Great Spring dynasty. In addition, there was also a group of Jiang clan disciples who helped to keep an eye on the two large groups of refugees who were majestically pouring into the Lotus Root Blessed Land. One group was the people at the foot of the mountain who only cared about crazily moving north. The other group was the cultivators on the mountain, their disciples and family members. The former group did not need to spend a single copper coin to seek refuge in the blessed land. The latter group was miserable. If they did not need to rush and cross continents to reach the Aquarius continent and accidentally died on the way, they just had to pay a large sum of money. According to the number of people and then according to the realm, cultivators in the lower 5 realms all had to pay a small sum of money. Immortals in the middle 5 realms all had to pay a grain of money. If they did not have money, they could borrow from others. If they did not have money, they could scram. If they dared to barge into the blessed land, they would first be beaten half to death by the Jade Gui sect and Jiang clan's consecrators before being thrown far away. According to Jiang Shangzhen's instructions, this sum of money was the money to buy one's life. How could a cultivating immortal on the mountain not be worth a small sum of money? However, as long as it was a nascent soul cultivator, no matter how much money they gave, the blessed land would not accept it. In addition, if the officials of the secular dynasties wanted to seek refuge in the blessed land and had their own status, they had to pay money. The price was calculated according to the rank of the officials. If they did not have immortal money, they would ask their immortal money. If they could not borrow it from their immortal friends on the mountain, then they would use their worldly possessions to exchange for it. Among the disciples of the Jiang family, there was a person who was in charge of the eyes. Antiques, treasures, ancestral paintings, and the secret treasures of the palace were all money. If it was too much to hide one's identity, for example, if one was obviously a descendant of the dragon, a descendant of the heavenly emperor, but insisted on saying that he was a well-to-do family in the marketplace, then once he was found out, he would be directly thrown out of the blessed land. Of course, half of his wealth would be left behind, allowing him to tour the blessed land and see the beautiful rivers and mountains. Would he not have to pay money? In two secluded areas in the wilderness of the lotus root blessed land, Xianxia had long drawn out two large territories. The distance between each territory was far away. He also asked the two consecrators of the Jade sect and the Jiang family to draw mountains and rivers respectively and set up restrictions to isolate the heaven and earth as much as possible to prevent the spiritual energy of the blessed land from being absorbed by the foreign qi cultivators. He also tried his best to prevent the commoners who entered the blessed land from being contaminated by the blessed land's fate energy. Although it could not completely block the flow of fate energy and spiritual energy with the mountain and river restrictions, it was at least much better than the worst-case scenario that Wei Pai and Miyu were worried about. Among them, the Nanyuan kingdom secretly mobilized an elite cavalry of more than 10,000 people to patrol the borders. Wei Xian personally led the troops, but his public identity was only a newly appointed military general. It was not that there were no qi cultivators who knew that the ants at the foot of the mountain did not have to pay at all when they entered the blessed land. They then started to cause trouble. The most chilling thing about Xianxia was that he did not mention the rules in advance after receiving the money. The two nascent soul consecrators and a group of Jiang family disciples only started to announce the two rules after killing a large group of cultivators in the name of, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The first rule was that any qi cultivators who entered the blessed land must cherish their lives after surviving. They must not wander around as they might die. Whoever dared to cross the border and leave without permission had to be executed on the spot without asking for the reason. The second rule was that all the immortals who scolded Xianxia, their savior, would be repaying kindness with evil. If they did not know what was good for them, they would also die. The last rule that was not considered a rule was that if you want to seek revenge, come to the Jade sect and look for me, Xianxia. I beg you. Right now, the small Wutong umbrella actually accommodated more than 1 million refugees who had left their homes. After all, there were relatively few cultivators. Including the miscellaneous people who followed the qi cultivators, there were no more than 6,000 people in total. During this process, how to choose between human lives and divine money, how to distinguish between friends and strangers, and all kinds of dark secrets of the human heart could be seen at a glance. No matter what, Xianxia's action had saved the people. It was 300,000 more than Cui Dongshan's expectation in the secret letter. Not only that, Xianxia also relied on the money to buy passage for killing the rich to help the poor to prevent the lotus root blessed land, a middle-class blessed land, from falling to a low-class blessed land. When the batch of divine money was refined, even if business was business, excluding the cost of the Jiang family's construction of the mountain and river restriction, the spiritual energy in the blessed land could still increase by 10%. Besides, Xianxia did not think that business was business. Having too much money was troublesome. The only fun was to make money. As for the many worldly nobles who hid their heads and tails and hid beside the cultivators on the mountain after moving, they were really rich. Many of the wealthy families at the foot of the mountain were not inferior to the money bags of a certain Jindan Earth Immortal. Besides, Xianxia was really good at making money. There were too many ways and all kinds of things. After settling down in the lotus root blessed land, did they want to continue living a life of luxury? Did they want to stay in the immortal mansion? If they did not have some delicacies every day, would they be worthy of their noble status? And a few talisman beauties who were good at singing and dancing to relieve their boredom? Therefore, this was the main source of income for the lotus root blessed land. This group of people was even willing to give money. On the drifting clouds treasure boat, Yet said, "Sister Sui, we just need to go to the northern ferry and you can take the Wutong umbrella back to the Aquarius continent." Sui Yu nodded. Chao Jun came from the back of the boat and said, "Anyway, the matter is almost done. I'm not going to the ferry, you don't have to worry about me. Sui Yu said, as you wish. Chao Jun stepped out of the drifting clouds treasure boat and flew away. Looking at the general direction, it seemed like he was going to the Tong Yi sect. The reason why Chao Jun did not directly return to the Aquarius continent and instead chose to part ways with Wei Xian and Sui Yu and go to the Tong Yi sect alone was to find the culprit that destroyed his sword heart. If not for that person, Chao Jun, as the #1 sword immortal in the South Saw continent, would not have been stuck at the Aura's core bottleneck. Chao Jun's heart lake was originally filled with the wonders of the universe. After his sword heart was destroyed, Chao Jun quickly became the laughingstock of the continent. Chao Jun became depressed and did not care about anything. He changed his name and wandered the Jianghu. There was once a sword cultivator of the same age who laughed and said, "That person is indeed a scholar. He even knows how to listen to the rain." These words were said to Chao Jun face to face. When Chao Jun heard this, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Beside the Tong Yi sect's thatched cottage, Chao Jun saw the man who was said to have just returned from the sea. It was said that the entire northwest coast was destroyed by Left Hand and an unknown young lady. Fortunately, unless half of the Tong Yi continent sank into the sea, the 3 enclosures' 4 divisions formation still existed. Chao Jun looked at the man and smiled. "Great sword immortal Left Hand, nice to meet you." Left Hand asked, "You are?" Chao Jun was speechless. King destroyed my sword heart and then forgot who I was? Chao Jun said, "South Saw continent sword cultivator." Chao Jun Left Hand thought for a while and remembered. "What's the matter?" Chao Jun said in a deep voice, "Left Hand, don't die. I still want to practice swords with you in the future." Left Hand glanced at Chao Jun and asked 2 questions. "Do you dare to stay here? Do you want to return to the South Saw continent as a sword immortal?" Chao Jun hesitated for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Why not? Why not?" Left Hand nodded. "Then stay. You finally look like a sword cultivator." Chao Jun gritted his teeth and could not bear it for a long time. He said angrily, "Left Hand, don't always look so carefree and relaxed. I was screwed over by you." Left Hand asked again, "You want to practice swords with me just because you are not injured? If I stand still and you don't stop attacking, who will die first?" Chao Jun turned and walked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Shixi and Yu Xin happened to be here on their swords. They had something to ask Left Hand. They had some guesses about the identity of the sword cultivator from the South Saw continent. Yu Xin said softly, "Since he can practice swords with Left Hand, he should be a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, right?" Wang Shixi nodded. "Logically speaking, that should be the case. However, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe that senior has restrained his sword immortal aura. After all, not just any sword cultivator would dare to practice swords with Left Hand. Generally speaking, those in the Jade Realm would not dare to do so. At the Great Wall of Sword Aura, even the great sword immortals who are at the pinnacle of the 10 great sword immortals would not dare to use their swords." Chao Jun had made some progress in his cultivation over the years. It was not easy for him not to be angered to death by Left Hand, but he was almost angered to death by those 2 bastards. However, when Chao Jun turned to look at those 2 people, he still smiled. "Sword immortals, you bastards." After Chao Jun left, Wang Shixi told Left Hand about the matter. After he got the answer, he wanted to leave immediately. However, when he saw that Miss Yu Xin was still standing at the same spot, Wang Shixi thought that he had missed something, so he stayed as well. Yu Xin glanced at him. Out of courtesy, Wang Shixi smiled back. Yu Xin stared at him shyly and immediately rode the wind to leave. Wang Shixi could only follow her, baffled. He looked at Left Hand and smiled knowingly. Most likely they were an immortal couple. On Luopa Mountain, there was an additional ancient well that had been moved from the small town. It was temporarily placed beside the small pond behind the bamboo building. Miyu stood beside the well. Little Mealy was lying on top of the well. She shouted into the well, Hey, is anyone there? Can you hear me? My name is Zhou Mealy, the daring Zhou Mealy. I am the deputy branch leader of the Right Protector." "You can't hear me clearly, right? Let me repeat myself." Wei Pai said softly. "Cui Dongshan only said that this is the reward given by the Dali dynasty for breaking the contract. Can barely be considered a small grotto heaven. When the parasol tree umbrella returns to Luopa Mountain, I will try to connect the grotto heaven with the blessed land. However, the possibility is not high. I'm just trying. Miyu smiled. Anyway, it's still a good thing. Then Miyu said telepathically, as for the sinister landscape travel book Wei Shan Jun, please help to keep an eye on it. Don't let it be leaked to Luopa Mountain. If Nwanshu and Meili see it, the two girls will cry their eyes out. When that happens, I won't be able to stop them. I reckon that they will not be able to hold it in and will go out to kill people. Wei Pai nodded. Of course. Miyu said, but on Pei Qian's side I reckon there's nothing we can do. Wei Pai said, with Li Huai by Pei Qian's side there won't be a problem. Nanyuan Kingdom's capital near Baiyun Temple. A spirited young man in white holding a mountain walking stick in one hand and a child in the other, strode into the house where the monk in chicken soup was. The old monk asked with a smile, "Why didn't you take off your boots before entering the house?" Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged, his hands clenched into fists on his knees. He leaned forward slightly and smiled. "I didn't wear boots. Did you see that?" The old monk said softly, "The first thought is shallow, the next thought is deep, and the next thought is deep. When the thought is deep you can see the person's heart but not the original intention." Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and raised his hand. There were 3 incense sticks in his hand. If the listener obtained the Dharma from the eminent monk, it would be a great ceremony of 3 incense sticks and 9 kowtows. If he did not obtain anything and did not agree with him at all, then he would not light the incense stick. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's useless for me to meditate and sing." The old monk nodded and said, "Since you said so, you must have your reasons." Cui Dongshan laughed and lit the 3 incense sticks. He let go of them and let them hang in the air. For a moment, green smoke rose in spirals in the house. The old monk in front of him was proficient in the principles of all branches of Buddhism. If it was not for the current situation, Cui Dongshan would be very willing to chat with him for a few days. The old monk looked at the child and nodded, yes. Cui Dongshan put his palms together and bowed his head in Buddhist greeting. The old monk returned the greeting. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand. The old monk took out a silver and placed it in the youth's hand. "Take it." After strolling through the Helplessness Pass Bazaar outside the Ghost Valley, Pei Qian and Li Huai continued their journey, accompanied by a silent female Jindan immortal Wei Taizhen. Jinduo Temple, Mute Lake, Huaihuang Country, Baoxiong Country. There were many places to visit and many people to visit along the way. Wei Taizhen did not understand why they insisted on traveling on foot. It was not close to Spring Dew Garden from Skeleton Beach. But she did not dare to say a word. On this day they left the official road and followed a small path into a deep mountain forest. Finally they followed a small path with obvious scratches on the ground and quickly climbed up the mountain. Pei Qian gently waved his walking stick. Mountain Lord Tiger suddenly appeared and did not block my path. The wind is high and the moon is dark and gloomy. All the people in the wilderness turned back. What should we do? Li Huai answered, "Run away quickly." It's quite a rhyme. You flatter me. Pei Qian suddenly stopped talking and lightly jumped onto a high branch. He looked up at the road above and floated down to the ground. There are people ahead, but they look like a group of scholars. Judging from their footsteps, they don't seem to be martial artists, nor are they mountain spirits or ghosts. Li Huai said, "Then they are like us. They don't have money and can't afford to take the immortal ferry." Pei Qian stopped again and listened carefully. Wei Taizhen was puzzled and then shocked. This Pei Qian had heard about the movement on the mountain earlier than her? Although Wei Taizhen did not take his golden core realm seriously and always felt that he was just an unorthodox fox charm, the keen perception of a golden core realm was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare with. Therefore it did not make sense. However, when Wei Taizhen thought about it again, it seemed that what made sense was what made sense. She had been with Pei Qian and Li Huai for a long time. It would be strange if she did not find it strange. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "There are woodcutters at the top of the mountain cutting trees. They don't know that there are people below. The trees will slide down the road and hurt the people in front. You guys should also be careful. Just hide on the sides." Pei Qian first glanced back at the wooden mountain path she came from. After confirming that there was no one, she bent down slightly and tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her figure was as fast as lightning, but she did not make a sound. She quickly arrived a dozen steps away from the group of scholars. Pei Qian stood sideways. Facing a tree trunk that was rapidly sliding down the mountain, she stretched out her foot and lifted the tree trunk high up into the air. It landed on the small path behind the group of scholars. At the same time, she gently shook her wrist so that the tree trunk would not crash into the ground and knock down too much. She used her fist intent to lift the tree trunk a little and gently landed on the ground. Afterwards, there were tree trunks that continuously slid down the mountain. They were all lifted up by Pei Qian one by one and gently landed on the ground. When the last tree trunk came to Pei Qian's side, she lifted it up with the tip of her foot. She leaned back and stood on the tree trunk. Together with it, she landed on the mountain path and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The group of scholars that seemed to have taken a trip around the gates of hell were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. After surviving a calamity, they rejoiced. Then they felt confused. Why did that girl fly away? She did not even give them a chance to say thank you. Pei Qian stood on the tree trunk and slid all the way to Li Huai and Wei Taizhen. She gently stepped on the tree trunk and stopped it from falling. Seeing Li Huai and Wei Taizhen in a daze, she asked, "Let's continue on our way." Pei Qian jumped down from the tree trunk and silently said, "Let's go." She gently pushed the tree trunk with her walking stick. The tree trunk continued to slide down the mountain path. Then Pei Qian led them to another mountain path. She did not want to meet the group of scholars face to face. Li Huai had always done whatever Pei Qian said. He walked beside Pei Qian. Wei Taizhen could not help but ask, "Miss Pei, what realm are you in as a martial artist?" Pei Qian turned her head and smiled. "I am thousands of miles away from my master. Now I am only in the 6th realm." On top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon continued to walk the 6-step stance. His steps were extremely slow and his punches were extremely slow. He suddenly thought of something and smiled a little. He wondered if his first disciple was in the 5th realm. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.